What's cracking, everyone? Hello and welcome to Spotlight Eclipsed here in Toronto, brought to you by Face to Face Games and Ultimate Guard. We are so excited to be here. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. Yeah, sure, he's not Canadian, but he can be honorary Canadian for today. How's it going,
Yes,
bud? You ready for some
I am
sealed?
doing great. I am so excited for some sealed action. You know, it is going to be really fun to watch just a Lorwyn Eclipsed Limited tournament.
Hell yeah.
You know, we saw Lorwyn Eclipse here at the Pro Tour last weekend, and it was a great format. It was a lot of fun to watch. So, absolutely pumped for this one, Ailey.
Can't wait. And also, can't wait to see what Face to Face has in store for us here. Face to Face, of course, is Canada's magic store. This is brought to you by Face to Face, partnered with Ultimate Guard. So we're very excited for this weekend and to show off one of the coolest sets of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible. And if you're looking to sell some cards, maybe so you can buy some Lorwyn Eclipse product here or Lorwyn Eclipse cards, you can go to facetoface.com/sell and you can get that 30% store credit boost if you just want to buy more cards. That's what I would do.
I always want to buy cards. But also, people who also want to buy cards, face to face, they want to buy your cards. They're on site and they are at booth 5+1 and 6+1. You can figure it out. You're not going to get us today, kids.
Nice try, youth.
Nice try.
Nice try. Not today.
Oh.
We're not falling for that one in 2026, y'all. But, all right, if you want to check out all the really awesome events that we have here, this is Face to Face's tour, the premier tournament structure here, tournament
Premier Canadian competitive circuit.
There we go. Thank you for that. You can go to facetofacetour.com. You can check out all these different events if you're interested in competing in this really awesome tour.
Yeah, and come to Calgary because that's where I live, and I would very much like to attend that event. So yeah, maybe I'll convince Corey to come visit too.
You got a couch I can crash on? I'll come and game.
I do, yes. The dog might be
right.
offended though.
Okay, fair. But yeah, I'd love to come play. Hey, I even got my Pro Tour start in Winnipeg, so I played a couple of tournaments up in Canada before, and being from North Dakota, I'm used to that freezing cold that you get as well. So,
you'll fit right in. Alrighty, well, like we mentioned, friends, this is sealed this weekend. Well, today specifically. Tomorrow we're going to be doing some draft, but today is all about sealed. It's going to be 8 rounds. There's 1,800 almost players here in the room ready to rip open some packs and check out some cards. So, Corey, we saw draft last weekend at the Pro Tour. How is it different from draft? Or how is it different from sealed?
Yeah, so it is going to be really different here because, well, in draft, you're going to be able to kind of find your lane. You're going to be picking these kindred style decks. You're going to be, if you're picking up all the Rakdos cards, the player next to you is probably not going to be Rakdos. We're going to be trying to be Merfolk, and everyone's going to kind of play nice. In sealed, that's not really how it's going to happen. You got to play with what you get. You open these 6 booster packs and kind of help. So decks are going to be a lot worse. It's going to be a lot more like, all right, I have mostly goblins, but I didn't have enough goblins to fill out a proper deck. So I'm playing just creatures with good power and toughness, solid removal. Games are going to be a lot scrappier, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. You see the archetypes here. These are the 5 supported kindred types that you will see in the draft, especially tomorrow when we get to the draft rounds. But for sealed, it's going to be a mix mash of everything. So whatever you get, whatever your packs bless you with, that's what you got to work with for these 8 rounds.
Exactly. And if some of the people truly do get the Celestia Kithkin deck and you just get 17 Kithkins, you get some of the powerhouse rares, you get the Figure of Destiny style of card. You get these kind of things mixed with great removal. Yeah, you're probably going to have yourself a fantastic tournament. But for most people in the room, they're going to have to get a little scrappy, maybe play a lot of changelings and just hope for the best.
Well, we do have our feature match for you ready to rock and roll, and we have none other than a top 8 competitor from last weekend's Pro Tour, Eduardo Sajulik versus Tate Smith. And we've seen a couple of the goodies in Eduardo's deck, and I will say I think he's gonna have a pretty good time. I'm just guessing, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, the first card I saw when I was looking at Eduardo's list is I saw a Bitter Blossom, and I was like, wait a minute, you mean Bitter Bloom Bearer? And they're like, no, this is one of the special guests. So there's a Bitter Blossom in the deck, Rakdos there for Eduardo, and then Tate playing what looks to be a good Izzet deck, and trying to make it work. So Tate's deck, Izzet deck, looks pretty solid as well, some decent rares. Endblaze Epiphany, which is excellent, as well as a Curel, and Bree is an
Yeah,
incredible
Clan of
creature as well.
Stoutarm. Yeah,
So
Clan Stoutarm. She is so sweet. So, bit of a, you're gonna be splashing for like the bombs that you pick up, as you can see,
yes.
or in this deck specifically, it's listed as Izzet splashing white for Bree of Clan Stoutarm. So, yeah, let's get things underway here in Toronto. Team of Worldly Councils, Eduardo Sajalik versus Tate Smith, ready to rock and roll here. And
And you gotta just feel for Tate, especially here. I mean, we'll see when it comes to how the result and how the match actually goes. But sitting down against Eduardo, who's fresh off a top 8, just played with a testing team for 2 weeks straight on how to master this, and Eduardo is legitimately the teacher of his team, teaching the rest of the professionals how to draft and stuff like that. So I mean, no taller
he's the limited
task.
guy.
He's the limited guy, might be one of the better limited players in the entire room here. So going to be a lot of fun to watch.
This event was sold out within a few, I want to say minutes, but probably a couple hours after it opened up. And then they had to add extra seats to it. And then it also sold out immediately. So
yeah,
super keen. The players here playing for a spot at the next Pro Tour as well. So
I mean,
definitely
Ailey,
lots to play for.
I almost bailed on you as well and flew up to Toronto to do some gaming, because there's nothing I love more in Magic than high-level competitive limited, and
I know you do.
especially sealed. Sealed is by far my favorite format, so I was this close to being like, I'm so sorry, Ailey. Can you commentate this yourself? I need to go rip some boosters here.
So rude. You could just rip boosters at home. I'm sure you have a box sitting somewhere you can open up.
It's not the same. I want to play, okay? I want to play.
I want to play too, but we'll have to just live vicariously through our players here as we kick things off. Tate's going to be naming elementals there.
And that's a nice sign, as far as if you can play a card like this. That means, Tate probably ran the numbers and was like, well, I have a large majority of elementals and I'm able to make a card like this work. Because if you're only playing, 8 elementals, you're playing 8 goblins, like, you don't want to play a card like this most of the time.
Yeah. Dawnblessed Penance to kick things off here. Followed up by our little, what's this guy called? Rhyme Friend?
Rhyme Friend, I'm pretty sure.
Rhyme Friend, yes.
Exactly it.
Summit Sentinel, isn't
it? There we go.
Yeah, I think so.
The 1/3, whenever it dies, draw a card.
Yes, draw a card.
Yeah.
They're confusing us now. Everything's sideways, Corey.
Yes.
You get so used to doing it the one way, and then it's like, nope, now you must learn to do it this way.
All right, being able to play the nice little tree folk, remove a counter, make sure Eduardo's creatures can't block, get that going. I think we're going to see those type of creatures, basically the tree folk kindred style cards,
get a lot better in that's field. The Brambleback Brute.
Yeah, we're gonna see those kind of cards get to be a lot better. Like, I think Blight synergies and Vivid synergies are going to be a lot better in sealed than they would be in draft.
For sure. So the Brute taken care of, courtesy of the Tweeze there from Eduardo. And happy to get some damage through here. Whoo, Wistfulness, hello. Talk about elemental.
Eduardo knows a good thing or two about the elementals, as Eduardo did top 8 with an elemental deck, so very used to all of those new evoke very powerful creatures. But also it's kind of wild to me to evoke that when it does cost 5. Like, that's really telling to me that Tate needs to find something, because a 5-mana 6/5 in this format that does something, you're pretty tempted to hang on to that one.
Yeah, Wistfulness is also like you mentioned, powerful creature, big power and toughness. Like, sure, you can get rid of something or just draw cards and discard, but possibly, like you mentioned, little telling, wanting to get some more action in hand here for Tate.
Yeah.
And talk about more elementals. Look at Eduardo's. He's got Deceit sitting in hand there.
Deceit sitting in hand. We just dropped our extremely powerful 1-drop, the Peddler there, to be able to do some blighting. That card is incredible. It absolutely can take over a game, and it's a 1-drop.
Yeah, that card is sick, especially if you can, recast some of your goodies in the bin. I imagine in Rakdos, this is the color pair that likes to get things stuck in the yard alongside Golgari.
Yep, absolutely. And we do see Kraken the artifact to be able to just bounce Get back Wistfulness. That makes a lot of sense. And Tate's hand looking to be chock full of creatures there. I think I just saw four spells, a lot of 5-drops. So, we do need to pick up a land here for Tate, but
Yeah.
a solid hand.
Happy to get in once again. Is that the Flitterwing Nuisance that Tate's got? So not happy to block with that.
No, definitely not want to block with that one, but that card is phenomenal. If you can just ever connect, with 1 or 2 creatures, you're really going to be having some phenomenal card advantage.
Yep.
But wow, this card is also great from Eduardo.
Yep. Sonar in a bit of first year hits the board now for Eduardo. And this is another thing that you'll see a lot of in Sealed is there are a lot of hybrid mana costs. So
Yeah.
having the ability to just play the Vivid strategy could very well be a winning, combination here for some of the players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is kind of it's always been the toughest part of sealed deck building is the deck building itself. Like the amount of, damage you can cause yourself in a tournament by just misbuilding your deck and maybe not playing the correct Vivid cards, maybe not playing these correct split cards, maybe not splashing for the bombs, building a little too conservatively.
Yeah.
All those things in deck building for sealed is the most important thing when it comes to a tournament like this. And the problem with that, Ailey, is, well, you don't get that long to build, so it's still very tough.
Yeah. Dawnhand Dissident now doing some surveilling for Eduardo. And Tate Smith got back the Wistfulness from the Yard, courtesy of our lovely Pendant.
Yeah, and this card is absolutely phenomenal.
I've only ever gotten it once in a draft, and let me tell you, when it pops off, it pops off.
Absolutely. It's a card that it has 2 toughness, so it's very easy to kill. And it dies often, but the opportunity cost of, if it lives, it's a 1-drop that takes over the game, and that's just incredible. So now we see the power of our Izzet creature here.
Yeah. Sonar. This card is sweet. I mean, again, just automatically doing Vivid things, revealing cards off the top, and then you're just able to cast. How many of it can you do? For each of those colors, you may exile a card, then shuffle, then cast the exiled cards this turn. Yeah, so there's no real limit. So if you have a bunch of mana available, just go ham.
Yeah, so blue, red, black. So basically, Eduardo gets the black card no matter what, and then gets to choose between one of those premium red removal spells.
Yeah.
And you get to cast those for just this turn, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, cast them this turn. So you do have to pay the mana and all that, but it just really does not matter. The fact that you just get 2 cards for free here, Eduardo's going to take over the game so quickly with that.
I mean, Boulder Dash, another excellent piece of removal. It's even seeing standard play now.
Yeah.
So just deciding what it is he wants. He's going to go for the Gnarl Bark Elm. That one's always fun to say.
That is always fun to say.
Yeah.
So now Eduardo is going to be very priced into just playing those 2 cards, right? I mean, it is very much what you want to be doing. And this is I dare you to block with your 6/5 Tate.
Yes, please.
This Prodigy would just get to clean it up straight away. But now we're just going to see Eduardo probably play the Prodigy, kill the Flyer, as well as get the Elder going and just be miles ahead on the battlefield. Yeah. And this is just saying, Tate, look at what this Sonar just did.
Yeah.
Do you want that to happen every turn? You have to kill that or you lose the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even at this point, he might be too far behind just with the amount of creatures on board. So let's see what Tate can find. I think he did find the 4-mana red removal spell.
Okay, the deal 5, yeah.
Yeah. I think he found that. He's got the Stratosaur as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel like you just have to aim the removal spell at Sonar there. I mean, it is just way too powerful. But that's the thing is, even if you kill that, the 1-drop's still going to be bringing back a bunch of stuff, the Dawn Hand. But, I mean, to be fair, if you kill Sonar, at least you exile it here, which is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, feed the flames. That's what it is.
Yeah, and that is brutal here. Just chump blocking with the Prodigy, the fact that you can just Blight 2 and replay that later on to get a removal spell from the graveyard. Everything coming up Eduardo so far. Eduardo's deck looks nice.
It is. That looks super nice. I'll see
Because
Feed
we
the
just
Flames.
we just have a Deceit in hand as
Yeah, that's
well
not gonna do anything.
as um another premium removal spell in hand as well.
Okay, so now the Dawnhand Dissident gonna be blighting onto the creature that's about to get dead, so might as well exile something over there. Unfortunately, the counters won't be kept around in order to actually cast the card exiled with a dissident, but
Yeah. But yeah, get some counters going anyways, and now we can just cast creature spells
yeah,
from your
Bogslither's
exile by
Embrace.
removing these 3 counters. So
There's a Prideful Feastling, Deceit as well. Wistfulness isn't really something you want to bounce.
no, not really. Yeah, so you got to separate the
Yeah.
which cards are exiled there.
Yeah.
It doesn't really synergize with the removal spell that just exiled a creature. You're not able to get that one back, so it is a
No.
separate kind of category.
Yeah. I mean, technically, if you wanted to represent it, you could put it underneath the dissident because it's exiled with that. Yeah.
Definitely could. And I feel like if we're not on camera, that's probably exactly what would happen in a normal game. But of course, we want to have this be as clean as possible for all of you watching at home. And of course, thanks everyone for tuning up this early in the morning. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm very much excited to watch Limited all day.
Hell yeah. It's going to be a great day indeed.
So it looks like we have a decent amount of options. Getting the Curel out of there seems tempting. Of course, it's the rare that it can really synergize with a lot of different cards. And
that's the one that copies triggered abilities.
Exactly. So, I mean, being able to copy some stuff would be great, but looks like we are just taking the draw 3, the Sift.
Nice. Unexpected Assistance.
Yeah, Unexpected Assistance, just taking that one. And looks like Eduardo is still very much in the driver's seat here.
Yep. So far, so groovy for our top 8 competitor from Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. Let's see if he can continue his run here at Spotlight Eclipsed in his home turf of Canada, that is.
Yeah, there we go.
I do believe he's from Montreal, but I could be wrong. Let me not shoot myself in the foot there.
I'm pretty sure Canada as well, but I'm not 100% on the exact spot. But man, you got to think if Eduardo is able to make a deep run here. I always feel like we see it after somebody like crushes a pro tour.
Yeah.
Their next couple events, they're just like, oh yeah, I know how to win now. I'm going to keep doing that. And we see it quite often. People go on streaks.
Oh yeah, kind of like Michael Plummer did. Simon Nielsen's done it. Nathan Stoyer's done it. So
absolutely.
Yeah. These players who are just so good never seem to get worse, which is very annoying for the rest of us.
Yeah. They still got it. They still got it, to say the least. All right, so 4-3 getting a treasure here from Tate.
Flimkin Guildweaver hits the board.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot more cards like that. You know, like that is just a good solid.
Hey, this guy's perfectly serviceable, all right?
Fair.
He can block big idiots. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. He's got trample.
Fair.
He's perfect.
Perfect in every way. So we're gonna see perfect cards like this all day, to quote Ailey.
Yes.
Yeah, and I like taking the defensive measure here. We are well and truly, not in the driver's seat anymore. Yeah. Now Eduardo has
he's got
2 different removal spells. Yeah, I see Blight Rot as well as Embrace Oblivion.
Bogslither's Embrace, yeah.
Bogslither's Embrace. Dang it.
Yeah, it's all right. You were halfway there, bud. I got you. The Prideful Feastling as well as the Changeling Wayfinder. So.
Yeah. Changeling Wayfinder is also a card that when I crack open a sealed pool, I always do a check for those. Like that card is already pretty solid.
100%.
In draft, but in sealed, it's so much better.
I mean, yeah, you and I played far too much sealed in the Arena Direct last weekend, and that's the first thing I do too. Is I go and see if I got lucky with any of the lands. If not, where's the Wayfinders? If not, what's the green look like? If that also sucks, then it's just like, okay, well, let's just pray to the magic gods and see what happens with this pile.
I would argue we didn't play enough. I would argue I would have liked to play more, but we were just, commentating the Pro Tour. It was taking up way too much time,
We kind of had to be semi on call,
Yeah. So I want to point out that nice piece of interaction that Eduardo did there. Having
Yeah.
6 mana with the Tree Folk, being able to remove those counters, give the 4/3 -2, blight
Mhm.
2 with the Dawnhand Dissidents to put those counters back on the Tree Folk, and then
Nice.
remove them again to kill the creatures. Eduardo is essentially demonstrating a loop here where if Tate doesn't break that up, every turn Eduardo can give a creature -2/2, and that's going to be devastating for Tate.
That sounds like synergy to me.
Synergy. That is exactly what you want here. So there we go. That had to be broken
Monsters.
up.
Finally finds a Cinder Strike to deal with the Dawnhand Dissident. So we didn't get to actually cost anything with it, but boy howdy did he have a little bit of an engine going there.
Yeah, did some powerful things with it. And
Mhm.
you notice one thing that Eduardo did here during this game. Eduardo kept using the value of the onboard stuff
Mhm.
before using the cards in his hand because, well, now that we're at a position like this where Tate has finally dealt with those engine pieces, now Eduardo's like, oh, yeah, I have 5 amazing cards. Time to deploy those to close out this game.
Yeah.
Just well played.
Things are looking a little more even on this battlefield here. Eduardo swinging in here with the whole team, and Tate is going to block here. It's going to end poorly for him, unfortunately, courtesy of Blight Rot. So four -1/-1 counters to a critter, keeping the scout alive, and favorable trade there for Eduardo.
Yep, 10
Jeez,
damage
like,
came through. Eduardo gets to gain some more. And I feel like Tate very much has to stop trying to be aggressive. This wistfulness is not going to race what's
mm-mm.
across the way from Eduardo. So it has to stay back on defense. I think Tate's feeling the pressure of like, all right, Eduardo has more cards. I got to try to close this
Yeah,
game out. But in the meantime, you're just not winning this race even close. And you're not even close to winning the race. So we got to kind of hold back.
yeah.
That is a powerful little engine piece that we can get going from Tate, being able
Tenafel
to
Rhymes speaker. Yeah, yeah.
have the draw 2 essentially whenever you play
Mm-hmm.
something with mana value 4 or greater, but Eduardo does still have one more removal spell to maybe clean out this wistfulness and then start getting sideways.
Yeah. Narbalk Elm, Scarblade Scout, and Deceit, as well as the Prideful Feastling on board here for Eduardo. So now he gets to decide, do I want to force a block here? Or do I want something else in hand? Bogslither's Embrace, just going in with Deceit. Wistfulness will trade with that. Tenafel Rhyme Speaker, and Kirill on the other side of things for Tate. The other
Yep.
thing, the other thing that's kind of sucky here for Tate, that's a good word, by the way, children. Learn that one. Is that if he does want to copy something like the Tanafel, which he won't be able to because it just got embraced, he has to tap
Yeah,
2 things to do it, and he's not really
exactly.
in the business of doing that right now.
Yeah, the thing I love about Kirill for me feels like the best Kithkin card.
Yeah.
The festival enchantment that creates 2 green and white Kithkins,
Yes.
being able
Clackenfest.
to being able to get that double triggers and stuff like that. That is
Mm-hmm.
kind of what I really, really like with this Kirill card. Blue red maybe is not the best home for it, but I really love it with token generators.
Yeah. So Coolrath Mystic now on board. Yeah, sure, it's cool if there's something big to cost
Ooh.
alongside it, and that is something big. Seeing this Meros Sky Swimmer adding some extra bodies to the board here. This is a good thing for Tate, able to gum it up a little bit.
So Tate is looking to double the trigger here to get 2 1/1s. Now this does come at
Okay.
a cost. You are turning a lot of creatures sideways, and
Mm-hmm.
Eduardo top decking the 2/3. That's just going to drain every single time that
Oh,
Eduardo loses
the
a creature is going to be a big deal here.
Bogart Curse Crafter.
Yeah, there we go.
That's just for goblins, though, right?
Yeah, yep, just
So
for
there's
goblins, which is
2 goblins on board,
yeah,
or
I guess it
3.
is only 2. Eduardo's deck is very much like we're gonna be labeling things a lot of like this is a Rakdos deck. This isn't a goblins deck, even though it might be
Yeah,
leaning on goblins, and that's just kind of what the format is kind of gonna be all about.
yeah. What do you have there? A Mud Button Curse Tosser, I think.
Yeah, looks
Those
like
are
it.
names. Yeah, I think he's
It
got
was
that. Yeah.
it was the 2/1 that when it dies, it
Yes.
destroys. Yeah,
Something 2 power
there
less,
we
I think.
go.
Yeah. Okay.
I love this all attack because, well, there's going to be one good block here, and then everything else is going to feel pretty poor. Where Tate is going to have to, yeah, we made that extra merfolk, but now you have to toss it away. So that was
Yeah.
kind of the big problem with doubling the trigger here. it's just so cool to do that I get it. You got to go for it. Yeah, I think if I'm Tate, I like just this block, keeping the other one back, just chump the 4/5 and eat the 2/2. You're still in a ton of trouble, but at least you have a battlefield that might be able to compete if you're
Yeah.
able to get one removal spell here for the Rakdos hybrid creature.
Yeah, I don't know if that activation of Cure was worth it there, because that by itself is a 3/3 body that could have blocked one of these smaller creatures, right?
Exactly. Yep. Or, our 2/2 body blocking the changeling. So
For sure.
it was a cost for sure. And now Tate likely double lands in hand. Now we're at
Yeah,
the
he's
spot we're
out of
going to see in
gas.
sealed a lot is who can draw better out of it.
Top deck war, woo! That's also something
Exactly.
else I prioritize a lot in the sealed pools is card draw, because, oh boy,
Yeah.
these games are going to be a lot grindier than the more streamlined draft games. So.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, hey, there's not a lot of card draw outside of blue where there's a plethora of it.
Yeah.
So anytime you can prioritize card draw in your color pair, it's going to be a big deal.
For sure.
Yeah, double land in there for Tate. So fresh off the top, looked like Eduardo did pick up something.
Yeah. There is what's a burning curiosity in red, but I think that's about it in terms of red card draw. What's
Looks
that?
like the elemental changeling,
nice.
right? The 7/3. Whenever another elemental comes into play, it deals damage. That is a really nice one. I did learn also at the Pro Tour the combo with that and the spell that makes a copy of an elemental, and then you can.
Ashling's Command?
No, the uncommon, just red
spell.
spell.
Yeah.
That's basically unplayable. Like, no one really plays
Kindle
it,
the Inner Flame, yeah.
Exactly, but when you do have that card, it's just 21 damage.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah,
was that Champion of the Path, or was that Enraged Flamecaster?
I thought it was Champion of the Path, but I didn't get a great look at it.
We shall see.
Yeah, Champion of the Path is in Eduardo's deck. So
yes, that is that one. Okay, sick. Ouch. Whatever comes down next is going to hurt.
Yeah, no
Eduardo's chuckling about it. You could see he's having the best time here. 26-3 currently.
I think it's probably laughing at, I'm playing a bunch of goblins, but I also have the elemental champion. Now Eduardo gets a little value back. And hey, Tate needed the draw there, was able to find it to make this game still competitive. That's another card that we're not going to see a lot of in draft, but in sealed, it is excellent. Just a huge body, 3/7 body, being able to blight 2, synergizes with Eduardo's tree folks to be able to give more creatures -2/-2. And wow, the Cinderglade off the top to be able to put more counters on there. And Eduardo's deck is really nice, kind of popping off and synergizing on all cylinders.
It's doing a great job here. Tate down to 1. Do or die time now. Let's see at the top of the deck. Oh, well, that's a card.
was that Ashling's Command?
That's Ashling's Command, yeah.
Oh, baby. Okay, that's a spicy one.
That's and to these players,
these players, it is not open deck list. They get to see each other's pools. So that's kind of what the players get to see here throughout the weekend, just to keep you in mind of how everything works.
Yeah. Today's event is brought to you by Face-to-Face Games. It's Canada's magic store. Go visit face-to-facegames.com to pick up all of the latest and greatest cards from Lorwyn Eclipsed. This set is absolutely phenomenal. I can't stop playing it. Good. I just want to play more and more and more, Corey. I might just, crack a few packs here while we're sitting and watching these drafts.
Yeah, I don't blame you. The format has been really fun. Lorwyn has a special place in my heart, as that's when I started my professional career back in 2008. And just a really, really awesome set all around. And wow,
hell yeah.
This must be, so Tate lost game 1. Tate chose the draw, it looks like, which this is a thing in sealed that is done quite often. Maybe not as much in recent sets as the play has been so important, but man, when I have a lot of removal spells or I have a lot of sweepers in my sealed deck, I take the draw quite often as well. So I like that.
That's fair. Is
it right? Now. Who knows? But
who knows? If you win, then maybe.
Yeah,
Scarblade Scout taken care of there. Dawnhand Dissident is still on the board here, and it's going to become a problem the longer these games go.
Yeah, I think we
This
aimed
dude's
at
in
the
hand.
wrong creature there, if I'm being honest. I think you
I
have to
I think so
kill
too. Yeah.
the Donhan. Donhan is just way too good. Eduardo's hand is quite bad as well,
Yeah.
but Donhan, you just got to deal with that one.
It's Deceit. What's that other card he's got in there with Deceit?
I think it was Deceit and Lands.
Okay.
I want to say it was like maybe a rare land, like a
Lands?
Blood Crypt. Yeah, he has
Maybe
Blood Crypt. So I
Blood
think it
Crypt.
was
Okay,
Blood
gotcha.
Crypt and just a bunch of other basics. So Deceit, but has the Dawn hand here to be able to do a little bit of surveilling.
Yeah.
And anything that is not a land is going to be kept on top.
Nice.
And there it is.
Dawnhand Eulogist ripped off the top on the board. Milling, there is a elf.
Oh.
Oh no! Bitter Blossom, my baby.
And I mean, talking about cards that are special to when I started playing, well, I played Dimir Fairies in my first Pro Tour in 08. So, and it was with that exact card. So, it brings me back.
Oh, I love that art so much. It's
Yeah,
so
really
pretty.
Cool. Yeah, Donhan Eulogist here looking excellent. And now the fact that if this Donhan, if the one drop Donhan here does not get dealt with, now we get to just pop off. The Donhan Dissident will be able to just blight 2 onto the Eulogist. And it's only creatures you get to recast, but man, getting that that Gravedigger out of the graveyard and be able to just return whatever creature, including the Donhan Dissidents, if it dies, it seems like a big deal.
So we have our Flamekin Guildweaver down. Some treasure as well for Tate. What is the card next to the Flamekin? Is it the Eclipsed Flamekin? No, it's not that one, right?
You're talking on the battlefield?
Yeah.
Yeah, just the 3/2 that the 3/2 that loots when you play.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
It's like it looks like a multicolor spell.
Yeah.
I do not recognize it though.
That's going to be another card that's just going to be great in sealed. We're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah. Flaring
Cinder.
Yeah.
As it's just a card that's going to make it into basically every blue and red deck, be able to loot away your dead draws. And here we see Eduardo do exactly that. Get this Gravedigger S card here, and now just getting this for free, where you get a clean 2-for-1 for free, is just such value. Gotta really look back to Tate's decision to kill the generic 2/2 lifelinker instead of the Dawn Hand.
Yeah, I 100% would have killed those Dawn Hand Dissidents. Like even if it's a case of, oh look, a rare, a common.
Yeah.
The rare has more text. I'm gonna kill that.
Yes, that is a solid heuristic there for sure.
Absolutely. If your brain can't, parse all that much information, if you've been playing for like 3 days straight or something, that's a good thing to fall back on.
Or honestly, playing for 3 days straight, you might be more in tune than first round of the day at
that's true.
Gigantic GP. Like,
that's very true.
These are always the like, all right, I didn't play that well, but I got out with a win. I feel lucky type thing.
To be fair, it is also really early here, and my coffee is not yet imbibed, so I'm also a little bit rusty to kick things off in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll forgive a couple of oopsies here.
Yeah, for sure.
Kirill down on the board once again. Nothing to copy at the moment, but a 3/3 body, still a solid rate card to get down.
But next turn we have a spicy play from Tate. We can go Liminal Hold and copy that to put 2 things underneath the enchantment. So
yes.
But here is probably Deceit to take Liminal Hold from the hand. If Eduardo goes for it, it would just be a back-breaking play here for Tate.
Ooh. Don't have you just in. Oh, hello. Oh, sadness goes on the stack. I think
I can imagine this is going to be a very fast Liminal Hold from Eduardo.
Yeah, he knows. He's like, nice try, buddy. That would have been sick, but alas, Deceit says no thanks. So Rhyme Speaker and Stratosaur in hand there for Tate. Seems to be going toe-to-toe with Eduardo a little better this time around.
Yeah, but everything Tate does, step one, it has to be kill the Dawn Hand Dissident.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you get this Gravecrawler back every single time and get back every other creature. Now, I guess with the way it works is if you do exile the Gravedigger, and then the dissonance dies, you're unable to get the dissonance back. So you can't really do that synergy, but attack with everything that isn't Dawn Hand dissonance, and then you can always bring it back
Yeah.
at any point is devastating. But hey, this is a cute little interaction here, copying this ability with Kirill.
Nice, yeah. Okay, Cool Wrath Zealot. This card has been an absolute house for me. Every time I've gotten it to resolve, it's just like, oh, cool. I have a massive creature now, and I also have something off the top of my deck I can play next turn, which is pretty
Yeah. No, that card is pretty solid. I haven't loved red.
cool.
If I can avoid red, I would. But in sealed, you play what you get.
Yeah. Dawnblessed Pendant off the top there, so maybe a little way to pad some life total, but Tate not interested in that. Gonna send it back.
So that was the double activation thanks to Kirill.
Yep.
And did see Wistfulness there and didn't want to pick that up either. We didn't have double blue, so I get it. But just, that was a big decision. And now all of a sudden, though, Eduardo can be looking at, all right, if I can remove one of these creatures, I can force a chump. And whenever you can force it a chump on your opponent, you feel pretty good.
Yes. Land for turn, Flamekin Guildweaver, and our big tree, whose name I always forget.
I believe it is Big Tree.
Big tree, yes, let's go with that.
Yes.
Blighted Blackthorn. That's
there we go.
Yep.
And apologies if we don't get every card name down. This format still is so new for all of us. I know we were just at the Pro Tour. We were talking about this format a lot, but wow, I mean, these players did not have a lot of time to prep. This format's only been out on digital clients and stuff for about 2 weeks. So
yeah,
these players
still new,
will be
still awesome.
Yeah, these players will be very much playing off vibes here. Not necessarily all going to be pros. And well, Eduardo is going to be a pro at the format, as he just spent a lot of time in a testing house with great Magic players talking about Magic, for hours on end.
Dawnhand Eulogist coming back again, gaining and draining for Eduardo. So Tate now down to 4, it looks like. And things are going to be overs pretty quickly here if Tate can't find a way out.
Yep. And, I don't want to keep harping on it, but turn 2, you had to kill the Dawn Hand. And we're seeing what happens when you don't. And this is very much the one drop taking over the game if left unchecked. So got to deal with the rares.
Absolutely.
I got to say, Eduardo's deck looks great.
It does. It very much does. I suppose that is one cool thing about Sealed too, is you're going to get 6 rares. Whether or not they all work together remains to be seen, but that doesn't always happen in draft.
Yeah, and no matter what, you have complaint equity and be like, yeah, I had 4 lands as my rares, and be like, oh no, dude, that's brutal,
that does suck. That does suck. I like the lands when I'm not playing Sealed. Thank you.
yeah. For my collection, I'm in for that, but I want the cards that look like they're unbeatable, because most of the time, the mythics and the rares, they are exactly that.
Explosive Prodigy removing 1 blocker here. Tate Smith has to can't block the 3/3 Menace, though. It's going to go down to 1.
Yep, looks like we're going to go down to 1, and we are just very much in the abyss here. Looking at Tate's deck list, I don't see a lot of ways as far as sweepers to catch up. And doesn't seem like it is going to be possible here, especially because Eduardo has a follow-up here if he wants to.
I mean, why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Why shouldn't he play all of his Magic cards?
Yeah.
Blighted Blackthorn enters, draws a card, loses a life.
That was the Bogard.
Oh yeah.
Well. Yeah.
Nice.
So now at any point, Eduardo can blight 1 to surveil and then start with a Gravedigger, pick up Deceit. That's just the baseline play. And that looks phenomenal.
Seems good.
That seems quite good. Okay, is that Ashling's command, though? It looks like it. Is that good?
Can it help? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
2 damage to the board. That is great at dealing with 2 lethal attackers.
That would be good,
yeah. Dawn Hand Dissidence out of there and the Prodigy. And you could copy the 1/4, but looks like that was going to be well and truly enough to take it down.
Eduardo picking up a swift 2-0 here to start the day. That's going to feel pretty good for our Pro Tour Top 8 player. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the booth here. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and that was our first matchup of our first round. We do have more magic for you. We're just going to jump straight back into it as soon as we're good to go. So thanks for being here, by the way. It's great having you.
Yeah. And these players, of course, are going to have a long day ahead of them, 8 rounds, and the cut is at 6-2. So it's a very tough
That's
tournament.
rough. Jeez,
Yeah.
like. Alrighty, let's get underway here with our second feature match. Pascal Maynard. He's got 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name up against Noah Glogauer. Says this is his first big event of this size. So that's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
Larger than
Pascal's
an RCQ is his first event. That's sweet.
That's for sure. Yeah, Pascal is somebody I've known for many, many years, and even the Pro Tour he took second at, where Seth ended up winning. I was Seth's +1 for that event, so it was really fun watching Pascal's journey to make it to the finals there. Pascal has had a great career. Doesn't really play as much competitive Magic these days, but that's the great thing about these spotlight events is, well, you might not be fully tuned into the format, but a limited spotlight near your city, absolutely. Players like Pascal are going to come out and have a blast and probably do quite well for themselves.
I'm looking forward to the ones in Calgary, just saying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, my. Awesome. That bird. That Abigail bird. The last person I played in one of the events for the Arena Directs, they had 3 of that bird. 3!
Wow. Okay.
I am mad about it.
That card is pretty devastating. I mean, we even see the 4/4 here, the cavalry. Yeah. If you can just throw that into the air, give it first strike, I mean, that is going to be quite devastating. And on the other side from Pascal, we have 2 of the 6-drop Vivid that pumps creatures.
President Basher,
Yeah, as well as the Fist. So right now, no castables available for Pascal. So if Noah does go for the flyer here and just sends this cavalry to the skies, it's going to work out quite well.
Absolutely. You know, you need a big body to be able to fight something that flies.
Yeah.
Especially if it's of that size. So let's see what we're going to be targeting here with Abigail. That is her name, right? Abigail? Yes.
I believe so. Yep, Abigail.
Abigail, eloquent first year.
First year.
Yes.
So looking like we are strapping up the Stomper.
Okay. Stomper just entered this, so won't be able to get swinging just yet, unless we're picking the other friend here.
If we were going to do that, of course, this is minor, but if you're going to attack first, make sure to attack and then play your stuff, as now Pascal knows, hey, there's no pump spell, there's nothing, so if Pascal had something to block this, then you would be able to. It's minor, of course, but
it's something that it took me a long time to learn, because when I started playing Magic, I started playing a red aggressive deck with hasty creatures, so everything was first main phase for me. Pre-combat main phase, everything just down. No.
Yeah. Oh,
usually though, hold your stuff, play it after combat, so that you make your opponent waste extra thinks to be like, do they have something or don't they?
Yeah. People bleed information nonstop if you're paying attention, and the best players, even Pascal, someone who I guarantee is not like 40 drafts in or anything on Lorwyn Eclipsed, still knows the body language, still knows the signs of if players have things, and will be picking apart those kind of little actions from his opponent all day. And you always want to try to give away as little as possible if you can help it.
Pitiless Fists here now. Liz Alana Informant, I believe that is. That's the 3/1 that surveils when it dies.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And right now, this is a fight. This is not a bite. So that is a true 2-for-1 here. And that feels very bad. That is just saying Pascal cannot beat a really aggressive flying first striker right now. And when you got 2 6/6s in hand that both care about your Vivid, like it is not a spot where where Pascal feels great about this game.
What is the name of that this elf? I've forgotten its name. The green one that's attacking. Is it the cavalry?
Yeah, something cavalry, I believe.
Safe Ride Cavalry?
That sounds right.
Safe Ride Cavalry. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Either way, it's a phenomenal card, and it's much better in sealed. Being able to just force, a situation like this, be like, you cannot double block it, and being able to attack and make it a 6/6 at any point, you know, Pascal's going to be in the air quotes abyss here in no time.
Yeah. Pascal down to 11. Noah on 23. Plays an overgrown tomb for turn. Not going to punch himself in the face for it because there's no need to.
I believe there might have actually been a need to. I think that is the 2-mana black flash equipment that pumps up your creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, it costs 2, and if you'd want to pump, the cavalry.
Barbed Bloodletter.
Yeah, there you go. You could have 7 mana to be able to pump the cavalry and keep that available in case there was some kind of pump spell.
Yeah,
Once again, very minor, but with Noah being at 24, that is something you could have taken 2 damage there.
Yeah, could have considered that.
This creature gaining wither damage is also a relevant text.
Yeah, especially up against big critters that are hard to get through. You know, either blocking or attacking. I don't think Pascal's going to be doing too much attacking, though. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, I think if Pascal's attacking, Pascal's going to be really far ahead, and these Prisma Bears are going to be popping off. But it feels like we're just a little too behind at this very moment.
I mean, did he stumble on lands? He's got the Shimmerwild's growth on one of them, it looks like.
Yeah, and just has
4 to 6.
2 of the big old 6-drops in hand.
Yeah.
So next turn, if we top deck a land, you know, this Shimmerwild growth's probably named, a different color. So the bear would pump 3 creatures +3/+3, but there's only one creature that can attack. So, you know, just doesn't seem like a game Pascal can win.
I mean, just give Abigail a couple turns and, you know, 1 pump here and there. Looking at you, cursed bar, bloodletter thing, whatever the heck that's called. And, you know, things get out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, very much so.
Pascal down to 3 now. And Noah just seems to prioritize hanging on to those 2 cards for now.
Yep, one of them being the equipment. Not sure what the other one is right now. And all right, it's Prisma Bear territory.
Prisma Basher! Smash!
Oh, Prisma Basher! A card that is very good if you're going a little wide. You know, I tend to like that card a little bit more in Kithkin, but once again, it's sealed. Play what you got.
Yeah. I mean, this is a 6/6 menace at the moment, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because it's green, red, and black he's got?
Yeah, green, red, black. So it is a 6/6. Now, we're attacking with a 6/6 menace creature. And Prisma Basher here is excellent. Man, Colossal Dreadmaw has just gone a long way.
It's not a dinosaur.
That's fair.
Colossal Dreadmaw is only ever a dinosaur, okay?
Ooh, there's Dawnhand Dissidence
nice.
as well.
Okay. As well as
so Noah's hand is still phenomenal.
Yeah.
But
I mean, can you just go for it here? No, Bloodletter is only +1/+2.
Yeah, it's only +1/+2, but you can attack with Abigail, get 1 damage in, and then if there, is nothing else, if Pascal doesn't kill the flyer, then you get to win next turn. But this does force the block here. I think that's reasonable as well. Now you just get to trade.
Because it's a 4/4 base, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it the. Needs to pump it up, yeah.
You know, Noah could have also pumped this because this block was forced. Otherwise, Pascal would lose. And then strapped the flash equipment as well and won that fight.
Sure,
that probably would have been more important. But, you know, either way, Noah looks like he's got this wrapped up next turn.
Absolutely does, considering he can even attach it to the little dryad if he wants to. Spread out the damage.
There we go. Give it to the 0/4. Get some damage.
Go on 0/4. Win one for the team.
I think Pascal top decked the 2/3 changeling that has lifelink, but still shouldn't matter as and Pascal, you know, more than likely prioritizing getting that one in play to then use your Prisma Basher to be able to pump it and gain a bunch of life. Build your own Bane Slayer type thing.
We're not going to get there.
We're not going to get there as long as Noah does indeed go for it next turn.
Yeah, no reason not to. You know, you don't want to tackle the ground creatures with the life linker on the floor.
Yeah. I like this from Pascal. Pascal's going to play one blocker, and that is him saying, Pascal would still be dead to a removal spell, but
Yeah.
that's Pascal knowing that if you have a removal spell anyways, I'm dead. So this is Pascal playing to win, not playing to not lose, which I love to see. So now we'll see if Noah does just go for the win here. And if he does, we'll be yielded a game one victory here in round one.
Yeah, up against Pascal Maynard. It always feels good to play up against a well-established professional
Yeah.
and just being like, ha, yes. Even if you don't win the match, it's always like, yes, I got that game up against that guy. Woo.
Yeah. Well, you got to win the match too, I mean,
Yeah, for sure. But little victories, okay?
That's true. That's true.
Alrighty, there's Barb Bloodletter in attacks. Abigail going to get the game one here for Noah Glogauer. So congratulations, one game up so far. And off to game number 2 here very shortly.
Yeah, and both Golgari decks. And of course, before we get down there, just remember here, face to face, you can sell all your cards to them here. You can go to facetoface.com/sell and kind of sell that way, or you can show up to one of their events or show up to a vendor at this event if you are also in the building, and you can sell a bunch of stuff, get 30% back. It'll be nice.
Face to face was the very first place I played Magic in. An LGS.
So would you say face to face is the place?
Face to face is the place I played face to face for the first time. Yes.
Wow.
Say that 10 times fast. I bet you can't.
I will not. I'll give up. No, really awesome tournament organizer as well. Just an incredibly nice group of people as well. So happy to be
good people behind them for sure.
Exactly. So I think I did see Sapling Nursery in hand there from Pascal. So that is an extremely powerful late game card.
It's almost of a sneaking card.
You nailed the sneakling voice, I must say.
Sneakling.
You should be the arena voiceover person for that card for sure.
Hey, they just gotta hire me, man.
Yeah.
I would love to do VO stuff, just saying.
Oh, yeah. All right, so Pascal starting off much better here, being able to do some ramping. Looks like we don't have a ton of forest. You really want affinity for forest with the Sapling Nursery, but you can just get there the old-fashioned way.
Our foraging wicker maw, able to filter through some colors, I should say.
Yep, going to be another card that we're going to see, way
not a whole
more
bunch of tomorrow.
Yeah, not a lot tomorrow, but we're going to see a lot of them in sealed. These kind of cards, the 3-mana 1/2 changeling to be able to search up a land, these are going to be high priority cards in sealed because, well, really what you got to try to do when you're building a sealed deck is just try to get as much of the goodies as you can out of your sealed deck and just try to play as much power as possible while still maintaining a good mana base. That's really the challenge.
Yep. Oh, nice. Eclipsed Elf. This is one of the ones you love to see, whether you're in draft or sealed. So
yeah.
Noah going to be looking at the top 4 cards, picking the thing he likes, and it's going to be the land he does not have. So Swamp off of the Eclipsed Elf.
I think that was 4 lands as well. So pretty easy choice there, as it looks like Noah has all forests and needs a swamp. So it's probably taking a swamp over anything there.
I bet Pascal's like, can I borrow your mana base quick?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
So both players built Golgari decks here, but as you'll notice, it's not always just solid Golgari. A lot of these cards, especially on Pascal's side, could be in any colors at this point. You could be in a blue deck or a red deck or whatever. Assert Perfection, going to take care of the Eclipsed Elf. It is only a 3/2, so the Foraging Wicker Maw gets the job done there, and in 4/2 or 4. No, it should be 4, right?
Yeah, I was in for 4, but maybe a slight misstep there on Pascal's part, because I believe our hand for Pascal is Forest and Sapling Nursery. And no, okay, it was a swamp. All right, that makes perfect sense. I was gonna say, if you play the Forest, you're able to deploy Nursery next turn and then play a land to get the 3/4. but unable to do that. So now, no matter what, Pascal has the ability to go land Sapling Nursery, which is good, but he's out of lands now. So this is the type
Yeah.
of draw where Pascal submitted for a mana base
9 and 7.
9/7
Yeah.
in favor of forest, and sometimes it'd be like this where you draw
Yeah.
4 swamps and 1 forest.
Well,
And
yeah, you saw in our previous match as well, like there was one plains out and no double what is it, mountains or
double
something
blue
that
kind
was
of
needed.
thing.
Double blue,
Yeah.
yeah. So sometimes the one land that you have there for your splash just gets in the way. Sometimes you only
Yeah.
draw all your swamps. It's really annoying, but that's just how it is.
This is, sealed deck is really Magic as Richard Garfield intended. It's low resources. Not every draw is perfect.
Yep.
You deal with what you get. I mean, that is
Yeah.
really what Magic is all about at its core. So I love a good sealed deck. It's my
Yeah,
favorite way
it's
to play
fun.
by far.
We should play sealed next time we're in person, bud.
No,
It'll
I'm
be
down.
fun.
I'm down. I'll battle you.
Nightmare Sower in hand. We got a handful of gas here, that's for sure.
Yeah, a
Oh
lot of
boy,
good
Vinebred
cards.
Brawler. Goodness
Yep.
me.
Being able to
Scarblade's
play.
Malice.
Yeah, the hand is just great. It's just all about deploying it. And honestly, right now, Noah is already at board parity. Like
Mm-hmm.
Pascal is not really getting through with this deck right now. So, no matter what,
Yeah.
Noah's looking really good here. I mean, we are going to see this nursery and then play a land. And that value is great because that just turns
Yeah.
Pascal's every draw step is good at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, now he's not drawing dead anymore. It's always it's a little unfortunate when you have this massive thing, like Chronicle of Victory on an empty board sucks.
Yeah,
Sapling Nursery without a land to follow up sucks. But once you get going, oh boy, it's gonna snowball from here.
exactly. So to play
Da-da-da.
green there.
Only the
And
one
then,
forest though, yeah.
yeah,
So it'd be 7. Yeah. 6, 7. Yeah.
makes sense. Now we're able to get that on the battlefield, and now every single top deck for Pascal, the worst top deck, maybe the best, depending on what you get, it's either going to be a tree folk or a spell. So that will be solid from here. But I mean, Pascal is well and truly behind. And
Yeah.
I mean, top decking the 5th swamp is just insult to injury, too. It's like, come on, this is a 9/7 mana base.
Plenty of thinks here now for Noah. He's got the Vinebred Brawler, he's got the Pummeler for Hire, he's got the Nightmare Sower. A handful of gas. What do you like here, Corey?
I like attacking first and leaving your mana open to make sure that you can pump your Stoic Guide if you want. Like now that we're getting in there, we don't have that pump available, so Pascal's blocks are a little bit easier. And playing this pre-combat isn't really, there's no real point in it. So
No.
I would have loved to see Noah attack first, just represent the fact that, hey, I could pump and make your blocks a little more difficult, and then just deploy as many creatures to the battlefield as possible.
I agree. Morkant's Loyalist on the board there, pumping up all the elves.
Yep, which is solid. Because now Pascal knows like a double block on the Stoic is just going to work, pending Noah having any more tricks in hand, which I think I might see that equipment in hand once again. So maybe this is the next level play from Noah. Like, I'm going to actually tap out.
He does have the Malice. He's got Scarblade's Malice in hand.
Yeah,
so Death Touch and the Bar Bloodletter, so.
Yeah, so this is the next level play here from Noah is play something pre-combat so I don't have the pump available. So Pascal goes for a block more, and then you have the trick anyways. I mean, that is a real thing as well, so I like it.
Hashtag got him. Here comes the Barbed Bloodletter. And with the change in how the rules work, you don't have to say what's dying first or order blockers. You just say what happens in this exchange.
So that being said, this is still a trade, right? Because it's a 6 power.
So it's what is that grove god? Is it a 5/5 or a?
So it was the Morkant was a 3/2, and then the other one was a 3/3. Either way, 6 power to the Stoic, so that did not actually save it. So yeah, maybe not needed there because that didn't really do much, but that's okay. still Noah looking great in this game for sure.
Yeah. Plenty of action. I'd also love to see this Nightmare Sow down before any more instant speed spells are cast.
Yeah.
As that does help you. It's also basically a combat trick, so giving creatures -1/-1.
Did top deck the Prisma Brawler here, so being able to, have a 6/6 on defense is really what it's all about.
Yeah.
It is solid for the Prisma Basher.
He's so cute. What a cute little Tyrannosaurus bear pig.
Yeah. If you saw that charging at you in the wild, though, that wouldn't be so cute. I'll tell you that.
No. Hopefully it runs me over before I see it, and then that's fine.
There you go. So looks like Pascal can only cast one spell. And that forcing the block is a nice, interesting wrinkle as well. So no matter what, Noah's going to have quite the turn next turn and force Pascal into a situation he doesn't want to be in. But I think you still just have to jam the 6/6.
Yeah. Get the biggest thing down on the board. Hope that you can kill one of these attackers. It's going to make combat tricky because we know about the combat trick in hand, as well as the ability to pump on board here for the Safe Ride Cavalry. So Pascal doing his best to stem the bleeding.
Yep. And, the forced block here from our 3-drop from Noah is a big deal.
Yeah.
So
Vinebread Brawler.
Forcing this Prisma Bear to get into combat is important.
Yeah. Because, they'll trade if the pump goes on to the Brawler. And he can't block he has no choice to block the Safe Ride Cavalry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Noah's hand still great.
Yeah. Pummeler for Hire, the Scarblade Malice, the Nightmare Sower. Did he play a land now?
We just played a land.
Yeah, okay.
So let's see where we want to go with combat. Just attacking. Okay, attacking with both. And now this does pump that. Now.
Okay, just using the Scarblade Malice, getting a 2/2 out of the deal. That'll give it Death Touch and kill the bear thing, elemental.
Yep, that is perfect. And then can just play another threat, take half of Pascal's life away. Play this giant, gain 4 life, looks pretty good. Yeah. And then just this cavalry just seems like it's going to go the distance here because, well, the 4/4 cavalry coming into play, even if Pascal's making a wall of tree folks, those tree folks are 3/4s and they just have to chump every single time. So Pascal's actually not getting anywhere with just doing that. So seems like Pascal's deck maybe is lacking removal, which is a rough thing to be lacking when it comes to sealed, to say the least.
Changeling Wayfinder, gonna find another forest. Hey, bud, welcome to the battlefield. We need your help.
Yeah, getting the second forest here on turn 15, definitely what you want for your affinity to forest thing.
Another Sneakling, Mischievous Sneakling in hand there for Pascal.
Yeah, brought back with the Morcant from earlier.
It's a great card.
And this kind of sums up what we're going to be seeing. I would say, at least from Pascal's side, is like we have the Morcant, but also, we're playing Scarecrows, we're playing Elementals, Lions, Tigers, and Bears. Oh my! Basically everything but all elves. You're not going to see these perfect decks that play 17 elves.
Nice. I love that card too. Glitterbairn is what Noah just picked up.
Such a good card. Such a good card in sealed, especially. Like
now, this you want to play pre-combat.
Yes. I mean, this one's awesome. Now you're able to just absolutely pump one creature to force some really tough blocks. And when you pump up your Trampler here, that has ward. I mean, that looks phenomenal. Looks like we're gonna have Noah being a 1-0 up against.
Hell yeah.
The established player of Pascal Maynard.
Not too bad for his first feature match, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it is always awesome at these events. You know, because you will find players of different caliber. You will find the pros versus the, complete novices.
Yeah. The people that it's
It's
in their city
great.
and be like, I love
Yeah.
playing limited on Arena. I'm gonna play this tournament. And that's the thing is these spotlight events is for everyone. It is for
Yeah.
the established pros. It's for players that are maybe just fresh to the tournament. It's so much fun. And hey, you crack open a sealed, even if you are maybe a little new to competitive Magic,
Yeah.
you crack up a busted sealed, all of a sudden you
You
are
can
gonna
go
be
all the way.
you're going to be competing with the big players here, as long as you can make sure to make some good mulligan decisions, try
Yeah.
to play as tight as you can, and that's always fun to see.
That's always why I've loved limited, is because it doesn't matter what the player opposite you, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter how good they are, it doesn't matter how much money they have in their pocket to buy the best deck and all the coolest cards, whatever. It's just,
yeah,
what did you open in your six packs? That's all that matters right now.
absolutely. Everybody has a chance to win in limited. That is
Hell
well
yeah.
said.
Blocks being assigned now by Pascal. Bar Bloodletter on the little elf that
When
arrived.
really
Yeah.
all that Pascal is kind of thinking is, I am so dead, I'm so dead, I'm so dead. What on earth can I possibly do is probably what's going through his head right now because, well, it just seems like Noah's draws have just been a lot more streamlined. I think Noah has played
Yeah.
a lot better cards. And, Pascal has done the best he could. And I think if the swamps to forest ratio here just
Mm,
that simple factor was switched around, I think this is much closer of a game as this nursery would have cranked out 3 to 4 tree folk
for
already.
sure.
But with him drawing 5 swamps and 1 forest, it's just so brutal to be able to
Yeah.
compete.
Sneaking hits the board now for Pascal. Is he getting busy blocking here?
Yeah, and the problem is presumably we have our trampling ward creature that got
He-
boosted from the
This
oof.
this giant doesn't have trample. This one's just Vigi Reach.
Oh, that's the Vigi Reach one.
Yeah,
Okay,
so the
that's right.
little
That's
ones who
right.
can
Okay.
block there quite happily.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah,
And then,
probably the creature, the token is what got boosted up then I would assume.
yeah, the tree
And
folk getting indestruct as well.
yeah, honestly, if Noah picked any creature that wasn't the oof that's not attacking right now, it's a great target. Like and Pascal just had to sack the sapling nursery
Yeah.
here just to not, have his entire board decimated. And
Oh,
that's
that's
not a great
rough.
feeling.
It is not. All right. So what is our color? What's our vivid count here? Here comes a sower, I would imagine. So that's, oh, we've already got black on board courtesy
Yeah.
of the
So green,
equipment.
blue, black. We got Sultai so far. So +3 to something.
Yeah. Does he have enough to pump the elf if he wants to? Doesn't look
Doesn't
like it.
look like it, so I would assume we get a strap here
Yep.
from and hey, that's another reason to play this post combat, right? You already have a
Yeah.
black permanent, so you don't need that. You want to be able to pump up your creature if you need to.
Hmm.
All these little things really do add up in a game of limited.
For sure. Keep your options open.
So now it looks like we're gonna attack with a 5/5 and a 7/7. Ooh, getting the oof in as well is maybe a little
Woo!
scary. But this could easily be reasonable because this is pretty much saying there has to be at least one chump block on
The
the
big guy.
7/7 giant. That is a lethal attacker. And yeah, that's what I was afraid of too, is the 1 damage doesn't really matter from the oof.
Yeah.
So losing it here to not a premium removal spell from Pascal seems
Yeah.
not worth it here. So I would have left that one home for sure.
Pascal takes 5 then. Yep, down to
Yeah.
2. And this bird.
Looks like we had the stoic guide in the yard to be able to make a 2/2. It looked like from Noah's side. So
Yeah.
able to have that going as well. But now,
Oh, okay.
without the oof in play, it is just, can you beat these creatures? If
Yeah.
so, great. But with the oof pumping up your team every single turn,
Mm.
it's so hard for Pascal to come back.
Yeah, I would have kept that guy around.
Yeah.
Pascal's at 1. He found another blocker, the chitinous graspling. So there's another reach creature. What does Noah have in hand?
Looks like no. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we got.
Don't
Is
play
that
your
the?
cards so close to your chest, man.
I think it's a Dawn Hand Dissident.
Oh, icky.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. It's put on quite a show here on our feature map
Yeah.
area so far.
So you're always attacking with the cavalry because that card is
Yes.
just putting Pascal
Too good.
into the abyss.
For those of you who don't know what that means, it's basically the abyss. If you abyss someone, you force them to block, they will lose something.
Yeah, it forces them to lose one creature every turn until they're fully out of creatures. Yeah, there we go. That is a very old card. That is for sure.
That art is wild. Jeez.
That is wild. I was assuming we didn't have old cards in the file since I didn't see Colossal Dreadmaw put up there earlier, but we'll have a talking with Anurag later here about this, okay?
No, be nice to our directors. They can make us look good or bad.
That's fair. That's fair.
Alrighty, so one bird.
Ooh.
Oi, Dawn Hand Dissident. What can Pascal draw to get himself out of this pickle? It's the flashy guy, the 4/2 archer.
The 4/2 archer, that is a
That's
chump
his name.
blocker. And right now, all Noah
Dawn's
would have
Light
to
Archer.
do is send them all sideways. And that's going to be 1-0 from Noah. You know, this is an X2 tournament where as long as you finish 6 and 2, you're still in. So anybody who loses round 1, you're doing fine. It is not over yet. Of course, the more you lose in the morning, the tougher your day becomes.
Yeah. 18 points is what you need. You get 3 points per match win. Math says that is 6 wins needed to get through. Pascal says, you know what? I ain't got nothing. Let's move on with our tournament. 2-0 there for Noah Glogauer. Congratulations. And looking forward to seeing how the rest of the tournament treats him.
Yeah, absolutely. Noah's deck has some good power there. And I think this was just a classic. Noah's deck definitely did seem better. Noah played some of those spots really well. And, some of the rares really carried him across the finish line. So big congrats to Noah. Hopefully we'll be seeing him going late in this tournament.
Yep. Commiserations to Pascal, but you know what? You're a great player and plenty more Magic to come for the pro. Friends, we're going to take a very short break, but it's going to be only 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere unless it will only take you 5 minutes because we have more Magic coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Spotlight Eclipsed here in Toronto. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the first 4 rounds of sealed action today. It is Lorwyn Eclipsed Limited, and we couldn't be happier, Corey.
Oh God, I love it. I'm so excited to just watch competitive limited. I'm
Hell
going to
yeah.
get progressively, the FOMO is going to be building as it goes because I
Yeah.
want to be playing competitive limited as well. So I'll settle with watching it, as I think it's going to be a great day to watch the Magic.
Absolutely, friends. If you're just joining us, well, you're right on time to find out how things are going to shake out this weekend. Let's take a look at our schedule for today and tomorrow. Corey, what's happening?
All right, so we're going to be starting it off with Lorwyn Eclipsed Sealed, as Ailey was saying. We're going to be playing 8 rounds today, and it is 18 points or more to advance to day number 2. That is a 6-2 record or better. So we're going to be turning these 1,800 players into a heck of a lot less.
Yeah,
It'll be
that's
falling down to around 4 to 6-ish hundred players. I'm no mathematician to figure out the exact number, but either way, that makes it a very difficult tournament. 6-2 is a very tough record to make it in. And then tomorrow, we're going to be starting the broadcast an hour earlier to make room for this gigantic event. That's going to be at 10 a.m. And tomorrow, we're going to be starting it off. Ailey Loney and I will be firing off a couple drafts in the morning. We'll be following some featured drafters. We're going to have draft 1, which will be 3 Swiss rounds. Draft 2, we'll be checking out the drafters, and then have 3 more Swiss rounds. And then the top 8 draft will be exactly the same, but all 8 of those players will be heading to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and it's not just our ugly mugs you have to put up with, friends. No. There's also going to be Monty Davuti and our lovely friend Dom Harvey joining later on today and taking you through the rest of tomorrow as well. So, what are we playing for this weekend, friend?
So much money. It is a total of $50,000 that we are giving away here at the Spotlight Series in Toronto. First place is going to be a cool $10,000, all the way down to the top 8, all getting a 4-digit payout, as well as top 8 will be going to Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here in Las Vegas in not too long. And then even all the way down to 64th place, you get some money, as well as some foil promos and regular promos to these players as well.
Oh, is it Mistbind Click? I don't want to.
Vendilion Click, so. I believe.
Vendilion Click. Okay.
Everyone gets the Vendilion Click, and I want to say it's a top 128 get the foil one.
Yes.
And that's also very much a callback as original Lorwyn, Vendilion Click, Mistbind Click, Scion of Una. Oh my God, all the fairies. That was my favorite Kindred style deck back in the day. I'll try. I get excited.
All right, friends, let's jump into the magic here. That's what you want to see. That's what you came here for. Let's get into the action. It is not Eduardo Sajkovic and Tate Smith. It is, in fact, Owen Turcotte, our RC Calgary winner from last year, playing an Abzan list up against Deepak Jain, playing an Azorius Brew. So let's get things underway here. I see a Tam, Mindful First, you're on board. This thing is a pain in the butt to get through. If you don't have removal for Tam, you ain't touching nothing else, friend.
Yeah, if anyone's played against a Mother of Ruins before, you'll kind of have an idea of how this card works. It is any kind of removal spell aimed at anything but this creature is going to be devastating. And oh no, that has to be the worst case scenario for Owen. That's almost a reason to never attack with that.
No, if they got 2 blue up, you don't even go anywhere near him. You just leave them be. Oh, yeah. That's rough.
That is pretty rough. And as far as the 2 deck lists, for Deepak on the right, this deck is headlined by far by 2 kin binding. 2.
I'm sorry, what?
2 kin binding.
That's just one of the best rares in the set? Okay.
Definitely one of the top 5 for sure.
And
then from Owen's side, a solid Abzan deck. We do have Doran Besieged by Time, which is in this list, which is a very solid card as well, as well as a Gloom Ripper to be able to synergize as well. So both decks look excellent. Both players 1-0.
Sweet. All righty. Well, our Crossroads, I forget what this guy's called. So Crossroads Watcher hits the board here. Excellent 3-drop. Able to attack through this Eclipsed Marrow as it's just a 2/3. So able to get some damage dealt here is Owen.
And getting the 3/4 Changeling reach on the battlefield as well. Had a nice curve up, but you got to think if Owen had the perfect information of, can I take that attack back and keep your extremely powerful 2-drop around? Owen would have definitely done that.
Oh yeah. No takesies backsies, friend. You
Yeah,
declared
definitely.
attackers, I blocked you, you lose it.
Exactly. Competitive IRL, there's
Ariel, not IRL. Ariel.
yes, yes, touche, touche. They are IRL though,
They
so
are. They are IRL and it's Ariel. Don't worry, I get so confused by abbreviations
yeah.
and acronyms too. Oh boy, Chitinous Graspling on the board here. What is Deepak going to do with his turn now? He's got a couple options. Unexpected assistance. I see kin binding. No, or is that Clachan Festival? That's Clachan
That's the
Festival.
festival, yeah.
Jeez, he's got that too? Blossom
Yeah.
Bind on the big guy though. Not allowed.
This deck looks awesome. Now we are seeing a lot of
Jeez.
merfolks here, and
Yeah.
then all those other creatures are putting in Kithkins, but either
Mm-hmm.
way, this feels like the exact kind of deck that I would want. Blue-white,
Oh
I
yeah.
really like it sealed. The card advantage, the synergies,
Yeah.
and the Black and Festival is just amazing in any deck that's white. The fact that it is
For
a
sure.
late game mana sink to be able to just crank out 1/1s is
Mm-hmm.
awesome.
Deep Channel Duelist hit the board here, so now there's 3-4 able to attack cleanly through the Crossroads Watcher. Turn passes back now to Owen Chircott. What has he got for his turn? Does look like he's got all of his mana lined up there, so if there is a Doran, we could be besieged by time. Doesn't look like it just yet, though.
Yeah, and as far as the mana base goes from Owen, that's kind of what I'm going to be checking out right away. And it's a
Yeah.
9-4-3 mana base. So that is the classic. I don't have great fixing, but I need to play my good cards and just kind of get a little lucky. So that being said, this 3-3 that does create treasures when it
Noggle
comes into
Robber.
play or dies, very good at helping with your fixing.
Yeah. Noggle Robber, another 3-3. Crossroads Watcher, another 3-3. These guys they're doing a good job, They're coming up the board here, they're getting the damage through, they're doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna see a lot of 3-3 typal decks instead of just like I have all the Kithkins or I have all the merfolks. Sealed, you gotta get a little scrappy.
And also talking about, when to play things, pre-combat, post-combat, Crossroads Watcher, you definitely want your critters on the board beforehand, as they do get +1 when a creature enters.
Yeah, absolutely.
What
So
we got
now
here? Blachen Festival time.
we got the festival, and I believe we had the unexpected the card draw spell, unexpected assistance.
Oof,
so
lovely.
no matter what, that is just a solid play. Say go, end step after some blocks or something, just fire that removal spell off, or that card draw spell.
It's probably like 2 blue, counter spell. What are you playing here, friend?
Right.
But like you mentioned, the players do have access to the pools, so you can determine or discern what it is your opponent's playing just based on the quality of the cards that they open. So
yeah, if you look at 2 kin bindings in the pool and you see that your opponent is playing planes, you can probably assume they're both in the deck.
Oh, absolutely.
that one doesn't take Scooby-Doo to solve that mystery.
Excuse me, it's profts in this environment.
Oh, yes, there we go.
Deepak now down to 9. And excuse me, the deck lists are closed, so you're not always too sure what your opponent's got, but
fair enough.
Oh boy, if he sees one of them, he's going to be very, very aware of it the next game.
Yeah, and now it just looks like Deepak's hand is full of gas. Just I believe that is just 5 spells. Okay, 4 spells there. So great advantage here, especially because Owen just sent in the attackers here and did not have any follow-up here. So that is going to be devastating.
Still 2 cards in hand for Owen.
Yeah, and you got to think Owen could definitely have removal spells in hand because, well, Deepak, has the merfolk, the powerful merfolk lord there to be able to pump that up. But outside of that, it's not like the most premium removal spell target. So we could see that. Otherwise, the much more likely scenario is Owen has lands.
Yep. Could well be the case. Here we're tapping for 4 now. What's the play? It's going to be a Chitinous Graspling of Deepak's own.
I want to say saw the pacifism style of enchantment to be able to lock down an attacker. So I think that's what we were really considering there is, do we want to fire that off right now? Doesn't look like we do. And let's see. Doran would be a great draw. I mean, Doran is excellent at when it attacks itself, it becomes quite large. But when you have a bunch of 3/3s, it's a little less than exciting. That's for sure.
Hey, listen, 3/3s win games, all right?
Hey, that's true. That is true.
Look, Deepak's down to 9.
Hey, I love a good 3/3. Don't get me wrong.
Me too. What's your favorite 3/3? Oh, Dundoolin guy. I like this friend. Dundoolin Weaver.
Yeah, wow, that's interesting.
Tam.
That's what I was thinking too. The one thing is Tam doesn't give protection, like the Mother of Ruin style of effect, so you can just attack through. It is really, you point a removal spell at this, it's not going to work, but that is usually plenty fine.
Yeah, you know what? Owen using all his mana, being efficient, getting another big trampler on board, and making life a little trickier here. Saying, would you like to block this Chitness Graspling? Would trade with it?
Yep.
Oh wait, no, it's a 3/4, isn't it?
It's a 4/5 now with the.
It's a 4/5. Oh yes. Okay, so it is 5 power because we had the Weaver and we had the Watcher. Okay.
So it would be a clean trade right now, and that Owen's whole turn here was just okay. I need to get my creature up to enough power to at least be able to, represent a trade here from this changeling. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of scrappy changelings here in the sealed portion of this tournament.
Absolutely. And they're good, like the designers of the set knew what they were doing. They added a bunch of changelings in that could fit well into any of the archetypes. So
yeah,
100%. I don't hate playing them. That's also usually the one thing I look at is like, okay, what multicolor spells or multicolor in inverted commas do I have to fill out the pool? Ooh, Reese the Evermore. Hey, bud.
Okay, yeah.
And the Pestered Wellguard.
Excellent. That hand looks really, really strong.
Good gravy. That's a nice hand. Okay. Pestered Wellguard, another great way if you could keep this going and get the engine pumping out little fairies, you are very, very happy.
Yeah, Deepak's deck looks great. I would snap that off if I could going into this tournament. That is for sure.
I wonder how many tapping things he got, to be able to not have to put that into combat.
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be a big thing. How much you can convoke that card out, that is going to be a very big deal with this kind of card.
Yeah. Here comes Reese the Evermore. He'll flash in and give something persist. Nice. Love it. So Pestered Wellguard able to block and clear something off here.
Yep, that is great.
The Watcher.
And it does definitely feel like Owen is just playing like, all right, I got creatures. I have very few removal spells. I'm going to be jamming and turning these sideways as much as I can. And Deepak definitely has the more bomby deck, I would say, a little bit more of the power.
Yeah, I like this approach. If you don't have removal, use your creatures as such.
Yeah, power and toughness and sealed. That becomes a very important thing. And kind of even seeing just the festival in play, eventually Deepak is going to make enough creatures that he'll take over the game. So that card puts on a solid amount of pressure on its own.
Love to see Owen draw something meaningful here. Big thanks now for Deepak. What's he going to go for?
Ooh,
nice. Little Man of War action.
Exactly. Solid Man of War that got a little boosted power.
Yeah.
Man of War was already amazing. So the fact that you made it a creature type that matters in this limited format and the fact that it gets to hit a little harder is excellent here.
Now Deepak's feeling a lot more comfortable, gets one of the critters off the board, just the Dundoolin Weaver on the board now.
And you pretty much have to block with the Weaver here on that, as this cranking out creatures from just attacking, it's too much. So either way, Deepak is very much in the driver's seat here, and the deck looks incredible.
So one little flyer could be relevant for, getting this game closed out. Just a land drawn for Owen that looked like an Evolving Wilds, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like it to me. And I believe we had the removal spell here from Deepak to just be able to stop that from blocking, get in a gigantic attack here of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and put Owen down to 3. And without any sweepers that I can see, I don't see the put 2/2 counters on everything
Yeah. Oh,
in
spiral to
Owen's
solitude.
list.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little brutal here.
This will hurt. Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, looks like putting Owen down to 3 can just say go, activate the festival. And the one thing that Deepak hasn't had to do yet here in this game, which is actually a pretty big deal before we head into sideboarding against a green deck, is play any of the kin bindings
Yeah.
because you immediately bring in naturalize effects for game 2 if you have them in your board, if you do see them.
Owen cracking his Evolving Wilds, going to find a basic. Deepak taking a look at the graveyard. But yeah, his deck just looks plenty fine, even without kin binding. It's like it's not even necessary.
Yep. And I do think blue-white here is going to be one of the more powerful. I mean, it's already one of the more powerful, archetype that you can have in draft. But in sealed especially, I think it is going to extra shine, even though we've kind of seen green as maybe the most popular / best color. Blue-white together is very impressive.
Absolutely. All right, so Owen not able to find anything to stave off the attack there from Deepak. He did a great job, getting his creatures into combat, chipping away at the life total, but just not finding anything, meaningful to be able to shore up his board state there.
Yep, absolutely.
Friends, if you want to grab some goodies from your Canadian neighbors, well, go check out face2facegames.com. It's it's Canada's premier Magic store. Go check them out. You can buy cards, you can sell cards, get 30%, bonus when you do so, and pick up all the latest sets.
Yeah, you got to check out this set. This set is great if you haven't had a chance to play some limited with it. Even the impact it had on standard, it's just kind of a home run so far.
Sure is. Let's go. Game number 2. Is Owen going to take the play? Is he happy with his hand? Looks like we're mulliganing to 6.
Yeah, and that is the problem, I mean, I think this is very much a format where you need to have a gigantic reason to be on the draw. I mean, a red deck with 4 of the shocks, something like that. Some extreme case like that. But, when you're on the play and you mulligan to 6, it feels so bad. Yeah. Where if I love taking the draw in sealed deck draft, it's almost never correct. But I love playing a sealed deck with either some sweepers or a ton of removal, being on the draw and just trying to win that attrition battle. But it's not always or often correct when a format you need to be this proactive in, like Lorwyn Eclipsed.
Liz Alana Informant to start things off here for Owen. So a great body on board. You don't mind if it dies. In fact, you'd prefer if it does in some instances, especially in a Golgari deck.
Yeah, great card. Synergizes with Golgari extremely well. And just another card that has good power, good ability when it dies to be able to make sure you hit your land drops. Or late game, make sure you don't flood out.
Yes. In for 3. Not going to get Sneakling this time around.
Yeah, this time you wouldn't mind the Sneakling as much. But the Sneakling last game, I'm still reeling over it.
Probably Owen is too.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Consummate professional. Brush it off one game at a time. Crossways Watcher hits the board now for Owen Turcotte.
Yeah, and if you win an RC like Owen did here not too long ago, you've been in these spots before. Cool, calm, collected. Seems to be doing great here.
Yeah, you won that RC by playing Jeskai Blink in Modern.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Neat. That deck also won the USRC in Vegas at the same time. That deck was incredible.
Nice.
At the time for sure. So big congrats to Owen.
Changeling Wayfinder now for Owen. Gonna go and find the color he's missing. I bet you he's gonna find a Swamp Quarry.
I think we found a Plains.
What? Oh.
Must have already had the swamp in hand or needs the double white would be my guess here.
Ooh, double white for what? We shall find out.
So far, Deepak just first play being on the draw, a 3/4 reach creature here with the Chitterous Graspling. That is not great as your first play. As now, if Owen is just able to clear that one out, it looks like we're going to be too far behind here from Deepak.
That's pretty slow, huh? What's he got in hand that he was keen to have his 4th turn as the first thing he does?
Maybe Keen or Kin bindings.
Could
Maybe
be
a bunch
could
of
be
Kin bindings.
2 keens, perhaps.
Could have, of course, had some mulligans as well. You never know.
Yeah.
But either way, yeah, usually too slow up against a deck that just came out swinging here.
I like this guy. Hello. This is the Slumbering Walker. You remove things on the end step and you bring back critters. Heck yeah.
That card is phenomenal.
So any attack now is just like, it's totally chill. Don't worry. Okay, granted, it will kill it. I mean, you won't be able to bring this one back specifically, but...
Yeah, only the Changeling would be able to come back. But actually, yeah, because it is power 2 or less. So the nice thing is Owen does have one look on the library of if this creature is power 2 or less, you just throw that into the graveyard so fast.
Yes, yeah.
Because, well, it's going to go straight into play.
That would be so cool. Yeah. So maybe I suppose in that case, Deepak wouldn't still want to block the Crossroads Watcher because it would have been a trade.
Yeah. So yeah, the Changeling, you really don't want to block that one. So yeah, maybe attacking with the 3/1 there is maybe not the most ideal attack, but Deepak is down to 5. Like this game is very close to over. So Owen is just trying to pressure damage here.
It's Wrath of God mana. Could be Settle the Wreckage.
There we go.
That's not in this format. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I was like, you never know. Could be a bonus sheet thing for sure. I believe you.
True. Some of the bonus, the special guests, I see them and I'm like, wait, what? This is in the set too?
I am such a big fan of the special guest cards, you know, because they don't show up very often and they add a little extra layer to limited. We saw Bitter Blossom here earlier in Eduardo's deck, and those kind of things are just fun.
They are. And when you open them in a sealed pool, especially, you're just like, oh, I am blessed.
Yes, absolutely.
What do we got here, friend? Oh, hey, Doran! Woo!
Wow.
Time. Ooh, these are going to be some big attacks now from the Slumbering Walker.
Yeah, no kidding. This is going to be gigantic for an attack, and it is whenever a creature attacks, it gets pumped. So
right? Oh, it's a creature? Whenever a creature control attacks, it blocks, it gets... No, it's any creature, right? Yeah. So each of them will get plus X+X, where that's the difference between their power and toughness. So he's just dead here.
Exactly. So the change
is a 1/2, a 3, a 4/3, and whatever the 2/7. Is that what it is?
Definitely dead on board. But if Deepak has 5 mana available and has nothing to say about this, I'll be very shocked and think, what on earth kind of hand did you keep?
Yeah.
As your first play is on turn 4 and you don't have interaction. So I would imagine we got something here for sure.
But what? What's that?
Oh, I think that is just the block and get another, or blink and get another blocker. That's not great.
No. Keeps him alive though.
Yeah.
Because it has to block the Trampler, right?
Yeah, or the Trampler is one that you can let slide because that would be 4 power.
But he gets the buff. It's a 4/3, so it's +1/+1. So it's a 5/4.
Well, it doesn't get the buff because its toughness is not higher than its power. Is that the
Isn't that just the difference on Doran? Let's just double check Doran. I'm pretty sure
Doran is the creature itself's power and toughness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whenever a creature controlled attacks or blocks, it gets +X+X in a turn where X is the difference between its power and its toughness. So it'll be +1/+1.
Just the difference. Okay, I always think, you think Doran, you're like, its toughness has to be bigger.
They've reformatted him, so he's not just about toughness. So if you made a commander deck around Doran, for example, you can play all of the 7/1s and get +6/+6.
God, Doran got even better. Doran was already amazing. So, all right. I like it.
That's cool. And
either way you slice it here, Deepak is probably not going to be coming back from this. And this was just the classic case of the hand was just far too slow.
I mean, yeah, and there's not that many sweepers in this format either. You would think, okay, maybe white got 1. We know black's got Darkness Descends, and then red's got I don't know what that spell is that always kills me. But yeah.
Soul Immolation.
Soul Immolation,
right?
yes, that one.
That card. That card is a beating, that's for sure. And there is one kin binding, but I mean,
that's too late.
I would make
Too
sure to
late.
not show that to Owen and just head to the next game
Yeah.
and try to be on the play, have a little bit more of a cohesive draw, and
Proactive
try
hand
to
as well.
compete a little bit more.
Yeah. And at this point, if it's basically cool, you're donezo. There's no real point in casting these spells, right?
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
it's not going to stay alive. That's a 2 toughness creature up against a trampler that'll be 4 power. Okay, cool. Marrow, let's see.
yeah, I mean, dead
He's
on
just
board.
just dead.
So
Yeah, you're just dead.
yeah,
Stop
and
playing
I
your
mean,
cards.
honestly, Owen did Deepak a favor there because we were
Yeah.
just about to reveal a card off the Merfolk, and
Yeah.
instead we didn't have to give away any information there.
Yeah.
So yep, GG, heading to game 3.
Let's do it. Head to facetofacegames.com if you want to pick up the latest and greatest cards from the set. Ooh, go get yourself a shiny moon shadow. You know what? You deserve it.
I do. I
Hmm.
want it.
Hmm.
That looks good.
I think I opened one actually. It's very pretty.
Yeah, the card is great. Had it in a Rakdos deck where you're just sacking a bunch of things. It's very powerful, and for 1 mana, extremely good. So
Love it. I love little critters, 1-drops that get bigger over time. So that figure of what's it, Fable in the set?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that card is unbelievable.
It's
That
so good.
card is extremely powerful, and looks like Deepak's hand looks a lot better here. We do have the Merfolk to be able to play on turn 3,
Mhm.
and then just has some plays there for turn 4 as well. So maybe nothing on turn 2, which is less than ideal. This
Yeah.
format is something where you very much want to curve from 2 all the way up, but it's not absolutely needed. This isn't a format where it's so fast that if you don't play a 2-drop, you're falling behind, especially in sealed. It gets even slower, which
Yeah.
I love.
I do enjoy playing my cards and not just getting run over by 1 and 2-drops. So I'm with you on that one.
I
Eclipse
want to
Mirror now.
say Deepak there for the card that was right in front. It looked like an alternate version of a card. I want to say it was kin binding.
I'm pretty sure that's kin binding as well.
Yeah, so that is a classic case of, okay, we just want to make sure to get to 5 lands, start playing that, and take over the game extremely quickly.
Yes,
That
that is kin
changeling
binding.
is also awesome at just copying this Eclipse Marrow as well.
Oh yeah, the Omni Changeling. That card's great.
Yeah. We can just play that next turn. So Eclipse Marrow into Eclipse Marrow essentially is very strong.
I've never. Oh, okay, we're blocking that though. I've never had a bad time playing this Changeling. I'll just say that.
Yeah. So these kind of changelings or these kind of clone effects, they're always very mid if they only target something of yours. But the fact that you can copy your opponent's biggest thing and then kill their big thing really throws that card over the edge. And that's without even talking about Convoke on the card. Convoke on the card really, really throws it over.
I think
over
I've
the
copied
top.
a Spine Rock Tyrant with that once
Oh, there
before,
you go.
honestly. Yeah, it's not
But you won
bad.
that game.
I did not, but it was still fun.
Love it.
I
didn't.
was
The
too
one thing
far
I didn't
behind.
love was this block here from Deepak.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to keep that creature around to be able to make another copy and kind of go wide a little bit, but
Well, hear
wow,
me
just
out.
passing the
Wow.
turn.
Why? What's in hand that he can get lost, I guess. Man, I would have wanted to get the Well Guard down there and copy that next turn.
Yeah. Looks like I saw the Imposter, the 2/2 flash flyer to be able to come into play.
The Flock Imposter.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not doing a good job landing in, just saying, ooh, Lewin, Imperfect Naturalist now.
But also didn't play the extremely powerful Merfolk of when you turn it sideways, getting yourself some extra creatures. Hard to not put the 5-drop here. The
Gloom
extremely
Ripper.
Yeah, Gloom Ripper is extremely good. Ren to play. All right, Owen's definitely showing us the hits here.
Oh yeah.
As those two cards are both amazing.
I guess that is the one downside to the black-based decks, right? A lot of the cards like to mill.
Yeah. Well, you do get to put this on top, at least, if you want.
I'm just saying in terms of keeping your secrets,
Yeah, that is true. But yeah, putting this Gloom Ripper on top, it feels like it's basically a must. I mean, this is almost assuredly saying Owen doesn't have the mana to cast it, if you even think about it. Or you need the planes, maybe, but I mean, this is one of the better rares in the set. So I'd be very tempted to be keeping this one around.
He doesn't have a land in hand. He's got Noggle Robber he can cast to get to land 5. But yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
he's just going to put a land on top.
Wow. And, the fact that you can just discard lands over and over and make some insects, that ability takes over the game as well.
Oh, for sure. I see your Clachen Festival, and I raise you my Lewin.
All right. Able to deal with that creature. I see the reason why we held back. But the one problem about that from Deepak is just the big problem of not being mana efficient. But it might not matter if this is the kin binding turn, as I would love to get that going, if that is indeed the card there.
Oh, yeah. Talk about running away with the game. That'll do it.
Yeah, the fact that you just get that for free, sure, when you have no board presence
yes.
right now. You saw a big shake of the head there from Owen. That was probably of, oh no. That's a good card.
Bound. Nice.
Yeah. And this card, when you're already ahead, ends the game immediately. But when you're behind, it helps you catch up, where every turn you get an extra creature. It's a better Bitter Blossom. So that makes a lot of sense to Liminal Hold that.
Hell yeah. Owen gets that off the board. Only 1 creature's worth of damage dealt. Also gains 2 life for his troubles. Now, does Deepak have number 2 in the holster? Let's see.
Or, another Liminal Hold to deal with the Liminal Hold. White has plenty of ways to destroy enchantments as well. So
yeah,
there could be a plethora of things available.
This Omni guy can only copy creatures, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, can't just become... He's not like a Mockingbird that can be a land when needed.
Yeah.
Yes, any creature. Okay.
1 away from playing your 4-drop and then tapping it sideways to get the creature and Omni Changeling it. That play would be incredible right now. And it would have worked with the kin binding still in play. That would have been so
that would have been very, very cool. Oof. Yeah, that would have just been like lights out for Owen, you think.
Yeah, no kidding. Hard to come back from that one.
Dundulan Weaver picked up there for Owen. Nothing in the yard. Wait, where did our graveyard go?
Yeah, there's plenty in the yard. There's plenty in the yard.
It's just off to the side there. Okay.
Yeah,
it's hiding.
We'll lecture Owen after the match to keep the sideboard on the battlefield.
Yeah, don't confuse the casters, okay? We get hurt when we get confused.
We do that enough on our own, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Noggle Robber, 2 green needed to cast it. But
Noggle Robber is just incredible. It is such a good card. The fact that you get it when it comes into play and when it leaves, and it counts as 2 colors for Vivid, like Noggle Robber is amazing.
Then we're going to see the Dundulan Weaver. What are we getting back from the yard there, sir?
Probably the Gloom.
Oh, yes. Woohoo!
And that's the reason why Owen didn't want to put that land on top, or didn't want to put the powerful creature on top. Just had the way to bring it back anyways. Just needed land. So this draw is looking really nice from Owen.
Yeah, we got a fight here, friend. Look how far we are into this game. 22 to 20 of the life totals. And we're just heating up.
Absolutely. Oh, Liminal Hold for the Liminal Hold. That is huge. Okay, so now, wow. Okay, so now some of the stuff that we can do just on surface value. Liminal Hold the Liminal Hold. That's just step 1. Get kin binding back, and now you can... Oh my goodness. So I think what I would like the most is to turn these creatures sideways, make a copy of the Weaver, and bring back your best card. That seems great.
Do it. Do it.
The Changeling, even just on your Merfolk, looks awesome as well.
Yeah. Oh, plenty to do. Are we attacking? No, we're not attacking, right?
We might be. They are all bigger. So the Merfolk, this isn't when the enchantment checks. So when this 3/2 taps sideways, it puts another creature in, you'll see them get boosted again. So every creature should get +2/+2. So we're attacking with a 3/3 and a 5/4. And this is going to show the power of kin binding. It'll close this game out very quickly if Owen is not able to find a second answer. And the thing is, if Deepak wants to, which we
Mhm.
very well might see, is never tap that 3 mana. You have the Flock Impersonator as well. So if you
Yes, you
go
do.
to
Yeah.
Limbo Hold the Kin Binding, just bounce it in response, and that will be excellent as well.
Mhm.
Love that art.
It's very silly.
Like, don't look over here. I'm just blending in.
Yeah.
So now, I mean, no matter what, Deepak has phenomenal plays here. Either play the Changeling post combat. You can even flash in the creature right now as a combat trick,
Yeah,
which
because
is
that'll also
kind of
buff
gross.
everything. Oh
Yeah.
no. Hoo-wee. This is so rough for Owen.
Just taking 8.
To me, that seems like the sensible thing, honestly.
I mean, it seems brutal either way. I would probably go to block, but of course, Owen's hand will change the texture of this game for sure. And if you want to play the Gloom Ripper here next turn and get some good value, you want to keep around some creature type mattering for the elves. And that's the
Mhm.
thing is, Owen can play this, is going to try to kill the 3/2, but in response, this
Mm.
Flock Impersonator is not only just going to save it where you don't have to actually bounce anything,
Yeah.
but will also be another body in play. And I believe Kin Binding still pumps on your
Yes.
opponent's turn as well. So,
Sure does.
yep, will be completely devastating to Owen.
Owen doing what he can here to try and keep this board under control, but it's going to be so difficult with Kin Binding on the board. Now, what are we targeting? So Gloomy Boy targets Lewin. Elf check for the yard. Targets the pestered Wellguard. Flashing in our friendly Flock Imposter to bounce that back to hand. So
Did go to
no,
buy.
thank you.
It was just -2, right? So you technically didn't have to return up to one other, and you could have just kept it alive if I'm understanding that interaction right. And okay, of course, Flock
Elves
Imposter couldn't
control
bounce.
plus the number of elf cards. Yeah, Flock Imposters just creatures.
Just creatures, so couldn't
Yeah.
bounce Kin Binding, but still a great exchange there. But from my understanding there, Deepak didn't need to bounce the
How
creature as it
many
looks like it was going to live.
how many
It's only
elves
2
are in the
elves,
yard?
right?
How many are
Oh
in the
yeah, of
bin?
course it
Yeah.
counts the yard too.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
I almost
The yard
assured
and
there
in
was
play, yeah.
no.
All
God,
good.
Gloom Ripper is so good.
It's very good.
Well,
Ooh,
now
hello. Spirals
Deepak's
of
hand
Solitude.
is still incredible.
Yeah, Omni Changeling, Spirals of Solitude, and the Pestered Wellguard. Good lord.
I mean, you can changeling and make it a Gloom Ripper as well.
Ugh.
Gross. And you have at least one changeling.
Yeah, and kill the Weaver or something if you really
So
want to.
Gloom Ripper, Deepak has to remember the trigger to put a Merfolk into play right now. I believe that's something you can miss.
Why are we putting Merfolk in? Oh yes, the fairy, you mean?
Yeah, from
The
it
fairy
puts in a
from
fairy from
yes, yeah.
the
The
okay,
Pestered
yep.
Wellguard, yeah.
But that should be putting in a creature regardless.
Mhm.
Yeah, the blue black fairy. God, I for whatever reason I remember that one still being a ground merfolk creature. It's so much better putting in a flyer.
Oh yeah.
Now all of a sudden, what you just put in 4 creatures into play, so your entire team gets +4/+4. And then Twin Binding, ladies and gentlemen, it is so devastatingly powerful if gone unchecked.
So it's the 3 attackers that are all +4/+4?
That is correct.
Ah!
And Owen had the answer for one. We didn't even see the second one, but had the answer to unlock it here. So that was, one of the best possible draws was that second liminal hold off the top.
Yeah. Sheesh, this deck is nuts.
Yeah, this looks good. This looks real. Honestly, both decks look pretty solid, but of course, Deepak's looks a little bit better to me.
I mean, if I could have dibs on either one of these decks, give me double Kin Binding any day.
Yeah, if you could tell me I could lock in the double Kin Binding deck here from Deepak, I would have said, "Hey, sorry, y'all. We gotta find Ailey a co-commentator. I need to go play my double Kin Binding deck here in Toronto." And Owen's trying his best here. What can I possibly do here? And when you have to put 7 power in front of a Kithkin, you know things are not going well. 7 power in front of a 1/1 Kithkin.
Down to
Wow.
1. Lordy. I think we're about to see Deepak pick up a 2-1 here against Owen Turcott. Continuing his undefeated run. This is round 2 of Spotlight Eclipse. Coming to you from Toronto, friends. Thank you so much for being here with us. Oh, that's at least something that can kill a flyer, but is it too little too late?
Or it could kill the kin binding, right?
Yeah,
So
I could do that too.
That would do that, but now the damage is already done.
Yeah, no, nothing going there for Owen, unfortunately. What are you going to do against such a powerful bomb? Deepak Jain picking up a win there with a sweet Azorius list.
Yeah, absolutely. For Deepak, we very much want to make sure we tried to not keep those no plays until turn 4 hands because while his deck is enough to really compete against any other deck as long as you can keep a playable hand there. So impressive stuff. We'll be seeing him going the distance on day 1, I would imagine, with that one.
Absolutely. All right, friends, I do believe we are ready for our next match here from our feature match area. We are going to be checking out Brian James up against David Rude, who won a team pro tour back in 2005, was it? With Gab Nassif and Gab Zhang.
Yeah, that's right. As well as, I believe, made the top 8 here of pro tour Edge of Eternities here not too long ago.
Yeah.
David Rude kind of back on the pro scene. And is just a phenomenal player and a really nice player as well.
Yeah. Team Cosmos heavy play. You can see his sweater that he's repping. Is he holding that card upside down? Why is he holding that card upside down?
Because that is known information to Brian as we just revealed it. So that is a classic thing really strong players will do. That is saying, all right, Brian knows about this. I want to make sure to understand that if I have 1 card left in hand, and it's that Brian knows about it. So that is very much something the best players in the world will do. I can't stand my cards being different ways, so I'll just allow myself to lose some equity on that. That's okay.
So we've got the Silvergill Mentor and the Silvergill Peddler as known info from David's side of things. Lewin, once again, on board here, this time for Brian James. He's got the Prideful Feastling in the yard. Looks like there's Noggle Robber in there too, as well as Blight Rot. You don't love seeing your removal hitting the yard.
Yeah, that's very true. And of course, big shout out to David Rude's team, as we just saw their team win the Pro Tour in the hands of Christopher Larson. So you got to think that made for a very memorable moment for David and the rest of the team.
Absolutely. I know it was a very memorable moment for you. You were so happy for him.
I mean, just an incredible Pro Tour. It was all around amazing. If you didn't get a chance to watch that one after this broadcast, you should check that out as well.
Wary Farmer hits the board there for Brian. Would love to follow up with some critters to get the surveil triggers off of that. Sweet little engine to get things into your graveyard.
And looking at David Rude's deck, just a very, very solid low to the ground Azorius Merfolk deck. There is a lot of nice stuff. 2 Unexpected Assistants, 2 Silvergill Peddler that we see in play. It is just nothing as far as like extreme bombs, but it is just very much low to the ground and playing good creatures that you're going to get on the battlefield pretty quick. That's a good, consistent deck that David, I'm sure, is very happy about.
For sure. Unexpected Assistance now, getting some extra goodies in hand. Found the counterspell there. There's the counterspell for this format.
Yeah. And this kind of counterspell is it's a lot better in sealed than it is going to be in draft. Formats are about bombs. It's about slowing down. So that's a card you're not that happy to play in, regular draft for Lorwyn Eclipse, but something that you're plenty happy to play here.
Turn passes back now to Brian. See, he's got a Creekwood Safe Rights in hand. Starts off his turn with a land. We've got Auntie's Sentence, as well as another Lysolana Informant in hand there. So let's get this Burden Stone back out of there. There's a card that's nigh unplayable in draft, but hey, in sealed, you're gonna be quite happy to play that.
The Awakener?
No, this Creekwood, the Burden Stone back.
Oh,
The
yes,
2/2?
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
We did see the Awakener in hand there for Brian as well, being able to, get to 7 mana is pretty difficult, but the fact that you just get to look at the top X amount of cards equal to
Oh,
your
yeah, yeah,
color
yeah.
and be able to just throw whatever big, powerful permanent you have into play. That card
Yes,
is very much one of those cards in the bomb category that can
absolutely.
reshape a game for sure.
I do enjoy a big ol' Aurora Awakener.
Yeah, card's awesome. So nice solid start here from Brian, just being able to get some good power and toughness going. And then the classic up against Merfolk where the power and toughness is a little bit lower, but the creatures maybe synergize a little bit more. The classic hit harder or hit smarter kind of thing.
David Ruin now deciding what he wants to do with his turn here. Peddler, a good way to filter through your deck in these kinds of formats.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you have one or two very impressive bombs, being able to maximize your chances of finding them every single game.
Yeah, just sucks that it's a 2/3, so it's not going to be getting through any of these critters on the other side of the board just yet. So makes you wonder how many tap effects David has access to.
Yeah, you can still attack with it here because, well, you would just be trading with the 2/2 on Brian's side, and that 2/2 grows and gets kind of out of hand.
I think
So
that
a
creek was
card.
a 3/3 already, isn't it?
Oh, is it already a 3/3? Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Enters are
Okay,
3/1/1s, yes, yes. So it's had one
that's right.
taken off. So
Yeah,
too
don't
big.
recommend that attack
No.
then. That's for sure.
Now for David, looks like we've got the Tributary Vaulter. That's a
Uh,
big 4/4 drop.
Incredible turn there, being able to whenever you can play a turn where you get to play a big spell and then use all the remaining material you have around to convoke out another card, that's when you just feel like you push so far ahead
Yeah.
and it just makes you feel smart, So
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
nice
That's
play
the
there
that's
from
the
David.
Shore Lurker. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Shore Lurker, that's the 4 drop. Nice into the Mirror's Sky Swimmer. Nicer. Great turn there for David.
Yep. And the Shore Lurker, solid card, maybe
Mm.
not anything that is absurd by any means, but our 5-drop that convokes and creates the
Yeah,
merfolk, that is really one of the premium common spells here in
absolutely.
this entire format.
Would you call it a signpost common?
I sure would. I sure would. And it's a signpost common for a lot of different decks. The White Kithkin decks really like it.
Yeah.
Merfolk, of course, it's at its best home.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of it. Maybe some elemental synergies, it's okay. But those two aggressive white based decks, you really love it.
A white baked deck. Oh, would that be cheesecake or getting frisky here with our critters is Brian James. I don't know if David is too keen to block here, but it's kind of tempting to want to block that safe, right?
Yeah, it really is. So it looks like David has some other plans here. I do see the Gatherstone in hand for David. That card is phenomenal.
Oh yeah,
Whenever
Gathering Stone.
Yeah, and I
Nice.
mean, looking at David's deck, we see a lot of cards that say Merfolk. So this is the type of card that can win the game on its own. Gathering Stone is incredible in
Yeah.
sealed, especially.
Yeah, if you can get that down when you're not too far behind, it's just gonna, solidify
Yeah.
your chances of winning the game.
Yeah, if you can have a Gathering Stone deck where your creature type really plays nice, you kind of have maybe 11 of one creature type is about the line where I'm very happy about this. And then you have a good amount of removal. That's like the ideal deck I want in sealed deck because that card's going to give me longevity and it's going to give me all my creatures. Now I just need a way to stop my opponent's creatures. And wow, oh my goodness.
Nice.
Yeah, so
Deep
we
Channel
have
Duelist.
Deep Channel Duelist, as well as the 3-mana 3/2. Whenever it becomes tapped, you get to return a merfolk from your yard. That card is
Meander's
also
Guide.
amazing.
I think so.
David
Yeah,
Rude's
that's
deck is
awesome.
very nice.
This is a sweet list, and now we have a large army of fishy friends, courtesy of the Deep Channel Duelist. So Brian's gonna have to employ a few thinks here as to what he'd like to try and block.
Yeah,
if at all.
Brian, of course, has a higher life total here, so can use that as a resource. And we do see a good amount of stuff held back from David because, well, David will have to start blocking at some point here.
Yeah. So in for 4. Brian should go down to 16 here. They trade the Vine Bread Brawler off against the Peddler. And here is Meander's Guide, like you mentioned.
Yeah, even more damage with the boost from the Lord here. So a nice hit to Brian.
Oh, yes. Extra. There was the other little... there was a 1/1 attacking as well?
Not. I believe we just took 7 from the Flyers. From 20
Oh,
to,
yes, of course.
13.
Sorry.
Yep.
I forget he has Vigilance. I was like, oh, he didn't attack.
Right, yeah. That card's always getting busy. And now the Meander's Guide. We have David's graveyard pushed off a little bit off screen there on the top left part of your screen, but there are definitely things to bring back. So if that doesn't die, you get to bring stuff back. And now Brian's like, I really want to kill the duelist, the Merfolk Lord here. You kill that, then you're just able to bring it back with your 3-drop. So it is going to be a rough spot for Brian regardless here, outside of some kind of big bomb.
For sure. Triple blocking the Creekwood Safe Right. You don't mind chucking a couple tokens in, especially if you've got Meander's Guide to follow up with next turn.
A really nice block here because 1 removal spell on one of those 3 blockers and it would still be a trade, or a removal spell on the Lord and all 3 of them would still trade. So of course David ran the numbers and 1 removal spell wouldn't blow him out there.
Oh, nice. All right.
Oof.
Thoughts, Caesar?
Yeah, I believe David does only have 1 card in hand, so presumably that was a nice one that got discarded.
Dream, Caesar, excuse me.
There we go. Oh, yeah, of course it was the gather.
What are dreams if not thoughts while you're sleeping, right?
Yeah, right? So now unable to turn our 3-drop sideways to start bringing stuff back. That is really all David is missing here. Can still attack with these flyers here. Still has that going. But one way to just turn your creature sideways and start returning creatures from the graveyard to the battlefield. And you got to think David is going to lock up game 1 here.
Because it's at a 4/3 at the moment.
4/3 at the moment. So yeah, it's going to attack and it would just trade.
Yeah.
Still solid, of course.
Something back, yeah. But
yeah,
I guess that's nothing of more use in the yard.
Yeah, that's going to be the, the final case for it. But oh my, a removal spell off the top is great here.
Love to see a Spiral into Solitude, get that flyer grounded. And we're getting busy. Nice. All right. So Meander's Guide gonna get in there and return something from the bin that is 3 mana value or less, excuse me.
And no matter what, we have 7 damage in the air that's coming. We have the Peddler as an option. You can just bring back your tree folk. Kind of a flavor fail having your merfolk bring back trees, but whatever. It's a powerful card.
Burning Stoneback can't go to instant speed, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that is a sorcery speed card. Yeah, that creature would have been way too annoying if it was instant speed.
Absolutely.
The fact that you have to sorcery speed it makes it still good, just not completely busted.
Yep. Well, at least it's a good way to protect any attackers that want to get in there.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. So that's going to trade anyway. Might as well get rid of the creature on the board.
Yep, that's David.
Light onto the one that's going to die.
Getting some value there. We're going to be seeing players like David Rude and the rest of the players that just spent, the last 2 weeks at a testing house getting ready for the Pro Tour, just knowing all the ins and outs here of this limited format. So huge advantage to all those players for sure.
Oh, yeah. Brian contemplating this card. And it is going to be Midnight Tilling in the bin.
So just Aurora a land Awakener? And Aurora Awakener, can't even cast it. So the only thing we can do is discard 1 land to create 1/1/1 blocker. Not going to be enough. David Rude's going to win game 1.
For sure. Now, probably not even worth showing off the Awakener.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep. Brian says, all right, you got me. Let's go to game number 2.
David Rude's deck looks very streamlined. Brian's got some power as well. That looks solid as well. So
Mm-hmm.
should be a solid match here. But first, Ailey, we got to sell some cards here, right? Like it's
Yeah.
time to go to face-to-face-games.com/sell, sell some stuff, get some store credit, rebuy more cards. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. 30% store credit available when you do trade in your cards like that, and then you can just buy all the newest hotness, like Lorwyn Eclipsed, because it's a great set and you should play it.
Yeah, no kidding. Get some of those evoke elementals. They're making
Yes.
splashes in basically every format, and definitely made standard get a bit of a shakeup here. That's for sure.
Yes. Game 2 underway here. David Rude up 1-0 against Brian James. We have an Azorius Merfolk-ish list up against elves, kinda. This is what's going to happen in Sealed, friends. You're going to get some wacky color combos and creatures that shouldn't usually play together, but hey, you deal with the cards you're dealt.
I mean, I think David's deck, we could pretty consistently or pretty safely say Azorius Merfolk, but that is not going to be a lot of the decks. Like, David just has a lot of Merfolks here in this list.
Sure does.
And, if I was building that sealed pool and I looked at all those, I'd be feeling great because, well, anytime you can be really streamlined and synergistic like that, it just allows you to play cards like the 2-mana Lord, where it's not just a 2-mana Grizzly Bear, as that is going to pump most or all of your creatures here.
For sure. Creekwood safe, right?
Saw a little head shake there from David. It's like, yeah, that was punishing for the block there, as now this creature is going to get bigger and bigger.
Hey, that's a very tempting block there. Mischievous Sneakling. If it can get something off the board, you'll be quite happy to trade it. Just an unfortunate follow-up here that allows this Creekwood safe right to remove its -1 counters at the end step. Eclipsed Mirror now. Let's take a look at the top 4 cards. Spiral to Solitude, Disruptive Currents, Deep Channel Duelist. I didn't see what the last card was, but that's a real... Gathering Stone. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't really want to see the Gathering Stone in there. You'd really love to just slam that into play for next turn. But yeah, David's hand is great. I would think out of all the things, if I could give David's deck... Oh, wow, that's our incredibly powerful rare as well.
Yeah, Disruptive Currents.
Yeah. I think if I could give David Rude's deck one kind of I wish we had this type thing, it would be a couple more removal spells. Otherwise, it's just very, very good.
That's what the flash creatures are for, Corey. They're removal spells.
That's fair. Woo! That is fair.
Speaking of powerful cards, hey, Gloom Ripper. What's up, buddy?
Gloom Ripper, yep.
Oh, nice. That's going to be for 2-3. So that can just remove this Eclipse Mirror when we get to 5 lands here for Brian.
Yep. Now we're just taking a peek at the hand.
Icky.
Trying to block up any kind of bombs.
Oof. Oh, that's going to be rough. So 2 lands. Brian will take note of the cards.
That's the one thing about a deck like David Rude's very streamlined Merfolk deck is, sure, hand disruption spells, you might get the best creature here. Probably the Merfolk Lord seems to be the most devastating. But outside of that, David's going to have a nice turn regardless next turn.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you got lands up to turn 5, so you're happy with that. You pested Wellguard for turn 4. You got your Glamourmite when you need to tap something during combat. It's a little unfortunate when you have to reveal all your secrets that can affect combat, but such is.
Yeah, and that's just why Anti-Sentence is quite nice. Most of the time this 2-mana look at your opponent's hand type cards just are not good enough in modern day Limited, as every deck is usually so streamlined that, sure, you're taking their best card, but they're still playing the second best, and then you didn't progress your battlefield. But when you can add a removal spell onto it, it ends up being a nice playable.
Yeah. Strong, for sure. If I see it in a pack that's just kind of mediocre and I'm in black, I'm going to take that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very, very solid card.
And sometimes information, sometimes information is more valuable than the actual card you're taking. So
yeah, absolutely. And I will say a card like that in sealed is going to get better than in limited because there's going to be specific bombs you need to deal with.
Decisions. Killed the thing that make the things.
Yep. And then get in a big attack here. This is really nice from Brian, and that is why Gloom Ripper is just so powerful. Yeah. Killing your opponent's best card and making your weakest card a real threat is such a incredible exchange. It's almost a 3-for-1. A 3-for-1 at home, if you will.
Oof. So David not happy to block there. Takes the damage, goes down to 9. Brian is putting on the gas and not taking his foot off.
Seeing a comment in chat of
Mhm.
seeing David keeping his hand upside down like that is unhinged. And I will say it's hard to look at, but man, it is such a
It's
good
helpful.
habit to get into, knowing what cards Brian has seen and has
Mm.
written down on the pad. I still can't do it either, so I'm with you, person in chat. I just
Person
look
in the
at their
chat.
note. I look at their notepad and I'm just like, oh, you know about these cards? Okay, good. Like I'll
Yeah.
just read their handwriting
I
rather
mean,
than keep my cards upside down.
we've all been in that situation, right? Where we're just like, did I play a land for turn? And I've seen some players as well play the land upside down so that they
Now,
know I have made a land drop.
now that's unhinged.
Oh, come
That's
on.
absolutely unhinged. You just got to
It's
remember the
no
fact that
it's
you
no more
play a
unhinged.
land per turn. Oh, that's where we'll have to agree to disagree. That's
Oh boy.
we'll let
Alrighty,
chat
Gloom Ripper.
settle that debate.
Yeah,
Okay, which
you
one is
guys can
more
fight over it.
unhinged?
Playing your land upside down so you know that you've actually played a land. Don't have to ask the
Yeah.
judge because let's be honest, the judges aren't watching if you played a land. They're watching to make sure you got everything else right, okay? Liz Elena and Foreman hits the board here once again. Gloom Ripper down. Plenty of creatures dead in this exchange here for both players.
Yep, got to return 2 creatures here with the Unbury to be able to get back Gloom Ripper into hand
Woo!
and present another 3/1 threat here. So Brian James is just popping off here, about to Gloom Rip again. Really shows the power of Unbury. Unbury is
I
the
love
type
this
of
card.
card where it is going to be either really bad or the best card you can possibly draw. Sometimes you really want to be putting on the pressure and you top deck something like this and you have one creature in the yard and it's not even a good one and you
Yeah.
feel bad. And there's other times when you just picked up your 2 bombs and you're like, well, this is the best card in my deck.
Marrow Sky Swimmer now brings some friends along and gets a Silgill Peddler trigger for David Rude. He's coming up the board now, so doing a decent job at that. Gloom Ripper is gonna have something to say about this field, though, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. So Gloom Rip to be able to kill the best creature, which is probably the Peddler, the 2/3 looter, would probably be the card I want to deal with. And then just being able to pump up, yeah, exactly that one, and get in with
Nice.
the team looks great to me. Brian with still 20 life, not really any range of being afraid here about an attack back.
Oh boy.
This looks
I love
great.
this decision to kill a bird. Bird, I say bird. The flyer gets a blocker out the way, makes this attack impactful, whichever way you slice it. David's what, down to 3 now?
Yeah, looks like it. And I think
Oof.
we got our
2.
we got our most unhinged thing in chat here for sure. And
What's that?
it is tapping my stuff in different directions each time. I think we can all agree that's the worst, right?
I will flip your playmat if you do that in my presence.
Yeah,
Tap
Ailey
one
will
way.
not
One
stand for
way.
that.
Not multiple ways, one way.
I'm
Spiral
glad
into
we can all
solitude.
agree on that
There we go.
one.
Yes. Creek would say, fright, no attacky for you, friend. David says, can he survive at 2? Are we going to tie things up here at a game apiece between David Rude and Brian James?
Okay. If David does have one piece of interaction here, like, some way to deal 4. Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't, these are the forced blocks, and this feels bad as you're chumping. But if David has something here to make this not a chump block, nope, just goes for the blight. And now we'll have 2 lethal threats to deal with next turn, which will be, I think, too much for David to come back from.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about David's Azorius Merfolk deck. It doesn't play from behind very well.
No, it wants to get ahead and stay ahead. And you know what's good
Exactly.
about next game is that David will be on the play. As we head there now, David says, yeah, no, I ain't got nothing. Let's go to game number 3.
Yeah, and Brian really showed off the power there. Being able to have Gloom Ripper to cast that twice is so huge. So really awesome stuff. And if you want to sell some more cards, here's the spot to do it.
Yeah, facetofacegames.com/sell. They'll buy basically anything. Just make sure it's a card game that they support, I guess. I don't know. Magic cards. Go sell your magic cards. Get 30% credit and buy some more cards because that's what we like to do, right? It's a trading card game as we get game 3 underway here in our feature match area.
Well said, Ailey. Well
Oh,
said.
thank you. I'm so good at my job.
All right, so David's hand there had one big problem there is it was a two-lander. So all we needed was a third land, and this hand looks
Nice.
excellent. So now we have the ability to put two bodies into play, and I saw Gatherstone. So if we can get to 4 mana and get that on the battlefield, I really think that's David's like most powerful card. It is very underrated here in Sealed deck for sure.
Were we beholding there? We beheld our little guy.
Yep. The 2/2 changeling.
I don't get to draw off that card very often, so yes, behold a merfolk or pay 2. Make a friend.
Yeah, really good card. It's kind of a callback to Silvergill Adept, which I think the card versus a 1/1 body is more powerful. So they decided to, not reprint that one as that was extremely, extremely good. So looks like we are going to see a draw 3, discard 1 here at end step just to make sure David can hit land 4.
Okay, that's fair.
Makes sense to me. Just getting that Gatherstone down as soon as possible. The card is so great at just giving you gas, but the cost reduction really throws it over the edge.
Do not eat your magic cards.
Fair,
Don't eat
fair.
them. They are not high in fiber.
It gives you a lot of cards off the top and card advantage. How about that? Is that better?
There you go. There you go. You could have just shortened it to say gas, but whatever.
Gas in the tank is what I was referring
to. Auntie Sentence once again taking a look at the hand here. Unexpected assistance, mischievous sneakling, get lost, and spiral into solitude. So 2 pieces of removal that Brian will now be aware of. David Rude doesn't like having stuff taken, but what do you take here, Corey?
I believe the Gatherstone is right off cam as well.
Okay,
too.
It was taken.
So I think that is the 4th card. I thought I saw that. So it is very telling that David decided to not take that. And yeah, that makes sense. There goes the stone.
Bye.
And that was David just saying, you know what? You can take the card that I plan to play this turn. It's bait because the true prize was the Gatherstone that went to the graveyard.
You will see the unexpected assistance on Brian's end step. Let's see what we find. Draw 3, chuck 1. Land in the bin. All right. David untaps. Draws, finds another land off the top of the library.
Yeah, and the best play for sure would have been the stone, but since that is not available.
What's next then? Looks like another peddler in hand there for him. And then the pieces of removal.
Yeah, so just some solid plays regardless here. Looks like a peddler to me.
Peddler to the meddler. Haha.
And be able to loot away that extra land that David has is great in a situation like this. And now, does Brian have the 4th land? Yeah, it looks like we at least have an Evolving Wilds.
Now, why didn't he play that last turn? Because he was umming and ahhing about playing it. And I was wondering why he wasn't doing so, because he didn't have a 3-drop to play.
I think it is because we wanted to see if we were going to draw Swamp number 2 or the Plains, because right now Brian is very much... Or wait, we are splashing for white, right? I think we have a Liminal Hold in hand from Brian. I could be wrong on that, but trying to find... if you draw a second swamp versus if you find a plains, that dictates which land you want to take. But
I think he's just swamps and forests.
Okay. And then in that case, it just had to have been a mistake because you very much only used 2 mana last turn.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait. He is playing Liminal Hold. Okay, so he did bring that in.
That's what I thought was in hand, but it wasn't 1,000% there. So that is why I would think we needed it because, well, Gloom Ripper is your best card. If we sack this for a plains and then we top deck Gloom Ripper, it feels very bad.
It would indeed. Get lost.
All right. This is a nice little play from David. Every player should take note of this because this is destroying this 3-1 with taking the ability off the table. The Evolving Wilds is on the stack. So sure, you can surveil, but if it's a card you want, I mean, you're not going to get it because you have to search your library. So yeah, but you could put it into the graveyard if you wanted, you know?
Yeah. Oh man, I wonder what he found. He looks a little perturbed by that reveal. Let's see. Come on, I want to see the top of your deck, man. No. All right, fine.
Yeah, either way, those little things, they seem just small, but they add up over times, and one card can be the difference in a game, and that's the difference in a match. That could be the difference in your tournament. So these little things add up, and the professional players do not miss little
Yeah,
stuff like that.
they know where to get their little advantages.
And even
That's
the
for
flip
sure.
side here from Brian, like what you said was very, very huge and very important of not playing that Evolving Wilds on turn 3. We didn't get to cast the 3/4 reach last turn, and that is really brutal in the face of David's battlefield here. So that could also cost Brian the game.
Could well. Rooftop Percher now gets to nibble on some things in the graveyard, gain some life, and present a pretty big 3/3 body in the air here for Brian.
Yeah, that's a card that's very much impressed me. It felt like it was, kind of filler, but ended up being just an incredible, incredible filler. I mean, it is what it is. It is still kind of a filler, but it ended up playing out a lot better than I thought it would.
Liminal Hold, excuse me, not Liminal Hold. Spiral into Solitude now on the big Flappy Bird. That was known information in David's hands, so Brian has to be content with that exchange.
Yeah, and here's the situation where your draw completely, you get the ball rolling from David's side and one removal spell. Even if you attack in, lose one creature, it starts to be too late for Brian. And think if you had a 3/4 on the battlefield last turn, just one removal spell wouldn't have been enough to like send in the peddler, right? You lose that. And now Brian has a 3/4 reach blocker, plays another threat to the battlefield this turn, and then all of a sudden Brian's battlefield is just better. So
yeah. Let's see what we do with this turn now. Kick things off with the Chitinous Graspling. It's a fun one to say.
Now let's see if there's any other follow-up. I feel like Brian needs another follow-up here.
Yeah.
And I saw Liminal Hold, and not sure the other two cards.
Black Spell is kind of a piece of removal. It's not very good though. Perfect Intimidation.
Valor is the other card.
Yeah, Perfect Intimidation is the one that got brought in there from the sideboard.
Okay.
Cool. It does the following. Exiles 2 cards from their hands or removes all counters from target creature.
Ugh, vomit. That does not seem like a great card right now. Of course, it'll have its spots where you could get the last 2 cards from David, but that's the type of card I really like up against a deck that is maybe a Golgari Mirror type thing. But up against a streamlined aggressive deck like this Merfolk deck, you getting their last 2 cards in hand is usually not going to be that important. And removing the counters also doesn't seem that relevant. So not a card I'm in love with bringing in.
Oh, we're running away together. Okay.
Wait, that's a card I love.
Did he just point at his little token?
Looks like, because I bet we're going to win the game right here if we have a way to pump these. Maybe not, but yeah. I mean, this is putting Brian down to 2, and now David has 3 lethal attackers. So now Brian has to somehow deal with this. Like, Gloom Ripper is the only one that deals with 2. Liminal Hold will also deal with 2. So
and gain life.
Okay, so if we have Liminal Hold, we just top decked the 3-mana removal spell, but we can see from David's hand just has the counter spell ready to go. So this match is over.
Wild Unraveling, whatever it's called, has to pay 1 extra or tap, I think. I could be wrong.
It's cancel, or you can blight 2 and it's counter
blight 2, gotcha. Yeah. Wait, we don't want to do any blighting, so yeah, he's just gonna pay 3 for that to cancel whatever is cost here. This Liminal Hold ain't getting anything, and that is gonna be it. Brian James put up a good fight here up against David Rude, but David Rude picks up the victory here with, you said, pretty streamlined Merfolk deck. That's because they swim, isn't it, Corey?
It is exactly what I meant. Not me misspeaking at all or anything. I was for sure going for that pun on purpose. Yeah.
Oh my goodness me. Sweet magic there from round number 2, friendos. We're going to take a very short break. It's going to be 5 whole minutes. So go get your beverage, go do bio break things, whatever you got to be back. Round 3 coming up right after this. Wait, Corey, don't leave right now. Where are you going?
Not me. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
See you soon, friends. What's up, everybody? Hello, and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Eclipsed, coming to you from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And we have our honorary Canadian here, Corey Baumeister. I'm Aileen
Woo!
Loney. We're playing some sealed Lorwyn Eclipse, and it's been one hell of a good day so far. Corey, what's happening in our next round, bud?
Yeah, I've loved it so far. It's been a lot of fun, and we're going to see two absolutely phenomenal players here. We got Derek Pike on the left. You might know him better as Misplaced Ginger online. And then Colin Roundtree on the right, somebody who has had a very nice career as well in his day. Maybe haven't seen a lot of Colin, but a great player, has won a SCG Invitational. Those tournaments are extremely difficult, as well as has a top 16 at Pro Tour Nadu, Pro Tour MH3.
Pro Tour Nadu, kaka, hisses.
Under his belt as well, yeah.
Nice start here for both players. A gangly stomper for Derek up against Tam on the other side of things. Colin, let's see if this Tam sticks around a little longer than the last one we saw on coverage.
Yeah, no kidding. So that also looked like a miss land drop there from Colin.
Oh, yeah, no.
So that's a big deal.
I do love the description for this one. Selesnya 5-color. So there's a bunch of goodies in there. We're doing some vivid things. And Derek understanding just how powerful this card is once it has some friends down on the board and gets Tam out of there with a good old piece of burn.
Yeah, we see that pretty often where green is the base for your vivid decks, and then you play like one island, one mountain. Maybe, we have 2 swamps in this particular list. This is basically Colin's deck saying, I am going to play all of my good cards and just hope it works out.
Yeah.
And
yeah. We got 3 colors so far. Liminal Hold takes care of the Stompling, which has done 8 points of damage so far. Personified, though, says, no touchy. You can have your 2 life, but I'm going to keep my guy, and I'm going to get a 1/1.
Yeah, and Colin does have 3 Liminal Hold, so that is kind of the bulk of the white cards here, which premium removal spell gets even better in sealed.
It's pretty funny. So basically, Colin's approach is, I am going to remove everything I can until I find my mana base, and then I'll kill you.
Yeah, pretty much. And Derek Pike here, Misplaced Ginger. In Modern, basically plays only Boros Energy, so I guess Derek was automatically locked in, but like, all right, I got to play Boros here in Limited to stay on brand.
Is he channeling something here? I'm sensing a theme.
I think so. Well, either way, I'm sensing a theme as far as Derek's draws, as I think we have land 7, 8, and 9 in hand.
Yeah, the draws have been pretty icky here for Derek. Just got a piece of removal in hand. Glachen Festival now for Colin. He's got to be happy about that. Get some blockers in the way of this gangly stomper.
And that is the classic, mana, getting mana flooded versus being mana light. The person who is flooded or the person who is mana light usually is on the better exchange there because you eventually draw out of it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of exactly what we're seeing here. As we know, Colin missing so many land drops, those 4 or 5 cards or whatever he has in hand, those are spells. And Derek, land.
Yeah. I would much rather get, mana screwed than mana flooded. Thank you very much.
Exactly. So, I mean, the one thing that Derek is definitely stocking up right now is complaint equity in his stream when he comes back. Be like, did you see me on coverage? Did you see how many lands I got?
Who shuffled this deck?
Exactly. There you go.
Can't complain about that in person, though. Oh, boy. Miss Midder Council now hits the board. 4 mana, draw a card. Thanks for the discount there. Little Kithkin on the board. Derek, now, did we draw out of our land situation here? We're just going to make this Miss Meadow Council go sleepy by, hey, a creature! Woo! Prideful Feastling hits the board.
Finally something to play, but yeah, still not great. Colin's whole hand looked like just absolute, just busted spell after busted spell. Ways to draw cards. I love the Miss Meadow there to be able to continue to fuel your draws. That card is extremely powerful. Green-white is probably my favorite in sealed so far. That's what I've had the most success with. But of course, you just play with whatever you got.
I was going to say that too. Like, I've probably had the most luck with the color pair. It's not my favorite. I'd rather be doing, Orzhov things, but that's not one of the really supported color pairs. A girl can dream, though, Liminal
absolutely.
On the 2/3, making sure no extra life gain coming across there, and getting rid of the thing with the biggest butt on the other side.
I mean, the fact that you look at your white pool here from Colin and you see 3 liminal hold, you see the festival there for
Oh yeah.
making some Kithkins, you're like, well, I got to make this work. If
Hmm.
anything, it can be the splash. And yeah, Colin's deck looks really good.
What is his land?
It
6
is.
plains, 1 island, 2 swamp, 1 forest, 1 mountain, 7 forest. Got it.
And the biggest thing is 2 changeling wayfinders. That's kind of what allows
Mhm.
Colin to do this. Without that, I highly doubt that we would be being this adventurous here with our seal deck, because eventually you're going to lose multiple games to
Yep.
not getting the right colors if you get a little too greedy here.
Look at all these liminal holes on this board. Klachen Festival's off the table now, so Derek will be happy about that. Oh, Eclipsed Elf, though. Let's see. What do we find on top of the library here? Is it an elf? Is it a land? No, it's a super plain thing.
Yeah.
What did, we just found a land, unfortunately.
Always be liminal holding, it would seem. That is the name of this game. And this card is incredible too. The fact that you can just attack with 1 creature, and we already saw
Oh, Thought Weft and Buer. Ew.
Anurag use the Abyss and throw that one up there. We're gonna see that card come up a lot because that's exactly what this card does. It throws your opponent into the Abyss. Your
Oh,
creature
man.
becomes so gigantic that they are forced to throw away a creature basically every turn once they get to a small life total.
Goodness me. This card I have lost to more often than I would like to admit.
Same.
But yeah, you have to chuck things in the way of it until you kill that. And it's tough to kill. That's a 0/5.
Exactly. It's a tough creature to kill. It's never the creature that you attack with. So most of the time, if your
Yeah.
opponent gets to combat, you
I
have
mean,
to, take that hit and then kill it the next turn. So
isn't
it's an
isn't Derek
incredible
just
card.
isn't he just priced into Spiral into Solitude and then Blighting? Even that feels terrible because you've got such small creatures on your side.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think you have to do that for sure. But yeah, either way you slice it, it really feels like Misplaced Ginger has an extremely powerful Boros deck that has to be on the battlefield first and often. A deck that once Derek starts to fall behind a little,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be Colin's game for sure.
Alrighty, so problem dealt with. Derek's doing a good job of keeping the biggest threats off of the board here. Now just needs the top of the library to play nice with him. As Colin, let's see what you got over there, bud. You got some more lands. You've got 4 critters. Looking to get feisty. We've got another liminal hold. That's all 3 now.
Yeah, that looks like all 3. And
Good
some of the
gravy.
other powerhouses that Colin has is Sapling Nursery. When you're playing a
Oh,
5-color mana base, playing a card like Sapling Nursery is usually not the best idea, but some of the other hits, like Aurora Awakener as well as
yeah.
Prisma Basher, Colin's deck is sweet.
This is cool. Good grief. He's got some nice pieces of removal too. Oh, and
Oh
he's
yeah.
got he's got some goodies. Let's see if we see them. We won't spoil things just yet for you, friends,
Yeah, this
until
is
they
the
make it into
classic.
hand.
This is the classic. If greed was a deck list, Colin tried to get every single bit of power out of his pool, and it's working it's working very well so far.
Hey, look, sometimes you gotta get creative.
Oh
Get
yeah.
lost, taking care of the enchantment. You don't often see that side of it used, but in this instance, when your opponent's playing 3 liminal holds, you're gonna.
So now getting some value here. This is Derek only taking a net of 2 damage. And never mind. Now we're back to 4.
Protective response, taking care of the critters, so no life gain there, unfortunately for Derek. That card has also killed me more often than not, especially when players get to use both modes of it.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh
sorry,
yeah.
I'm thinking of Pyrrhic Strike. Yeah, this one's
Yeah.
still very good though.
Both cards phenomenal, but the
Yeah,
fact that this can be played when your opponent is tapped out, like it is so
yeah.
devastating. You can't really play around it. But yeah, the strike is a card that has won me a lot of games. That's for sure.
Is that an encumbered Regery?
I believe it
Sure
was.
is. Oh, so he plays RPGs like I do. You are over encumbered. He just picks everything up.
Yeah.
So 2 critters now to Colin's 4. Life totals go down. And I like a good old slugfest, you know? This is how I enjoy my
Absolutely.
Magic.
But I think everything's going to circle back to we're going to start seeing we're gonna start seeing. Oh god, that's so brutal. Getting the Kithkins back after you get the liminal hold, and now just being able to play an untapped fifth land and keep making more 1/1s. I don't think Derek's gonna be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, this is looking a little rough here now. Derek goes down to 4. Colin's sitting at 9. Has all the gas he could possibly want. And Derek's seen enough. He's like, you know what? I'm good. Let's go to game number 2. Let's get some cards out of my pool if they'll help in the situation.
Yeah.
Go to game number 2.
Yeah, Colin had a liminal hold on that game for sure, to say
Sure
the
did.
least. So if you want to sell some of your cards so you can buy as many liminal holds as Colin has in his deck, make sure to follow that URL below. And then if you want to buy more cards, you get that trade-in store credit boost.
We love store credit.
Oh, yeah.
Store credit's where it's at, man.
Absolutely. You just have to ask yourself the question, will I at some point buy Magic cards again in my life? And if the answer is no, like, you're lying to yourself. And if the answer is yes, you might as well get 30% bonus.
You know, more often than not, and this is probably just because the players I speak to are still playing Magic, they're like, you know, I sold my collection at one point. I thought it was a good idea. And now I'm sad about it.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
You know, don't be that guy. Get your 30% credit if you're going to do that. So you at least can buy more cards later when you decide, I'm going to buy more cards.
Sounds like great financial advice to me.
I'm not a financial advisor. Do not take my advice. It's terrible. Explosive Prodigy taking care of the mana source here. Our little dryad or druid getting taken out after the Reedry attacked for 3. Neat. Or 2.
Yeah, I think, of course, the best limited or financial advice comes from Manguchi. The buy high, never sell motto. That is always the go-to. All right, this is great.
And the Prodigy getting in now. Yeah, that's a big chunk of damage coming in.
So this is what has to happen here for Derek to be able to win this one. It is a fast, aggressive draw out the gates and force Colin into a rough spot where, you know, he could stumble a little bit because, well, once again, it's a 5-color deck. You are going to stumble, but Colin is going to try to fight back with liminal hold after liminal hold.
Yeah, please get another blue. Please get another blue. Get to 7 mana. I love Dream Harvest. It's so fun.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's 7 mana, but I know you need double blue.
It's a card that I bet is okay and sealed. It's a card that we do not see much in draft, as it, you know, has its problems. Mainly, it's cost 7 mana, but
well, we can give y'all a little behind the scenes thing here. So we were playing the Iridia Direct a bunch last weekend, and our lovely co-commentator Paul Chian had a busted deck. He had Chronicle of Victory. He scryed it to the top of his deck. What does his opponent play? Dream Harvest. And what does his opponent do? Beat him with Chronicle of Victory. So
yeah,
that was hilarious. He was very mad about it.
R.I.P. Paul. Sorry, buddy.
All right. Tenafel Rhyme Speaker. Big old booty on the board here for Colin.
Ooh, and just
Feed the Flames.
Options.
Good grief. How would you like to kill this creature?
So this was Derek just saying, what do I want to do? Do I want to get an aggressive creature onto the battlefield?
Yeah.
Or just get this out of the way? No matter what, Derek just had all great options here.
Yeah, that was sick.
This looks, you know, just as much of a beating as game 1 was, but in the other direction.
Oh, yeah. Did I see Thoughtweft Imbuer in Derek's hand?
I believe it was.
Okay, so that would just be +2 at the moment. Just that Graspling counts as a...
No, it was the Exalted 05 in Derek's hand.
Isn't that Thoughtweft Imbuer?
Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry. I forgot the name on that one.
It's okay. Don't confuse me, man.
I was trying.
It's tough enough remembering 200 odd cards each set.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, so game number 2 going very decisively to Derek Pite. And you know what's also very decisive? Getting 30% store credit, friends. Go to face2facegames.com/sell. Sell what you don't want, buy what you need. Easy.
All right, so big game 3. Now, you know, Colin being on the play, very much a deck that kind of wants to be on the draw because you have so many off-color lands. And yeah, I think we see, a forest and an island as the two
Yeah.
draws. Remember, this is
Oh
mostly a
Lord.
Celestia deck, so I think Colin needs a land next turn. Otherwise, we might not be playing Magic here,
Stop, Dex. Stop. What's
right?
all these mountains? Derek, stop.
Big draw step. Is that a land for Colin, or are we just attacking for 2? Uh-oh, this could be get out.
Get lost. Get
The
out.
get
What is
lost,
it? Get
yeah.
out. Not get lost. Get lost is the other 2-mana removal spell. Is better.
Yeah.
Crossroads Watcher there finds a land, so
Oh my
we
God,
are
Colin
good to
top deck the
go.
plains off the top. What a rip.
Oof,
What a draw from Colin. That easily could be a match solidifying plains there. That was really nice.
no follow up though from Colin. That's gotta hurt. Wonder Brine. One of those preachers. It's the 2-drop that gains you life when it attacks. Chitinous Graspling now.
And I want to say Colin has like an
Oh no,
eclipse
sorry,
elf
that's
in
not Chitinous
hand.
Graspling. That's Merrow's Sky Swimmer. It's Richard Kane Ferguson. He did them both. I
Fair
get
enough.
confused.
Now I think I saw from Colin. Colin has an eclipsed elf in hand. And like in your Bant mana base, like there's some awkwardness from Colin's deck for sure, but the power is trying to make up for it for sure.
Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Oh, all right. Sometimes 5-color works, sometimes it don't. These are the risks you have to take when your pool is just, not giving you clear signals of what it wants to be.
Yeah, if you don't have all the merfolks, kind of like we saw from David Rude here last round, and you just kind of have good cards, well, you got to get a little froggy.
Sun Dappled Celebrant here. Gonna tap these critters, get a big body on board, and pad Derek's life total just a little bit. For those of you just joining us, yes, that is indeed a misplaced ginger. Although he's right where he should be right now in the feature match area.
And that was a nice play there. The Pognify, or not Pognify, whatever. The blink effect to be able to blink. Personify to blink out your 5/6 in response to the liminal hold. I believe that also prevents the 2 life as well.
It does, yeah. I learned something new. Thanks, chat.
Yeah, although it's minor, it is still important that you have your 5/6. That's the biggest part of it.
How is that templated? I wish to find out. Liminal hold.
Well, I mean, if anything, Colin will probably cast Liminal Hold next turn as well, so we'll be seeing it over and over, it would seem.
Wow. See, I would have thought that because there's a full stop there, you gain 2 life is separate, but it's not.
Yeah.
I can any magic judges in chat that can explain that to us? That'd be nice. Big tree. Big Vigi tree. Colin just got hit by a tree.
And a nice follow-up there as well.
Ooh, yeah,
from Derek. Nice. So that 3/4 reach blocker here is gigantic. Yeah. If that ever falls on Colin's side, you got to think this game is going to be very much out of reach. And, right now you still have a giant tree problem as well.
He will be out of reach because the Grospling will be down.
All right, that one I didn't mean to do, but that was a good pun for sure.
Good job, buddy. You're just so in dad mode territory that the jokes just come naturally.
Exactly. I just cannot stop them anymore. Yep.
Chat says, if there was a second when this enters, you gain 2. That means it's another ability. The period doesn't make it another ability. Okay, cool.
I like it. That makes sense. Yep.
Thanks, chat. Ooh, Clachan Festival in the hand here for Colin.
And what believe it or not, another liminal hold. I still just love the triple planes eclipsed elf in hand, though. That's just comical, but
hey, you know what?
Here.
He's still got some action in hand. He's not out of it yet.
Yeah. Either way, it's looking like these games are looking a lot better for Derek when he doesn't draw his 14th land by turn 7.
Is that not a good thing to have that many lands?
Yeah, not great.
Liminal hold now gets to resolve, takes the tree out of the equation, and gains Colin 2 life.
And
what's that big red spell?
Oh, I believe that is the
that's the bramble back.
The giant, okay. Yeah, that you can make creatures not block, which is just excellent right now. You play it, immediately activate, make the 3/4 not able to block, get in there for sure for 5 in the air, and then it's up to Derek if Derek prioritizes getting in an extra 2 points of damage on the ground and giving away your 2/2, which doesn't seem good to me. So
Yeah, that's
love
good.
this play from Derek. Get in a good chunk of damage. And next turn, believe it or not, we're going to shut down that reach blocker once again.
Love it. Great turn there for Derek. Colin goes down to 12. 3 mana tapped here. Klachen Festival hits the board. Gets some more ground friends. Hey, okay, there's a blue land. So we are happy to see an island. If we can get to 7, we're 1 land away, Corey. If we can get to 7, we can play Dream Harvest. I want to see that.
I want to see it too. I've never cast it. I've never had it cast against me.
It's so satisfying.
It's definitely a solid card, and it doesn't meet the criteria for me that most 7 mana sorceries have to have. Is it should
great?
win the game.
It can win the game. It just depends if your opponent's deck is good or not. So if it's a crappy deck you're playing against, well, you just spent 7 mana for 2 1-drops,
Yeah,
but
that is fair.
you could hit a 4 mana spell and then you can hit a 7 mana spell thereafter, so long as you never pass 5,
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 or greater.
What a draw, though, off the top. Being able to shut that one down. And Derek's doing math there. Can I just win right now? Because I guess you have all the Kithkin blockers, so almost assuredly not.
There's 2 little buddies on the ground there.
Yeah.
No more counters. Or has he used the Brute?
I would think so. I think that's why that's flipped upside down there. So the 3/3 is not blocking. You just have the Kithkins for chump blockers. Gotcha. And either way, this looks like our popular streamer here, Misplaced Ginger, looking real good here to advance to 3-0.
Ooh, you can see Colin, eyebrows raised, sigh breathed.
Yeah, feels bad. And it's the spot of, do you have to chump block one? And if so, have to do it on the 4-power creature, but double blocking the 2/2 is the only air quotes good block you have. Yowza. And it's still not good,
Come on. Land 7. Let's go.
Yeah, just see it and then immediately die afterward.
Probably.
Which is usually what happens when you play that card, is my assumption.
Okay, let's go. Let's see. Derek's going to give it a read. Probably also never had this cost against him too often.
Yeah, Derek's just like, uh-oh, how good are my cards against myself?
Yeah. Will I lose at this point? Well, it's do or die here for Colin, so let's see what the top of the deck reveals for Colin.
This looks like a classic. All right, I'm going to show you the top 5 cards of my deck, and then you lose the game.
Foraging Wickermaw and Feed the Flames. All right, so a creature and a removal spell. Got. I don't think it's enough, though, to survive.
Yeah, and you get to cast them for free, I imagine. So being able to kill the 3/3 flyer, put a 1/3 blocker down. Then it still looks very lethal. You got to take 2 in the air. Actually, yeah, you are down to 1. You are
survive?
It looks like you do get to survive a turn.
Okay. Foraging Wickermaw will enter.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't, because you get to, Derek was just saying there, you get to use the enchantment to blight 1, put it onto the creature, and then create no blocker and win the game. Yep.
Beautiful. Lovely little sequence there.
Yeah, the blight synergies I bet in sealed are going to be even better than they are in draft, and they're already pretty good in draft. Boom.
For sure. That's going to do it there. Derek Pite picking up the victory there. Congratulations to him. Colin Roundtree, unfortunately, not finding the cards he needed in Derek's deck to get him the win.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like the classic streamlined Boros aggressive deck versus the very greedy but way more powerful 5-color deck. And that's kind of how it plays out, right? Like we saw Colin have some mana issues, stumbled a little bit. And every time that happened, Derek was able to take advantage of it and get it done, except the first game where he drew all the lands.
Yeah, that was a little rough, but you know what? Sometimes turning things sideways and not letting your opponents block is a good route to victory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go watch some more Magic, friends. Jump in here to our second feature match for this round. Thank you once again, everybody, for joining us. We are going to be hanging out here with Edgar Magalhaes up against Mini Wrecker, a Golgari versus an Azorius deck. I've seen Edgar on the Pro Tour a bunch. He's been pretty busy playing in all of those big events. Minnie, I don't know too much about our friend here on the other side of the table, but let's see how this match shapes out.
I know she just top decked a Sunderflock, so that's pretty cool.
Oh,
I'll tell you
hey!
that. That looked like a really cool version of Sunderflock as well. And yeah, Edgar, we've seen around a lot. You know, he kind of started by dominating, ripping through the Star City Games tour when that was a
Mm-hmm.
thing, and now has just been one of the kind of established pro players. Even took down one of the PTQs at this last pro tour
Mm-hmm.
there on
That's
Sunday.
true.
So locking up another invite here not too long ago.
And we are joining this in game two. So Edgar's picked up a game as Minnie gets to take a look at the hand. Or excuse me, Edgar's going to take a look at Minnie's hand here. What does he want to get out of here?
Yeah, let's see. So it is always tempting to get Sunderflock out of there because, well, that is incredibly powerful. But that Curel is something that you very much want to
Mm-hmm.
take as well. And honestly, the 3-drop Merfolk there, the 3/2, I forget the name on that one, but that is a great card to take too. And looks like Edgar agrees.
Yep,
Taking that
that's
one
the
down.
meander something something.
Yeah, Marrow. Yeah, I can't remember, but
I'll,
a
I'll
very
find it. I'll
powerful
find it. I'll
card.
find it.
When you attack, return a creature from your graveyard to the
Yes.
battlefield is an incredibly powerful effect.
Meander's Guide. That's it.
There we go. All right, Curel. I mean, Curel is just incredibly fun. Like doubling abilities is so awesome if you can synergize with it. Otherwise, the very worst that it is a 3-mana 3/3, which is still very powerful.
We've got one of our eclipsed critters here for Edgar. I believe it's the Kithkin.
Or the elf,
Check.
it's got to be, right?
Is it the elf?
It's got to be if you're tapping a
Eclipsed elf,
swamp
yes.
for it.
For
So,
sure,
yeah.
for sure, yes. That's correct.
And looking at
Ooh.
Edgar's list here,
Oh, he's
solid
got
green
Taster of
black deck.
Wares. Oh, I love this.
Ooh,
Got the
okay.
Chomping Changeling, Bog Slither's Embrace in hand. I think Chomping Changeling is like one of my favorite card arts for the set.
Yeah,
It's just so funny.
I like it too.
You just see him with like the blade sideways in his throat.
It is definitely a play off Reclamation Sage,
Mhm.
but I love the design of this, putting more toughness than power as you can
Mhm.
blight onto it. Ends up being a really nice synergy, and it is the type of card that gets even better in sealed because, well, there's going to be a lot of powerful artifacts and enchantments that you'll
Yep.
have to deal with.
Absolutely. Kirill needs some buddies. The Eclipsed Realms names Tree Folk. So let's see what trees Minnie's got in the list.
Yeah, interesting. We see Tree Folk. We know we have Sunderflock as a solid play.
Is Burden Stoneback's a giant, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, giant warrior. The art in this always looks like the printer ran out of ink halfway through printing. Just because the background has those lines across it.
Those lines, yeah. A powerful card. Another thing working very well with any kind of blight synergies.
Mm-hmm. All right, what do we got there? We got our feisty Spikeling, Unexpected Assistance, Sunderflock, as you mentioned, Personify, and our rooftop friend? Yeah, our Pritchard.
Yeah, looking to cast that unexpected draw spell as well, but just doesn't have the double blue to get it going right now.
Yeah.
Both these players, of course, 2-0, so their morning has started off quite well. It's going to be a long day for these players, 8 rounds, and then tomorrow, you know, the players that do make it is going to be a long day as well. Ooh, there's one of your favorite cards, Ailey. That was Marilyn off the top from Edgar.
Ah, my beautiful princess or queen. I don't know what she is, but she's so cool. I love this card. There's just so many wild things you can do with it. Milling your opponent out, you know, in air quotes.
Yeah.
Is on the table 100% because of all the changelings you get. There's so many elves. They're so powerful.
Yep, it looks like Edgar is just playing one island, so very much is a Sultai deck with a very small splash. Does have one Changeling Wayfinder. I bet Changeling excuse me,
Wayfinder, yeah.
changeling wayfinder numbers. As we get closer to the end of the day, these players that are going to be XO at the end of the day, I bet that's going to be one big correlating factor is the players that have that are going to have a higher win rate. It's so good in sealed, especially.
Full price Bog Slither's Embrace getting Kirill off the battlefield. So now the battlefield is clear. Let's see what Mini can redeploy here. First things first, we going to get our lands down and we are going to play a good old Percher. Nom 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 nom.
That's
Nibble
a tree
that
folk
bin.
if I've ever seen one.
That sure is a tree folk. Yeah. You don't even need to use colored mana for it.
Very importantly, it's also an elemental.
Mm-hmm.
But Sunderflock is not castable, so maybe we had to think about naming elemental with that land. But of course, there's going to be some important tree folks in Mini's deck as well. But Edgar sniffs that out, recognizes, and remembered that there was indeed a Sunderflock. And oh no, not another plains off the top when all Mini needs is an island.
I'm not seeing any trees in her list though. Unless okay, this is game 2, so possibly something came in from the board.
That's true. And one thing that we see
there's a Reaping Willow. Okay.
The one thing that we see very often at events like this is players will build their deck and then they'll all gather with their friends and be like, did I build this optimally? Should I make changes post board? And some people just go straight like, oh, I am going to switch to my Rakdos deck every game because I missed something that my friends told me about.
Yep.
So it could be something like that as well for Mini.
Yeah. Here, though, once you've submitted your deck list, you have to start your game with that. But then sideboard, you can switch decks entirely.
Exactly. So, cool. No matter what, you're stuck playing your original configuration for game 1 always. But
ooh, nice. Mini gets to draw 3 cards, courtesy of Unexpected Assistance. Let's see what she got. Burdened Stoneback and an Evolving Wilds.
So probably shipping one of those lands here. Looks like the Evolving Wilds is not necessarily needed. So get that out of there. Get ready to do some Sunderflock action. Very powerful card. Very dominant in Standard here at the Pro Tour last weekend.
Yeah. This is a sweet inclusion. The Elementals deck really took off last weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
In all its various formats. Forms, I should say.
So Edgar not doing much right now. And I mean, we saw that goblin that Edgar has been just holding on to, and that's really telling. That is saying, well, I want to wait until I can make you discard your best card and try to get Sunderflock out of there type thing. We also see the Changeling that was held back.
Pitiless Fists now going to be able to get the Stoneback off the board before it can be of any use to Mini. So, bye. In for 6. That's a big hit.
Yep, very nice. Solid 2-for-1 S card, making this a 6-power creature. It's going to hit extremely hard. And looks like Edgar is thinking, do I want to deploy this 3-mana 3/2 where you discard 1? Not ideal, and Minnie's doing a great job of holding an extra land in hand, so she has a card ready and waiting to hit the graveyard. Yeah.
It's also one thing you'll learn as you get better at Magic is having hidden information is extremely powerful. Yep. If it's a land, if you have a land drop to make, usually don't once you've hit a certain, point in the match. If you have 6 lands down, 7 lands down, and you top out at 7, don't play the land. Just hold on to it.
Yep, that is almost always the way to do it. Basically, just once you get towards the top of the game, always think about, should I not play the land, and think about what reasons not to. Like, you might also have a lot of card draw in your deck where if your last card is a land, and normally you think, oh, I should hold this, but I have a lot of card draw where I might need to top deck that next turn and then be able to make a land drop. So you just always got to think about what you could draw, what they could do, and just always be thinking about the game at a higher level to really take that next step as a competitive Magic player.
Taster of Wares hit the board there for Edgar. What did he get to look at? 1 card?
Yeah, it was just 1 card. So just discarded the land that Minnie was holding. And the Trifo. This card rocks.
Reaping Willow. Oh, gets back the Meander Guide. Love it.
Yeah, that's some nice synergy here. So we'll see what Edgar has to break that up. And not, ooh, Gather Stone off the top there. Edgar's hand is
Oh,
great. It's just a little, we're just mission blue for Maryland, but it looks like we can go Gatherer Stone, name Elf, play the 4-drop Menace Black 3/3 there. The
mm-hmm.
Eulogist, is that
Yeah,
correct? I
Dawn Hand
believe. Yep.
Eulogist. Yeah.
Yeah. So no matter what, that's a solid turn for Edgar. And now Edgar gets to look at the top. You know, first and foremost, if it's an elf, great, put it into the hand. If it's not, and it's just a forest or a swamp, you get to get rid of that one. And then, of course, if it's an island, you get to keep it so you can play Maryland. This card does it all. Gathering Stone is amazing.
Love it. Oh, I like this. Personify
That's
on the
also
Reaping
great.
Willow. It'll come back with 2 counters on it, and Minnie will be able to get something back from the graveyard again. Lovely.
That is an amazing use of that card, that's for sure. Not only did you
Oh,
soak up
man.
6 damage, but now you get more value.
This is sweet
Gonna be
because then
awesome.
Minnie can attack with the Meanders Guide, tap the Changeling to pay for its cost to bring something back, and then the Reaping Willow can revive that essentially. That's so sick.
Yeah, really sick. So Edgar stacking this, or excuse me, you don't do the Gathering Stone in response to this, but just being able to get the drain going, and now next turn Edgar will be able to take a peek to see if it's either a blue source or an elf to just be able to put into hand. So the stone definitely puts the pressure on Minnie to close this game out sooner rather than later.
Ooh, what'd she find there? Is that Sig? I think that's a Sig.
Ooh,
Sig
that might
Wonderwine
be
Wisdom.
Sig. Yeah, Sig and Sunderflock in hand. So 2 premium cards here.
Nice. Sig is actually really, really cool.
Oh yeah, the baseline of being a 2-mana unblockable creature is already incredible.
Sig is sick.
There you go. There you go. That's probably what they thought when they made that card. Be like, wow, Sig is
Absolutely.
sick. So now Minnie has just a ton of value here. She can attack with the 3/2, get some value, get a creature back that way. Even if you trade, you still get a good exchange. And then just use the Willow to bring back the creature that you just lost in combat. Like, that is awesome.
I'm also curious about this Burdened Stoneback coming back. You know, you could do that beforehand, protecting your merfolk. But let's see what she decides here.
Either way, she's got a great turn.
Oh, yeah. It's many things to do.
So, and at worst, in air quotes, at worst, you could just Sunderflock the board.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, your whole board would go too, barring the little changeling, but hey, it's a small price you pay, right?
Yeah, this is very much not a streamlined elemental deck, but Sunderflock's still just too good to ignore. So I'm totally with Minnie on that regard. And wow, being able to
we're giving the tree folk indestructible?
I bet we're going to give the other one indestructible as well. I mean, that'd be a great play. Giving the 3/2 indestructible and then being able to return something from the yard looks amazing. So I would love to see her do that and get the 3/2 in there and get that free creature back. But
I would have liked to see that instead of this this tree folk getting in there, because it's a decent blocker, right? There's no aerial attack coming in.
Yeah.
I guess she's concerned about the life total a little bit, but yeah.
I would have got them both in there for sure. Like,
yeah.
And still played the Sig, still made that unblockable, but you just get a body to block with anyways. You get that changeling back, and you get to get a creature in and force more damage.
Oh, my goodness me. Look at this hand from Edgar. Where is the blue? Where is the island? Excuse me, library.
Ailey's going to riot if we don't get to cast that Maryland.
Oh, I'll be so mad about it, man. I really like it. It's such a good card.
It's such a good card.
The other cards in his hand are also good, but now it's like, I really want to play Maryland and get maximum value, but I could just play these other cards in my hand.
Yeah. I love effects that cast stuff off your opponent's library. I just find it so fun. Like Gonti, Lord of Luxury, is one of my favorite cards of all time.
But it's really good. Yes, I agree.
Yes. Just adds such a wrinkle to games and makes replayability on a format so great because, wow, it's like, oh, I played my opponent's X, Y, or Z. You know, like it leads to your games throughout a long tournament like this just being more entertaining and fun.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and you're getting information from your opponent's deck, just being able to cast a potentially game-winning spell. It's definitely a high roll, but it's so entertaining either way.
Yeah, and of course, these players, it is not open deck list for these gamers.
Dawnhand Eulogist. Gonna get blocked here by the Stoneback, it seems. Needs 2 blockers, though, because it does have Menace.
Yeah, and one going back to Minnie's last turn, like if you attacked with that 3/2, got back your 2/1 changeling, you get to put that in front of Edgar's
Yep.
3/2 instead, and now you lose this one and don't get to bring back more creatures. So there is kind of the big exchange where she had a little bit more value on the table that we didn't get from last turn. Plus this 3/3 would not have died because it would have been a 4/4 too. So everything would have been way different if Minnie also removed that counter.
Yeah.
That last counter there.
Temporal Cleansing is one of the cards in hand for Minnie. So it'll be able to get rid of something off this board. You know, perhaps this 6-powered creature. Our Dawn's Light Archer. But now we do have our Safe Right. Oh, what's this guy called? Cavalry. I always forget his name.
Yeah, the Cavalry, the 4/4. I forget the first part as well.
Safe Right Cavalry. Okay, I was right.
There we go.
It's Safe Right Cavalry, Creekwood Safe Right. They use the same words interchangeably. Okay.
I was like, if you need to know exactly what any of these cards do, I got you, Haley. But
yeah. You can describe
names,
it. No, not gonna happen.
We didn't have too much time. These players didn't as well to be able to practice with this format as much as we usually have in the past. You know, just 2 to 3 weeks before this event. Or like before the Pro Tour, a week and a half. It was definitely a little more hustled out, which makes it even more fun when you're playing the tournament, I must say.
Oh, nice. We get to give protection to something this turn. Sig flips around to Wonder Brine Shield.
Yeah, the one thing that's a little awkward is you can give it pro green or black, and well, Edgar has the other color no matter what. I would assume pro green.
Target creature you control gains protection from each color until your next turn.
From each color. That's right. Okay. God, Sig is so
so
good. So yeah, no matter what, getting an attack in for 5, Minnie gets to gain 3. And Edgar is definitely on the back foot, and Edgar doesn't have any removal in hand, so Edgar has to win the game by pressuring. The one nice play that Edgar has for next turn is just pumping up the 2/2 lifelinker and getting gain 4 in there. That's going to be a big deal.
Cool Wrath Mystic hits the board now. Do we have enough to convoke one of these creatures off the table? Nope, don't even need to. Just going to send away the Safe Right. Decision here for Edgar where he wants to put it. I'm guessing it's just going to go second from the top.
Yeah, and now no matter what, Edgar will either get to draw it next turn if there's an elf on top, or if not, the Gather Stone will draw it next turn, but looks like we just get to draw it right now. But hey, that was still a great play because one thing Edgar can't do is pump this 2/2 lifelinker now, which is a huge deal.
Just a little chump block there on the Dawn's Light Archer. Still a 6/4, so it's a lot of damage coming through. Many definitely prioritizing that, not getting Two-Face. Yeah, man, I want to see Marilyn. I'm so mad about it. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm real mad about it.
Yeah, I think we can tell.
Size.
I mean, Edgar being at 11 here is still a little bit out of reach, so he still has time to be able to, at worst case, next turn attack with a 4/4 lifelinker. So Minnie has to do something about that. And wow, that was the 3/4 that your other tap creatures have indestructibility. So I really
nice. A Depth Water Shaper? Sick.
Yeah, I really want to go back to Minnie's one turn where we didn't attack that 3/2 Merfolk. You know, like a card like that just pairs so well with the 3/2 that gets to attack every turn and bring something back. I hate playing against this card, I must say.
Adept Water Shaper is so good.
It's
so like,
strong.
the Burden Stoneback was cool, but have you met this guy? All right, I'm going to swing now. So,
time for the Thunderflock.
All right, then. Yeah, Cool Wrath Mystic triggers. Cool. What's that in for 4 now?
Bink. 4 Vigilance. And I believe, Sig is not able to be cast right now. We don't have another blue source. But still, getting Thunderflock onto the battlefield.
Yeah.
Edgar gets to replay the Archer here, which will be nice. And honestly, maybe slightly surprising that the Archer didn't jump in front of this 4/4 Vigilance. So
Creekwood Safe Right in the bin. Chompy in hand. Land. Still no island. I don't know how Edgar isn't flipping tables at this point. Granted, he only
Yeah.
has one of them and not that many ways to find it, evidently.
Either way, it's definitely looking brutal
Mm-hmm.
with the Sunderflock. So yeah, Edgar might. Right now, what Edgar is deciding is, okay, is she going to attack me and not do anything about my 4-2 reacher and give me the opportunity to block and pump the 4-2? But if she doesn't, or she removes the 4-2, Edgar falls so far behind that not playing spells looks horrifically bad. But he's also considering, okay, can I win if I just allow the Sunderflock to attack right now, you know? So this is an attack.
This is a
Edgar is
very
just
telling attack.
Edgar is just like, please block with the Sunderflock, please block with the Sunderflock, please block. Didn't fall for it.
Minnie as well is just like, well, see, if I can remove your creature, I can win next turn.
Yeah.
What a tricky pickle.
Well, it does look like Edgar is going for the pump here. Nope, double thought that. And now it is just going to be the classic. Edgar is going to dump his hand here, get as many creatures on the battlefield, and see if the
Cross his
power
fingers.
of the power of giving this 2/2 lifelinker +2/2, see if that's going to be enough to race the Sunderflock, and it buys a turn.
I'm very curious if Minnie's running any pump spells.
We're going to find out this turn if we have one in hand.
Sunderflock. Sunderflock. Eek.
Okay.
All right, land. Sig can give it card draw. That is a thing that can happen. Reaping Willow can bring something back. Adept Water Shaper can keep things alive. No real concern about that Sunderflock dying now, though.
It definitely seems like Minnie has this locked up next turn with the combination of Sunderflock and Sig, as long as she doesn't die to Edgar's next attack. That's really
that's a lot of damage coming through. So I think it's going to have to be. Ooh, what's that?
Is that a Planeswalker?
I'm
it
not
looked
sure.
like Taito to me, but I'm gonna guess it was not that.
No. What is that? That's a ultimate art of something.
I believe that's the 1-mana 2/2 that comes into play with a counter on it. You remove it. You draw a card.
Flittering Nuisance?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Hang on, I'm scrolling the fancy arts.
Yeah. That's what it looked like to me.
Yes,
I think we'd be playing that one if that was
yeah, that's Flittering
Nuisance. Oh wow, didn't play that. Had one blue left over there from Minnie.
Huh. Danger.
Yep, this could be dangerous as well. I think Edgar also just top decked the Eulogist.
Oh.
The Drain too.
That could be
tricky. If Minnie gets a little too low, this could be brutal.
Ooh. Let's hope she plays around that.
Now, that being said, Minnie does have a 3/6 lifelinker, which is also very, very strong. So
that 100% needs to get in the way.
I think as long as she doesn't put herself too much at risk here and makes a good safe block here, probably getting that 2/4 in front of something. Because that's 4, 5, 6, could be 7, 8, 9, 10. She'd still be alive here, even with just this block from what I'm seeing. So I think this is going to be game 2 going to Minnie.
Does Flittering have flash? No, it doesn't, right?
No, it does not.
Just checking.
So if this is the block, Edgar gets to go pump this and play Eulogist, so gain 6, essentially, putting Edgar up to 8.
Lifelinker, yeah.
And then that might be enough to live. 8 would not be enough if she did play that flyer, though. That I don't know if it's going to for sure cost her. I think with the Sig staying home, we should be all good because you can give your tree folk protection from all colors. You can attack with Sig, Sunderflock, and the tree folk. And that should be 8, 9, 10 damage here. So yeah, as long as Minnie flips it, does exactly as I said there, it should be all good to go.
So Edgar up to 8. Minnie down to 7.
And one thing that is very also important is
all right.
Something that Edgar probably just realized as well is the clock was at 8 minutes. So
yeah,
this is a situation where a loss or a draw this early in the tournament is a double loss.
Yeah, we don't want to see that. We don't like losses, but you know what we do like? We do like face-to-face games. Canada's Magic Store. Visit face-to-facegames.com. Go pick up all the latest and greatest from this set. It is phenomenal. Any format you want to play with it, there is something for everyone. It's just so fun. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Lorwyn Eclipsed.
Absolutely can't go wrong with face-to-face games. They're an incredible organizer. Does a lot of great stuff for the Canada competitive gaming scene. And of course, putting on this incredible broadcast for all of us to watch at home. So big props there to face-to-face.
Where is our blue mana?
Hiding, it would seem.
Hiding, yeah. Burden
and seems like Edgar's green mana is also hiding unless we just drew it, which we did.
Just drew it. And found the island, I believe. Hey, Changeling Wayfinder! Now we just need Maryland, bud.
Yep. We'll see if we can get that on time there. But oh no, another plains off the top there from Minnie. It looks like her hand is really good with a blue source off the top.
That would be great, yeah. I think she had the feisty Spikeling in hand, so Sternback gonna get in here for 2. Gonna go down to 18. And Spikeling as the follow-up. Personify in hand to protect one of these critters or reset something like the tree.
Her hand is great. Even now with an island off the top, I saw Sunderflock, a bunch of other solid cards. The 1 mana 2/2 always escapes me. Being able to remove that counter, draw some cards, that was in hand as well. So
okay,
that's basically the only thing Minnie's hand is lacking here.
Oh, little Stoneback go die. Yes, Flitterwing Nuisance.
Kind of cute. An enduring curiosity. And there it is. There's the island. We got ourselves a game.
Woohoo! Man, Evan Fong went so hard on the art for this set. Vinebread Brawler, Flitterwing Nuisance, Dawnhand Eulogist. Those are all hers, and they all slap.
All right. Yeah, incredible stuff. That's for sure. And this card I always thought was pretty solid. And then, there we go. That was Maryland off the top.
Yahoo! Ailey's happy.
Oh, and gets to pacify. Incredible.
I love it. This makes my heart so happy.
Ailey has levitated off of her seat.
Sure have. I almost hit the ceiling there. Good thing I have tall ceilings.
That was a devastating hit there for Minnie. Now Minnie has to deal with Maryland, and if not, it is the gift that keeps on giving. You get to keep getting good stuff off the top of Minnie's library.
Boy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, so she could personify it away. That's not great, to make sure that it actually sticks and there's a blocker for Maryland. But
yeah, you can
personify. Oh no,
sorry, that's personify your own creature to blink it out and keep it around. But not great, because now, as long as Edgar has some elves as a follow-up, which it looks like we have plenty.
Yeah. Oh, Rooftop Percher, Dawnhand Eulogist. Excuse me, I thought that the Flitterwing got bound there, but it was not.
So gets to exile that. Maryland gets to look at 2 more cards. Oh my goodness! You get the
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
This is going so well.
That is incredible. That is so devastating.
Yeah, 3 elves / fairies, and that Adept Water Shaper is now going to protect Madame Maryland here, and there ain't much Minnie can do about it.
You can you exile your opponent's creatures to get them back into play under your battlefield? I don't know how that card is templated. Yeah, personify.
I think it's exile target creature you control.
Ah, brutal. If you could exile your opponent's creature, well, you'd get back your own Adept Water Shaper here, which would have been incredible. But
that would be pretty funny.
As it stands, I don't know if Minnie is going to be able to get out of the fact when, Edgar just got one of her best cards.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's see where we go from here.
Okay. The
Reaping
Tree Folk.
Willow. Nice.
Pretty solid. We get to play and bring something back this turn, but it doesn't look like we have anything great to bring back. So can play a land. You can start attacking and then bring some stuff back here, but either way you slice it, it looks brutal. And now we're seeing Edgar recognizing I think the only way I lose this game is
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
by the clock.
Sunderflock got. Taster of wares. Had some chicken dinner.
And now we can play the Eulogist and flip over 2 more cards from Mini and play 4 drops or less.
Lordy, let's see. Can he get lucky? Can he hit 3 for 3?
Yeah, so far he has hit the perfect curves, like hitting the 2 drop first, then hitting the 3 drop. You know, if it was the other way around, you know, it doesn't look as impressive. But
and you know what that tells me, Corey?
Hmm.
Mini's deck is perfectly built. Solid curve, no notes.
100%. That's what I'm taking away from that as well.
Gone hand Eulogist enters, gains some life. Well, let's see if we have another elf in the yard. Yep, there's a Moon Vigil Adherent and a Gangly Stompling.
And here's the Mill 2 from Mini's deck.
Let's see. 4 drop.
Oh, well,
what?
Wow.
No freaking way.
And this
Good
is why
Lord.
you
and Mini can just chuckle.
This is why you splash for Maryland. It is that powerful.
Absolutely.
If you can have a deck that checks the boxes, you have enough elves, you have enough changelings, fairies.
Oh,
this is what the card can do.
This is so brutal. All right, Flitterwing Nuisance back just to try and stem the bleeding a teeny tiny bit here for Mini. That's all she can do. Just a Evolving Wilds drawn there.
Yeah, this Maryland has dealt, 8, 12 damage so far, has played 3 spells for free. And I mean, I guess milled some card. That's kind of minimal, but that is enough for sure for interaction.
Brutal.
And took one of Mini's best cards. I mean, the fact that the each other tapped creature gains indestructible card, it is so busted. Impossible to play against. It is insanely busted.
If we gotten to a point where Mini could have played Sunderflock, how much better would it have been for her? Because all the cards that Edgar's stolen would come back to her.
Oh, that is very, very true. That would have been devastating, but now the flock is gone for good, and it's going to be a lot tougher to close out the game. Now the biggest factor is not will Mini win or lose, it's will Mini lose or draw. We see the clock, it's less than a minute now, so now it's a spot of Edgar thinking, how can I close this out in time?
Yeah, absolutely. 30 seconds to go. I think we're going to get a result here. Ooh, all right. Bog Slither's Embrace drawn off the top there, so able to get one of these critters off the board. Marilyn is a big flyer, can do a lot of damage. There are 2 big flyers, so I likely think we're going to see this Flittering Nuisance taken care of.
All right, here comes 5 indestructible attackers coming in.
Gangly Stumpling coming back.
Oh, and now you get to trigger that.
Oh my. Temporal cleanse something. What's that card? The Convoke one that sends something away.
It isn't that, but that's the Noggle enchantment.
Oh, Noggle the Mind. Yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Either way, this is Edgar. You wouldn't tell me with his facial expression, but having a blast with crazy, his deck just firing on all cylinders. The fact that he just brought back brought back a creature with his opponent's creature that triggered Maryland to get more cards from her deck is just the most fun.
And this is why Limited is awesome, friends.
Ain't that the truth?
Isn't it so much more fun playing your opponent's cards too?
Yeah. Whenever you get sick of playing your own deck, well, start playing your opponent's deck as well.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're in turns. That means Mini will get turn 1. So Edgar will get 2 and 4. So we'll have 2 more turns to clear it out. Should be plenty fine.
Yeah.
But especially Edgar has a premium removal spell too.
Yeah. The cards that are exiled with Maryland stay exiled.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware.
That makes sense. Likely not to matter here. Looks like a Sig off the top, and that is not going to be enough. The game will be over next turn, but an incredibly fun match here.
That was a sick match.
And Mini's deck does look quite good too. Just kind of fell to the powerful draw from Edgar here.
Block there from the Changeling, no cards drawn, and that is going to be enough for Mini to call it. What a sweet match. Congratulations to Edgar Magalhaes. Marilyn, man, she cool.
Maryland really took over that game and just hit the perfect cards on curve. That's why you splashed for that one. That's for sure.
I
Chef's
love
kiss
it.
indeed.
I love it. I want to see more of that, please. If I could put a request into our feature match pickers. Okay, thanks, friends. We're going to take a very short break. And then Corey and I have one more round with you, and it's going to be wonderful. So don't go anywhere. everybody? Hello, and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Eclipsed here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, the place in which I reside. Corey does not get good scrub.
I can
But it's
feel
great
the
to be here.
cold. I can feel the cold from this tournament, though, just by
Yeah.
commentating it remotely. I can feel the cold from Canada.
Yes, it is very cold, and I was told during the break that your feet are chilly, so I hope you found a
I'm
blankie.
also cold, yes.
Yeah. There, you do have a blankie. Good choice. There you go. That is the one advantage of doing these events from home, friends. But thank you so much for joining us. It's been a wonderful day so far. We had an awesome round 3, and round 4 is going to be no different, as we're going to jump into our feature match here. Looking at Brian Koval, better known as Bosch and Roll, up against Sean Dhaliwal, an Izzet deck versus an Azorius list. And oh boy, there's some goodies in these decks, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Both decks look really solid. Brian Koval, we've seen around, the content game for a very long time, but kind of before the content game was just an absolute ringer when it came to, especially the more older format, the Eternal formats like Legacy, Vintage, all those kind of things, but also knows his way around a limited format for sure.
And Sean, a notable participant in another card game, winning the regional championship there. So some cross TCG overlap. We love to see it. Good to jump between different games.
Yeah, you usually, if you're good at one, the skills kind of transfer over.
They sure do.
That's for sure, If you're really good at Magic, well, when you go home to play Phase 10 with your family, you're probably going to be pretty good at that too.
Alrighty. Doing stuff and things here, are we? As we get this game cooking. Finding our Tributary Vaulter. This time it's the 1/3, right? Yeah, that's the 1/3 that makes something else fly, or gives something else +2 when it's tapped.
Yes, that is exactly that. And looks like Brian
Eclipsed Flamekin.
Just found a Flamekin into a Flamekin, but does not have any blue source yet, just the triple mountain so far. Oof. So didn't have an island as far as the options there. So I would probably assume the next turn is going to start at the very worst with just another Flamekin, get an island, and be kind of on his way.
I love these Eclipsed cards. They are so good. I saw them the first time when we revealed the Commander decks with the Command Zone. And let me tell you, we were all like, oh, damn, this is great, in any format, because it's island or mountain. It's not basic. So
exactly. Yeah. Yep. No, very powerful cards. And Sean just having an incredibly powerful curve here as well. And I think the card that was off cam, that was Catharsis, right? I believe that's the red white.
Yes. I was wondering where those 2 Kithkin came from, but 2 whites to get 2 little friends on board.
Yeah, if you have this in red white, I mean, it is just the absolute game over finisher. But even in Azorius here, either 2 mana split card where you get to kind of raise the alarm as the 2 mana spell to make 2 1/1s, or just 6 mana 3/4 comes with some bodies, kind of a Cloud Goat Ranger-esque card. Phenomenal card, even in blue-white here.
Alrighty. Seer was cost there. What did it hit?
Seer taking down the 4 mana 2/4 whenever you play a 4 or higher draw card. Yeah, the graveyards are a little off of the camera here. Apologies for that.
Help commentators out here, guys. Keep those graveyards on board here for us. Eclipsed Flamekin once again. Dig. Do we find a island? Hey, we did. All right, cool. So Brian Koval, better known as Bosch and Roll, able to play blue spells, which is always, beneficial.
Hey, gotta love that Brian, no matter what, already has his lands kind of blinged out for his style.
Love it.
But also with these 2 uncommons being kind of the alt art one, it looks like Brian brought this deck from home.
It looks like a constructed list at this point, yeah.
Exactly.
I will say that's one trick I like to do when I do any sealed events or, pre-release, that type of thing. Same thing, but, go with your lands. Just take 10 lands sleeved up. You don't have to waste time sleeving them. You get to spend an extra few minutes looking at your deck, making it all pretty, and then it's super easy to swap out your lands.
There you go.
Pro tips from the not professional. You're welcome.
And now Sean gets to just jam this Merfolk Lord and get in a chunk of damage here. This is really bad news bears here for Brian Koval, as you get to tap your 1/3 flyer, which is now a 2/4, pump up your vigilance creature. I mean, right now we're just taking 8 in the air, I believe.
That's a lot of damage. Jeez. Yeah, because it'd
7 in
be
the air,
1, 2,
excuse me.
3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7.
Yeah. 7
That's
in the
my
air is
count too.
still a phenomenal attack.
And then 1 on the ground. Deep Channel Duelist doing a good job here of buffing the team. Oh yeah, not even in the air. He's making it so if you want to block one of the ground guys, you're gonna have to put both friends in, and I'll get to kill one of them.
Yeah, that is a interesting attack there, depending on where the pump went, because that is
It
just
went to
kind of
the Merfolk.
okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, the buddy on the
Just to
ground. Yeah,
get rid of the 1/4, that's reasonable. I think I would have even liked Sean to just prioritize aerial damage here
yeah,
instead of trying to get rid of one of those 1/4s. The 1/4
yeah.
already kind of did its thing.
They don't matter. Of the Eclipse, this one is certainly the weakest, just in terms of
Yeah.
being able to kill things. Sure, it's great against like the little one toughness blockers, but
Yeah. And Koval has a ton of removal. His hand is
mm,
completely stocked. The only thing he is missing out on is just land. So we
yeah,
easily might see starting off with this Tweeze just to discard a
chuck
spell and
something.
try to find another land.
I
But
like
yeah,
that.
given time, Koval can definitely come back in this game. His hand is great.
Yeah, Twee's able to discard and draw, so I always forget what that is. That's rummage.
Rummage, yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Being able
discard,
to
draw.
rummage something away.
If you draw, then discard. That's looting.
Yeah, getting rid of the oof there that cost triple blue makes a lot of sense when you have 4 mountain now. But Koval hitting untapped mountain here was great. Has the ability to cast one of these 2 drops.
Well, Sneakling's gonna have to wait until island number 2 makes an appearance.
There we
Rummaging
go.
goblin.
I wonder if that's where it came from. I kind
Probably.
of doubt it. I think that was like M15 or something.
I don't know. I'm sure someone
I'm,
in chat can tell us.
yeah, I'm not great with the lore, that's for sure.
Big thing here for Sean. Let's see where he wants to go with his turn.
Yeah,
That is a cursed shirt he's wearing. I just want to pull that out.
I like it. Now, this is a spot where if I'm Sean, I would probably be pretty happy attacking with my whole team and losing a Kithkin here to get in some extra damage. It's just 1 Kithkin. Yeah, I love this. Get everything
Nice.
sideways. And as far as where to put the plus from the creature, I think I like.
Birds.
Yeah, I was
Birds.
gonna say I think I like putting it on the ground creature, even though it's gonna work out less because it looks like Brian had the ability to flash in the 2/2 changeling, but decides to go for this instead.
Noggle the Mind. The Changeling is blue-black, so you wouldn't be able to cast it at the moment.
Well, he had blue available, right?
Just 1 though.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I thought it was
Yeah,
double blue.
blue black hybrid. Yeah.
Ignore me. Noggle the Mind.
Taking that down. Still taking a huge hit here. That's 7, putting Koval down to 5, if my math was correct. Maybe we did put the +2 onto the flyer instead. That would make more sense. That would mean that Koval will go to 7 instead of 5.
Yeah, I think it was just indicating that the life gain from the Wonderbrand Preacher being tapped.
Yep. And able to clean up the 1/4, and now a solid battlefield for Sean. But I think Sean is out of gas, and Koval with 6 fresh mana available. Let's see what he can do with it.
Chitinous Graspling, first and foremost. Make sure we can block that pesky flyer and kill it. Yeah, he's stemming the bleeding. It's okay. We're fine. Oh, Tanavel Rhyme Speaker. Is that just GG? No, not yet.
That is GG if Koval has nothing. This is 7 coming in.
Sneakling?
Yep. There is the Sneakling, so that does put Koval down to 4. Sean will gain 2 more life. But yeah, top decking the 3/2 there was gigantic.
Yeah. Rhymekin Recluse saying, get out of here, thanks.
All right, and now once again trying to recoup.
Okay. He's fine. He's fine. He's got the
We
glamour
got the
might, so he can.
changeling, and yeah, exactly that to be able to tap a creature your opponent's
Yeah,
control.
nice. This is fine. Brian's clawing back here, man. Oh no! Never mind. I lied.
That
Pyrrhic strike.
removal spell is incredible.
Ooh.
It is so good.
All right. Combat. Pre-combat. Glamour might. Tap one of your things, please. No, don't tap that. Don't tap that. It gives him
it
+2,
can't-
+2.
But only to a merfolk, importantly.
Oh,
At least
yes.
there are none.
Okay. Fine. It's fair.
Yeah.
All good.
So I
No
love
panic.
that tap there, being able to trade with the 3/2. Koval has to still find 2 pieces of interaction. We have a 4/3 and the ability to tap another flyer. So
Another
Koval
glamour
has error quotes stabilized here.
Yeah.
It's all up to Sean's top deck here.
Good gravy. Okay, yes. Important text says merfolk only. Phew.
Yeah. And
Glamour might number 2.
draw.
Ah, Blossom Mind. He's just
So-
drawing removal every single step of the way, man.
Koval's still not dead.
No,
Now,
not dead
Sean
yet.
might not even want to attack here because this is putting Koval to 1 and then losing a Kithkin. I don't think I like the attack here.
Yeah, just wait and attack next turn. He's got to run out of gas, right?
I mean, I think both players are well and truly out of gas, but if Sean... Either way, if Brian Koval doesn't progress the battlefield, Sean will still win next turn with what's on the battlefield. But...
Oh, good grief.
Okay, big draw from Koval. Has only a mountain in hand. What are we going to find?
Creature.
Oh! That was...
Are you kidding me?
That card's great. That's the Epiphany where you get to draw an extra card. So
Equal to its
phenomenal.
toughness. Or power or something,
top
right?
deck.
End Blaze Epiphany?
Yeah, I think it's equal to its power. So only 1, which is not as exciting, but
man, I would have killed my own guy.
Love it.
No. What? I mean,
and,
that's gonna do it. But wouldn't that have been like a Hail Mary kind of thing? Just kill your own 4/3, get 4 cards.
Yeah, definitely an option you could have done with that much mana that Koval had.
Yeah.
Definitely possible. But, I mean, Koval still could have flipped over a premium creature there from, just killing the 1 creature, and it still would have looked pretty solid. So I would have done the same thing as Koval there, to be fair.
That's no fun, though. But you know what is fun?
It is no fun.
You know what is fun, though? Getting 30% store credit from Face-to-Face Games. Go to face-to-facegames.com/sell. Get rid of your old stuff you don't want no more. Exchange it for some new shiny things. Treat yourself. You deserve it. Well, I think I'm gonna stand behind that. He should have killed his own guy. 4 cards? Come on.
I mean, definitely hindsight being 2020, that would have worked out better than what happened. So, all right, I'm with you. I'll side with you.
I'm gonna go tell him.
And wow, I gotta say, that was a game where Koval stumbled. Sean had to top deck some great stuff off the top to be able to push through some damage. So, really great game.
Nah, that was sweet.
All right, looks like Sean's hand there is 2 blue. There's a checklist card too, so some card that can flip, maybe a Sig.
Flying something.
Either way,
what's a flying flippy card?
Either way, Sean doesn't have white mana, but I'm still keeping that hand on the draw. But I've kept some loose gooses in my day before, to say the least.
Loose gooses. I'm just trying to find out what that is.
I'm unsure, but that is. Yeah, you keep the double blue hand, and then you top deck the double white spell immediately. Absolutely. That's usually how it works.
Oh, Gravel Gale. I like this guy. Unblockable. Hey. You're able to pump it up. You're very happy.
Yeah, very solid card when you got some ways to synergize with your creatures getting tapped. And Sean didn't play a plains. That means we didn't top deck a plains. So this is probably going to be a very big draw step here.
Oh, I love this.
From Sean.
Oh, look at it. Look at that synergy. Attacks, doesn't need to tap a thing, but wants to just get through the top of the deck here a little better for Brian.
That's what we call in the business of doing it. And Sean, I just read his lips there. He said, move to discard. And that's not where you want to be.
No.
But hey, I
Risky
would have
beast.
kept it too. I would have been in this exact same scenario as Sean for whatever it's worth. Wow, is that kin binding as well?
No. Tributary Vaulter.
It
Get
looks like a
lost.
kin.
Sorry, get out. Where are you seeing
Okay.
kin binding? On the
The
left?
one on the far left? Maybe that's not it. Maybe
Maybe.
that's the 2-mana 2/2 that removes some counters. I guess we're gonna see real quick. I think it was
Let's
Ailey.
see. Yes, he does indeed have one kin binding in the deck.
Okay. There's our creature. Okay, must have just got a little damaged. Maybe it was foil. Always
Yeah,
allowed
oh
to
yeah.
create
It's
a
probably
checklist card for
yeah.
something like that.
It's funny how cards behave in different climates. So
Yeah, of
could have
course.
pulled a Pringle. Once again, we so sweet. Mirror Sky Swimmer now. Things are looking great here for Brian. Not so much for Sean.
Yeah, the old discard to hand size.
Feels bad.
And then the fact that there is not a land into play right now is probably going to lead us to the conclusion of we're going to go to game number 3.
I would think so. There's only so many turns that you will abide this lack of land situation.
Yep. But, I still would have done the exact same thing. 1 planes, this hand looked great. You had 3 draws at it. And even
Yeah.
Sean had a decent 3-drop that was blue. I forgot exactly what it was.
Mhm.
But so the odds that this happened is definitely not 0. But, it was pretty unlucky to have to discard to hand size twice here.
Yeah. Tenafel Rhyme Speaker, that's a 4-drop. Cool Wrath Mystic is the 3-drop you mentioned. Yeah, it's a great hand. It's just unplayable, unfortunately.
Yeah. And now you're just at the stage where even if we do get a plains next turn, it's not like there's anything that devastatingly awesome from Sean to be able to catch up. So this will just be us going through the motions here.
Yep. Big old chunk of damage. Chucking a card, drawing a card, courtesy of the peddler. What would you like to do with the rest of your turn?
A clone!
Omni Changeling! Woohoo! More fishies! Excuse me, they're merfolk, not fish.
Close enough. Close enough. And this should be this game all wrapped up here.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's enough to kill Sean. Oh, we found a 3rd land!
Right on time.
Did he draw a Glamourmite or something to tap a critter, maybe?
Yeah, I think this is just the classic. I'm 3-0 on camera here at a gigantic tournament like a spotlight. Let's just play it out. The Reed Duke way. Play it out until I lose the game.
Yeah. The game is lost. Okay, game number 3. Let's go. Yep. Unfortunate draws, or should I say lack of draws there for Sean. Getting his planes wasn't something that was on the cards for him.
Yeah.
But you know where you can get planes is when you buy and sell all the cards at face-to-face games. They will buy anything. And, well, mostly anything. I'm not going to, don't try and sell them your shoes. That's just weird. But
someone just comes in with a weed whacker or something. Be like, here you go. Ailey said it on the broadcast.
Ailey said so
anything.
It must be true. Yeah. They're also on site, so if you guys are in the area and you want to stop by at the Spotlight Eclipsed in Toronto, go do so. Let's see what these opening hands look like for our players here as we go to game 3.
All right, Sean has all the colors of mana needed. We, no matter what, have turn 2 Catharsis. There's other great plays. Looks like we might be on a mulligan already from Sean, though. But still, very solid play, or very solid hand. Sean's going to get to start, and Koval's hand looks pretty decent as well. Maybe a few too many lands, but still looks very good as well.
Spider Blossom Bind off the top there. Eclipsed Flamekin. There's the card hiding out in the back. Nice. Wonderburn Preacher to kick things off here for Sean. First thing on the board. Do we have a 2-drop from Brian, or do we want to keep this guy from attacking? Sure do. Blossom Bind. It will be tapped. He will gain the 2. So 22 now to Sean.
And the Preacher looks just kind of like a replaceable 2-drop, but it has really played out really well in the Azorius decks that are trying to, get some value when you tap stuff, but the ability to gain life in a deck that's usually comprised of a lot of flyers, the Preacher's kind of perfect at helping you win races.
Eclipsed Flamekin hits the board. What do we find on top of the library? Da, da, da. Well, those are the Blossom Bind, a couple lands. Brian consults the hands, seeing what would shape this nicely, and it's going to be another mountain.
Probably didn't find anything too special because I think Koval did have a good chunk of land, so that
Yeah.
might have been a relative miss, but
Yeah,
maybe
sometimes
not.
you whiff.
Yeah, I mean, if your worst scenario is there a 3-mana 1/4 that gets you a land, that's pretty good.
Yep. Chitinous Graspling here for Sean. We have stuff on the board. Sean is doing things. This is great.
Step 1, do things.
Yes. And stuff. Marrow Sky Swimmer now.
I
Getting
did see
some bodies on the
Endblaze
board.
Epiphany that Koval just got off the top there. Phenomenal
Woohoo.
removal spell. That's
Hell
probably
yeah.
going to do more than it did last game.
I would hope so. Especially to get this Reacher out of the way of the Sky Swimmer.
Well, if Sean has it, land 5 and kin binding is probably the best thing you could be doing in the whole format. So
Yeah.
if that was an option here, I think we'd be slamming that one.
Well, land 5 and 6.
The big thought was just to play Catharsis or wait till next turn when you can get the full value.
Yeah,
I love waiting.
I would wait, yeah.
Yeah.
If you definitely got the land, then just wait. There's no major pressure here. Oof, indeed. Glisser Bear now for white, blue, red, green. Everything except
4.
black.
So
Nice.
attack for 6. That's pretty good. Right, 6.
Yeah, white, blue, red, green.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Koval held up 5 fingers there, but
yeah,
like, oh yeah, my card's even better. You're right.
Counted one more time. Owie.
Not bad. And Sean just having to, untap, play a Catharsis, which, a great card. It's something that, we were talking its praises at the beginning of the first game, where you got to just play it on turn 2. It's great here. 6 mana, 5 total power, very solid, but it does nothing to interact with a 6/6 flying vigilance that's going to be coming at you.
Sure doesn't. So Sean's going to have to figure out how to get this Glisser Baron off the board. That's step 1 in terms of just shoring up his life total, making sure he doesn't lose too much more there.
Yep.
But big thing here before he does anything, we have seen land 6 in hand. I love Catharsis when there's red as well, because it's kind of like one of my favorite cards when I started playing Magic was I've now forgotten the name. Heroic Reinforcements, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, 4 mana, Boros card. You get 2 1/1s. Everything gets pumped by 1. So yeah.
Phenomenal card. Yeah.
There it is. That's when I started playing Magic, friends. Can you tell?
Nice.
I have a soft spot in my little heart for that.
And I mean, yeah, when you can activate the ability from Catharsis, you're all of a sudden putting 5 power in that gets boosted. So 5, 6, 7, 8 power for 6 mana, and they're attacking the turn you come in.
Yeah.
Like that's a devastating swing.
Absolutely. Flamekin Guildweaver hits the board now.
And we still have Catharsis in hand, which we're almost assuredly going to see played this turn.
Nice. Oh, we got rid of the Glisser Bear. Nice. I missed that as I was reminiscing.
Yeah, you were too hyped about the heroic reinforcement for sure.
I was.
And now we'll see what kind of interaction Brian has. We for sure have the premium rare removal spell of Endblaze Epiphany, and that will be awesome.
Yeah. Hitting Catharsis with that, probably one. Nah, actually, the Graspling still probably the better.
Probably.
Option, right?
The reach ability still seems very important.
Especially with another flyer in hand.
Yeah. So still able to attack here for 4 in the air no matter what. Might get this 4/3 into combat as well, as it's just a clean trade with Catharsis. Either way, Brian definitely ahead so far.
Yeah. Certainly has enough firepower. And asking Sean all the questions, which Sean's going to have answers to.
I feel like you have to block here with Catharsis too. It's just a little too brutal. If you take 8 right now, take half your life total. Dealing with the flyers alone is going to be tricky, so I think this is pretty much forced.
Yep. Catharsis trades with the Guildweaver. No damage trampling over there. 2 flyers get in, down to 12 we go. And Rooftop Percher, gonna nibble on a graveyard. And big ol' 3/3 on the board.
And Brian Koval doing the classic thing that you see in limited Magic. instead of dealing with the problematic threat right
Mhm.
now, first you get as many of your own creatures in play. That way, when you do fire off that removal spell, it's
Yeah,
more impactful because all of a sudden you're attacking with that extra creature you played.
absolutely. That's always something that I'm in awe about. It's like, do I do this now? Shore up the way beforehand, or do I just apply more pressure? Like, what is the right play?
Yeah.
And that's always something that you'll learn as you play more Magic.
It
That's
really just does come down to patience. The
yeah,
the better players in the world, your opponent plays a bomb, and half the time people are like, okay, that's a bomb. I know I have to kill it. But you're like, wait, do I? Do I
mm,
actually have to kill it this second? Are they going to attack with it? What's the worst case
yeah,
scenario? Like the best players in the world, that's what's going on in their brain all the time is
yeah.
ask yourself questions. And those questions change every turn. And that kind
Hmm.
of shows the how a great player is
Yeah,
made, I guess.
absolutely. And I mean, the best way to get better at a game is to watch, like the Reed Dukes of the formats playing and sit there and say to yourself, okay, if I was in Reed's spot, I would do this. Wait, he
Yes.
didn't? Why not? Why didn't he do that? And you figure it out
Exactly.
from there. Yeah.
Exactly. So being able to tuck away one of the flyers here is
Hmm.
great. Now, no matter what.
Whew.
Oh man,
Ah,
Brian top deck Seer. So now
ow.
we know Brian has
And Blaze
the
Epiphany.
creature, yeah, the creature on top of the library and has the Epiphany in hand. So everything is coming up here for Bosch and Roll.
Absolutely. Would you say he's on a roll?
He
Good.
is definitely boshing and he's definitely on a roll.
You make me hungry now, man. What do we got here? Tributary Volter, and what's that? Noggle the Mind?
Noggle the
Stop!
mind,
Stop flicking your cards. Hold them still.
right? So being able to play one of these threats and take down another creature with Noggle the Mind is
Mm-hmm.
okay. It does lead to essentially board parity right now.
Mm-hmm.
But with this preacher that's about to get cast, and of course the Epiphany in hand,
Mm-hmm.
Brian is still a little ahead, but this game is definitely getting closer.
Two critters attacking here. The Sky Swimmer as well as the Gulamer Mite getting in there.
So now
Does
Sean
this
is just
Volter want to
thinking,
tap?
can I just go, all right, block with my 1/3 on one of your 2/2s, take two,
Mm-hmm.
and then Noggle the Mine on the Preacher? Or do you Noggle the Mine right now, eat one of those creatures with your 2/4, and then block with the 1/3 to the 2/2, and then figure it out how to beat the 3/3 flyer? I think if I'm Sean, I'm going to block, take two here, Noggle the Mine on the Preacher, and hope to draw something good. But either way, it's not amazing by any means, that play.
Yep. Got a Noggle the Mind on the Sky Swimmer there, so Cool Wrath Mystic can jump in the way.
Okay. So
Things
now
die.
this is just the classic. Sean's like, you know what? I'll find an answer for the preacher later.
Ew. Rooftop friend back. By preacher, do you mean percher?
Oh yeah, sorry. Rooftop percher. I thought that was preacher.
Yeah. No, the preacher is the one under the blossom vine.
There we go. There we go. My
Yeah, it's
mistake.
okay. It's okay. He's just holding a sermon up on the roof,
There we go. There we go.
He's so cute as well.
Now let's see if Sean drew any gas here. If not, this removal spell from Koval. Okay, so Deep Channel Duelist.
Ooh, okay.
Very solid draw.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Now you can get a little aggressive and untap a merfolk. So
Yeah.
it doesn't accomplish anything. You
Yeah,
can
no,
attack
no.
with a 2/4 and untap it, but that doesn't do anything.
Oh man. This Endblaze Epiphany has so many targets to choose from.
Yeah, and it feels like this is the turn for it. Or you just attack. No, I really think you just get rid of this 2/4. You pay 5, deal with that, reveal the top 2, and until the end of your next turn, you may play that card, which is a big deal.
Mm-hmm. It's also an instance, so can be used.
Yep, and this was
In
Koval trying to get a
response.
little extra value, so now this
Nice.
is
I like this play too.
kill the duelist, reveal the top 2.
What do you find there?
Got the 1/3
Peddler?
unblockable, as well as a mountain to be able
Oh,
to
no.
play.
Okay. Yeah. Gravel Gill Scoundrel.
Yeah, so this is nice. Now Koval gets to go land. I don't think he's played a land. Maybe he has. Choose a card. You don't get both of them. That's right. Okay. So just playing the permanent, of course, since
Yeah.
you do have to choose.
Yeah. So some unblockable pressure now with Sean. Oh, would you look at that? He's at 4.
Yeah, right?
That's bad
Conveniently.
news. Yeah. So it looks like Brian, unless we find something miraculous here for Sean, is going to remain undefeated and go 4-0.
That was relatively miraculous, as I do think it
Mm-hmm.
will keep him alive. We're going to be attacking for 6, and we can tap down 1 flyer.
Mm-hmm.
So as it stands, it does look like Sean can survive at 1 if Koval does use the flying trick right now.
Mm-hmm. Any reason not to?
It's maybe to wait till Sean's turn to tap something down and then untap with another flyer, but no,
Yeah.
I'm doing this as well.
Yeah. Tap down the biggest guy. Keep your guys
Now,
alive.
this also forces the chump block instead, chump blocking the percher.
Yep.
Only 1 block available to Sean here, and I think he's figuring it out now.
Yeah.
And now you just got to think, what is a draw that Sean could even have, not only in his deck, but in the format?
Yeah. Kin Binding's not going to get it done. He won't deal
No.
22 damage in one fell swoop with 2 blockers in the way, and that is going to do it. Brian Koval, aka Bosch and Roll, picking up the victory here, 4-0. A perfect start to his day so far.
Yeah, and a nice, just scrappy Izzet deck. Like, there
Yeah.
were definitely some elemental synergies, but for the most part, it was flyers, card advantage, and removal, the kind of bread and butter way to get through a sealed deck. So, yeah, really nice start. Koval will have to, of course, go at least 2-2 or better to be able to do some drafting tomorrow. And let's get real, Ailey. That's
I
the
want to
real
be drafting.
prize.
Yeah.
That's the real prize at the
100%.
spotlight, is getting to, no matter what, draft
Yeah.
twice tomorrow for a called draft at the highest level. That's really the most possible fun you can have at one of these big limited events.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, friend. Do you want to watch some more Magic?
I'm in.
Sure, let's do it. Aiden Mirabelli up against Daniel Weiser next. This is going to be a good old slugfest between Golgari and Mardu. Let's see what nonsense these fellas were able to cobble together in their sealed pool. Daniel, a frequent Pro Tour and Worlds competitor on Team Cosmos.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember we saw him take down one of the U.S. regional championships playing Blue-White Control, I believe in Pioneer here either last year or the year before. Always, at playing a lot of competitive Magic from Minneapolis. So I played in a lot of the same tournaments as Daniel growing up, as I was from North Dakota, and I traveled up to that area to compete quite often. And just a nice guy, very strong player. And we, of course, see the team sweatshirt there for heavy play as well. So Aiden, no stranger to the game as well.
Here comes Scarblade Scout. Pretty much the favorite 2-drop here for the Golgari colors. Followed up by, excuse me. Nope, there's the 2-drop you want to see. Oh,
that
man.
Is great.
This card slaps.
Getting some value going from the beginning. It is a very incredible card. The eyes there.
Morkant's eyes.
And we did see, we saw Owen on the broadcast earlier who won RC Calgary. Aiden, of course, took second there in that one. So made it to the World Championship because of that result. It's just one short of taking down the title.
Love it. Keen to see what Daniel's got cooking here. Morkant's eyes is a big old problem eventually. Cinder Strike here takes care of the Scarblade Scout.
Yeah, and
that's a lot of alliteration.
Yeah, no kidding. In the Mardu color pair, it is also a little tricky to be able to remove enchantments. Definitely not impossible, liminal hold, those kind of things. But Morkant's eyes is just a card that fixes your draw step until it isn't.
Yeah. Doesn't look like we have any of those enchantment removals. So just gonna have to kill Aiden before things get too crazy. Dawnhand Eulogist now filling the bin even more. So when Aiden gets to 6 mana, that's when you have to start going, uh-oh.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does just look like Daniel's deck. It's not really one particular type of kindred strategy. It's just
Mm-hmm.
Mardu, the rares, and the mythics that I have. As I believe that's the white black dragon that flips back and forth. That card is
Oh,
incredible, as
let me
well
see.
as has
What's his name?
Sonar.
Is
Has a lot of good stuff.
Sonar
It has
innovative? Yeah.
Grub's Command. So Daniel's deck is Mardu, Mythics, and Rares,
It's
which is
Erdu,
usually a
Carrier
good
of
sweet spot.
Dawn. Yeah. And then it flips into Isalu.
Yeah. Either
There
way,
it is.
it's a Baneslayer Angel, which is pretty
Big,
dang good and limited.
big god.
Yeah. Yeah, the other side having Persist. Both of the abilities on this card are, solid, nothing absolutely amazing, but it is just the fact that 5 mana, flying lifelink, that as a baseline stat is through the roof.
I think Erdu's ability is the most useful. Just, creature spells having Convoke. So if you're able to
Yeah.
get a board established and then keep going wide. But as things stand now, Aiden's certainly in the driver's seats, has the pressure on the board, and has a impending threat in Morkant's eyes chilling in the battlefield.
Yeah, I feel like the convoke ability on that is the most win more style
Yeah,
of
yeah,
ability. It's like,
for
oh, if
sure.
your dragon gets to hang around and you have a lot of creatures, you get to cast even more creatures. It's like, well, if my flying dragon stuck around and I have creatures, I'm winning the game. Like the game is over. Oh, so this is actually a problem for Daniel here. Daniel has the 3 mana destroy target attacker convoke. So
Yes.
if Aiden does remove these counters from the tree folk and kills this changeling before we go to combat, Daniel will
Mm-hmm.
not be able to cast that. So, oh yeah, this is the big,
Rough.
yeah, that's the really rough aspect from this. I think maybe it was a safer play for Daniel to just go and then just kill one of these creatures,
Yeah.
untap, hopefully find land 5 and slam your powerful 5 drops.
Yeah. Unfortunate exchange there for Daniel. Down to 7 now. Aiden firmly the beatdown.
Yeah, it just looks like a nice solid Golgari deck here
Yeah.
from Aiden. Has Tam as a nice 2-drop.
Okay. He's got 2 of the safe right cavalries. He's got a bunch of goodies in here.
Yeah, 1 Deceit. Deceit as another very powerful cards, and even a Champion of the Weird, which we do see in
Yes.
hand, which, maybe doesn't necessarily synergize with the rest of the elf strategy, but there's still plenty of other things that you can champion it out, like the Nameless
Yeah.
inversion, which we do have in hand, which is pretty
Oh,
hilarious.
that card's sick.
What a combo. Being able to blight onto your tree folk that you're already happy, to be able to remove those to have that ability, but also just getting the dragon exiled here is big game.
Yeah. Actually, Corey, it's an elemental god.
Excuse me, my bad. If I see 5/5 flying first strike
Yeah,
lifelink,
yeah. It's
that
either angel or dragon usually,
that's
right?
a dragon to me. But the
I
fact
actually think
that
outside of the changelings, I think the only dragon is the Spine Rock Tyrant.
yeah, we did have the
I
ability
could be
to
wrong.
bring a creature back from the graveyard as well, from Daniel. So not having that in the graveyard could be actually a big deal.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, the oh man, I just forgot what his name is.
The Graveshifter?
Graveshifter, that's it, yes.
There we go. Yep.
It's the Gravedigger. Nope, yep. And that's going to be enough for Daniel. Aiden picking up a very impressive win there in our feature match area.
Yeah, Aiden just had some great removal spells, had some solid creatures on curve. The Morkant's Eyes didn't really do too much except fixing the draw step, and that is still very, very valuable. That's for sure.
Sure is. Big shout out to Face to Face Games and Ultimate Guard for bringing us coverage of this event this weekend. We love Magic coverage. We love yapping about Magic cards, and we certainly love having you all here along with us. Let's get into game number 2 here in our feature match area. Aiden Mirabelli looking to go 4-0 and maintain his undefeated record. Daniel Weiser has to claw back now and win 2 games back to back.
Looks like Daniel's hand is a little light on mana, but we do have this Eclipse Kithkin to almost assuredly just get a Plains. But this is the type of deck where I could see Daniel could whiff on this. I don't think we had any other land, so I think we're going
No.
to be
There
able
was a
to.
mountain in there, but he can't take that one.
Yeah, I did see a plains though, so I think we're pretty priced in to take that one.
Yeah.
We shall see. There's the changeling there if you want to get a little feisty. I'm not sure what that alt card in the front there was from Daniel.
I missed it.
Yeah, but looked like a good one.
Was it a multicolor one?
No, it looked like just red, but I could be
Red?
wrong.
Let's see if I can determine what that was.
Either way, we're probably not going to see it on the battlefield for a while as we
Yep.
have the old triple plains draw.
Yeah, might have been a Goliath Daydreamer.
Okay.
I know that one has a funny art. Boop.
Oh yeah, the Daydreamer, the
sleepy guy
one
sitting on the rock.
where you exile the spells and then when you attack.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. This card is just completely out of control. If you don't deal with this immediately, it is going to really just bury you. Even if you get one free spell off of it, it's so powerful. So wow, Daniel's deck is just rares and mythics held together by changelings. I love it.
Isn't that the epitome of sealed?
It is the epitome of sealed. Like this is, if you could open your pool and you see all these premium rares and mythics, you're just like, oh God, I just hope the rest of my cards in that color pair can support it. That's really all you're thinking.
Yeah, how sticky is the glue that holds the deck together?
Amen.
Aiden having a big think here. Where is your forest?
Yeah, it looks like both players might be having similar problems here.
We have playing there's a forest there. We're playing mono white and mono black. Ooh, deceit. Let's take a look in your hand, please. Spreads out nicely there. Sonar, Rooftop Percher. Oh no, that's not Goliath Daydream. Oh, this is a different one. Is that Goliath Daydream?
What that. It feels like it is. It's double red in the top right.
Yes, it is Goliath Daydream.
There's an alternate art there. So wow,
it is the sleepy one. Yeah.
Has the Sonar as well as far as another double red card, which is phenomenal. But just no way to actually cast any of these spells right now.
What's that? Sun Dappled Celebrant on the left? I guess we have something to work towards, question mark. But yeah, we really need a mountain off the top here for Daniel. We saw a forest in hand for Aiden, so he's okay.
A mountain to get the goblin going to start doing some rummaging with the blight. That would be really all you need. And then more than likely your problems are solved. And now that's the tough choice from Aiden. Do you take the much worse card of, let's say, the 2-drop goblin that helps facilitate a bit? Or do you take one of the really powerful double red rares that are going to bury you if Daniel gets to them? That's the choice here.
You know what? If I'm Aiden, I'm going to be like, I don't think the top of your deck is going to be kind to you, so I will take the next thing you can cost.
Yeah. But there is two things that fit that bill, like you can either, if you take the goblin, you can cast the 4-mana removal spell.
Yeah, Feed the Flames.
Yeah.
Sonar is double red, right? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, he's red-blue. All right, taking the removal spell.
Taking the most, castable card if you squint hard enough. Since nothing is truly castable.
Lordy.
Yeah. And gonna be a big draw step here.
Mountain? That didn't look like the face of a mountain man.
Yeah, or the classic, I had it the whole time.
Nope. Alas. Right, and the worst part is that Aiden knows that that's what was shown off the top.
Now Aiden gets busy. He's like, well, one land and you get a 5/6, so
yeah. Let's not do that. So trade offered there and taken. 4-mana Dawnhand Eulogist, able to trigger off of that should it whiff. Nope, hits an elf anyway, so -2/+2.
And I saw the Kithkin, the 5-drop that gets cost reducted in hand for Aiden. So no matter what, that card is still just perfectly fine when you cast it on 5 mana.
Mist Meadow Council.
Yep.
Yeah.
Premium card in green-white, but just perfectly serviceable in any green deck.
Yeah. We like cards that replace themselves when you play them,
5th Plains. Take that.
Woo! Rooftop Percher, go! Eat those graveyard cards. Get them.
The one thing I do love for us having access to the deck list is to look at what their mana base is and just say, look how unlucky they're getting. And right
Yeah.
now, Daniel is playing 7 plains,
Mhm.
7 mountains, and 2 swamps. So only 2 plains left in the entire deck.
I bet you he's gonna draw it. He's gonna draw one more planes before he finds another color. That's
Oh,
my
wow.
prediction.
Don't put that evil on Daniel, Ailey. Come on.
Let's
Either
see if
way,
I have the
Daniel
power.
does have a good turn next turn.
Sure
Has the
does.
5/6 that he can play, even if we don't draw anything. That is solid. But of course, Daniel's like, come on, was that a double red card?
That's the Slumbering Walker. That's the I'm gonna bring things back from my yard if
Oh,
I. That's actually really good.
Daniel has that too?
Sure does.
I
He's
think
just got
Daniel,
giant.
wow. Most decks are like Kindred trying to have a certain type of like a lot of Kithkins or a lot of goblins.
Oh,
Daniel is
he's just
just
playing
playing rare mythic
giants.
Kindred.
Yeah.
Rare mythic Kindred deck. That is awesome. I mean, that's a nice one. Play that,
Yeah.
get the Kithkin back, but
Yeah.
you know what happens when you do that though, right, Ailey?
What?
You take a
You
peek
find
at
another planes?
4 mountains. You find 4
Ah,
mountains on top, and then you shuffle them away.
you know
That's
what?
just how it's gonna work.
Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
Oh
Kithkin, end
no!
step. 1.
Shield
Oh
your
no!
children's
Oh no!
eyes.
Oh no! Oh. Okay, it's okay. We got the flock imposter.
Yeah,
Ooh, that means we
there
can
was.
reset the giant if we need to. That's pretty sweet.
That's still 3 mountains on the bottom from this Eclipse Kithkin, though. So right now, Daniel does only have 4 of them.
Listen, if you're playing this little guy, you're only playing him to find planes. He's doing his job.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mardu deck. He's never gonna find you another land. Oh bother.
Oh man.
But as it stands, he's stabilized. He's playing
Maybe
mono
even
white,
ahead.
but
Maybe
he's
even ahead.
looking good. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just the power level of Daniel's cards. Is just the power level's through the roof in his deck. So even if you're unable to cast half your deck, the other half is still probably better than your opponent's. You just can't fall too far behind.
Yeah. Definitely need playables. Tam in hand there. What's the card in front there, Aiden? Is that Nameless Inversion?
That is Nameless Inversion, a classic callback to original Lorwyn way back in the day.
What's the callback to, friend? Ooh,
well, it's just a reprint from
okay.
the original set. It was either Lorwyn or Shadowmoor. I don't remember exactly, but this card for card or word for word was
nice.
A reprint here.
Love me some Dominic Mayer art.
Yeah, that one
easily
really
one of the most identifiable artists out there.
A lot of the art in this set is very, very like different in a lot of different ways. It is very distinguishable from these particular artists, and a cool way to have them all come together.
And that was one of the things that Wizards were trying to do when they designed the set is have the classic artists, have the classic style when it comes to these creature types. So
yeah, you really feel like you're transformed back into the world here of a Lorwyn. So they did a great job on this set. Really cool stuff. Very iconic set to me, as that's when I started. So I'm definitely a fan.
Oh, we got a Kithkin in here. No, wait, what's that on the left? That's not a Kithkin.
I'm not sure what that one on the far left was. Eclipse Kithkin?
Is it?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Oh, okay. I'm like, why do we have that in here? Yes, there is green in that card too.
Yep. So just trying to get forests or, we have a couple of Kithkins and Changelings.
Yeah. Changelings, pretty much the hit when it comes to like these very scrappy decks.
Definitely.
Concocted of whatever it is that you can cobble together. Getting into the mid game now. These players are giving each other some headaches. As you can see, Aiden trying to figure out how he wants to approach this turn.
Yep. And just debating if you can even really get in there. It seems a little tricky.
Right. Ooh, I saw a rooftop percher. Checking this grassling as well.
Yep, being able to get a changeling here is great. Daniel's like, I don't know if you should play that card. It just puts your mountains on the bottom of your deck.
And Aiden's like, good thing I'm not running any mountains.
Exactly.
Who needs mountains anyway?
Daniel.
Yeah, sure. You're right.
Daniel needs not only 1, but 2. And 3 of them are on the bottom 6 cards of the deck, which is also pretty
Oh,
brutal.
nice. Bog Slither's Embrace takes that giant out of the equation here, so no more resurrection shenanigans for you, Daniel.
And now we do have Tam being active here.
Mm-hmm.
That is just drew a double red card, no big deal from Daniel. Just all aboard the Tilt Express here. If
Holy
you're a
moly.
Daniel Weiser fan, like just everything that can go wrong is going wrong, and now only has the 3
Flock
mana 2/2, the
Imposter,
Flock
yeah.
Imposter as an option. So Daniel has a play that he can make. Okay, you can go Flock Imposter, pick up Eclipse Kithkin, put the rest of your mountains on the bottom of your
Yeah.
library, and be on your way.
Yep. That's pretty much what's happening. And he's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm attacking.
Yeah. I mean, Daniel's
Oh
just like,
man,
well, if
that's
my
be tilting.
library is not going to agree with me here, I got to try to get scrappy.
Mm-hmm.
So normally we saw Dan kind of like hold back last turn, just thinking all I need to do is get some mana and I'm gonna win the long game. But now with
Yeah.
Morkant's eyes and the fact that Daniel is just not drawing anything to get himself out of it, you got to try to maybe turn things sideways. But I don't think this game ends with Daniel winning without a mountain or
Yeah.
two.
Yeah, I agree with you there, bud. So likely whatever's going to get killed here will be saved by the Flock Imposter. The flyer goes unchecked. The Sun Dappled Celebrant is a big old booty, so that'll probably get through.
Yep, and
Aiden just
Tam.
deciding if he wants to block here.
Yep, and Tam is templated similar to, Mother of Ruins, where you are able to protect anything basically from any removal spell as long as it's
Yeah.
untapped as far as your other creatures goes. But it also has the baseline of your creatures have that hexproof line
Yeah.
from its own colors. So like,
Yeah.
if you have any white cards, well, I mean,
Yeah.
with Daniel's mono white deck right now, you're not going to be doing any killing of any creatures.
Yeah. And importantly as well to remember, Tam isn't protection, it's hexproof.
Yeah.
So you can't go into combat, give it hexproof, and hope that it survives when it's being blocked by anything.
How many mountains are we putting on the bottom? Oh, no.
Oh, what?
No.
Look at his face. How are you keeping such a stone face about that?
For anybody keeping track, that is six
Six?
of 7 mountains on the bottom.
Holy moly.
Eclipse Kithkin.
He's got
was
Evolving
Aiden-
Wilds, okay? He's got Evolving Wilds. We need to find that.
Eclipse Kithkin was Aiden's best card
Hey.
in this match, and that's because Daniel cast it so many times.
Holy moly, you're right.
Oh my goodness.
Nameless Inversion takes care of the flyer. Oy, oy, oy. Daniel, you are the unluckiest person in the feature match area right now, man.
Yeah, Daniel keeping his composure here in the face
Yeah.
of that absolute
I would just be chuckling, man. Oh
So
boy.
without the Evolving Wilds, Dan will just not be able to cast these double red cards without shuffling his deck
Yeah.
in some way because all the mountains are on the bottom. Unreal.
Oh boy. Okay, let's see. What else may he have here? He's got Abigail. That's very costable as it's double white.
Yeah.
What else?
Uh,
Airdo?
I mean, is he just like 100% locked in to draw Grub's command right now? Like just the most tilting of draws?
We know he's got Airdo, so let's see if we can find that. Oy, oy, oy.
This is one of those games where you have some nice complaint equity at dinner, that's
Oh,
for sure.
absolutely. Yeah. What is it? What do you find? Airdo? Another planes?
I mean, we do have a planes in hand, but it was the one we got from the Eclipse Kithkin.
Holy moly. All right. What is that card he just picked up?
I'm not sure. He just has so many red cards. I can't even see past all that.
All we're doing is seeing red, as Daniel Weiser, I'm sure is. Oh, that's the Daydreaming Goliath Daydreamer.
Yeah,
but that was in hand already, right? Yeah. Oh, that's Airdo. He found the one thing that he can cost, which is actually really good.
Okay, that's huge. So now it is back to the check of what removal spell do we have in hand from Aiden? Because even though Daniel is getting so horrifically unlucky, if that card lives, And with the head shake there from Aiden, you got to think that he maybe doesn't have it wrapped up ready to go.
Did he skip a land drop there?
He did not play the planes
He
for the
didn't play a
last 2
land.
turns.
Okay, he's been holding on to it.
Yeah,
Fair.
maybe there's some kind of rummaging, looting effect that he has in the deck that he's playing around. And wow, with this just coming into play, you gotta not even think that Aiden doesn't have a removal spell for that elemental god. You know that Aiden doesn't have a removal for it because all of a sudden you don't get to attack for 8.
Life link.
I think if Daniel wins
Well, he
this
can't pay
game
black.
here, yeah. If Daniel wins this game here, you gotta just maybe put him into day 2 automatically.
Yeah,
This
just
feels like the worst luck he could get. And if he gets out of this
unbelievable.
game with a W, you got to be feeling good.
Hey, I think he found a swamp. So next turn we can pay black.
Top decking a swamp is a slap in the face too.
Oh man, this is so funny. I mean, I don't mean to laugh at your misfortune here, but this is hilarious. And I hope, Daniel, when you watch this back, you can have a good chuckle at it too.
Yeah. I think Daniel will be doing anything but watching this back. Doesn't want to relive this, I would imagine.
8 power on board there for Aiden. So can we race?
Yeah, that is the math that Daniel is trying to do right now because it's 8 and just the creatures, but the 3/3 flyer as well. So I think, yeah, Daniel does have to just hold back here.
All right.
And we see the changeling to be able to search up a land for Aiden there. Something that Daniel Weiser would pay a high price to top deck. Just to shuffle those 6 mountains that are on the bottom of the deck back into the deck.
Does he have feisty spikelings? Is that already dead? Daniel?
Feisty spikeling?
Yeah.
I don't.
Daniel playing that. He's got 1 in the deck, okay? There's another way to get red mana because there's Convoke, right? You have Convoke off of this friend.
It's Convoke for only creatures though, right?
Yeah, that's fine. But
yeah, you're totally right. That's a mountain. That's the case.
Hey!
There was only 1 mountain that Daniel had left in the deck, essentially, because we know the other ones were on the bottom. So, all right, we are playing Magic, y'all.
Hey, we're in it, friends. Well, should I say Daniel's in it?
Daniel never left. Dan's been in it the whole time. It's just like, yeah, I'm getting horrifically unlucky, but eventually I'm bound to draw out of it, right?
Right?
So now the flip side of this is every other non-token creature you control has persist.
Nice.
That's actually
dealt with.
That's actually nice for the Prodigy too, because the Prodigy will come back. It will die right away because it will, be a 0/0, but the ability will still go onto the stack for what it's worth. Very minor, but kind of a cute piece of interaction.
Yeah. Oh, Mud Button Curse Tosser on board now for Aiden. So a big life linker and an explosive prodigy that really would like to die. We're going to flip this back. Just leave it out the sleeve, man. It's going to flip every turn.
Yes.
If Aiden can't find a removal spell for it. Now we have Convoke. That's a triple red and black thing.
Yeah, without the ability.
We can cast it!
Without the ability to convoke that out, that would have been the most hilarious top deck ever. Just like, oh, top deck the black, red card,
Moly. Is that Grub's Command? That is
Grub's Command.
Yeah, that is a goblin spell.
And now we're seeing the power of the deck get unlocked here Daniel Weiser. Daniel Weiser's card quality it's completely through the roof compared to Aiden's deck, and honestly compared to most people's decks.
Oh man. And as soon as you see Daniel attack with Erdu, you know things are turning his way.
Yeah.
We've turned the corner, folks. Here we go. Down 5, up 5. Aiden, you need to deal with this bird or you are going to be dead.
Yeah, Grub's Command does a great job of, doing everything. I mean, pick the modes. It is one of the best commands. I think they're all pretty powerful in their own regards, but this is the one I've at least had the most success with. It just does so much. If you ever do play this kind of die-hard Kindred strategy where you have a lot of goblins and you're like at board parity and you can go destroy your best threat, reveal the top 5, usually draw around 3 cards. Like that exchange is incredible. Half the time killing one of your opponent's creatures, giving your team haste wins the game. Like, pick your poison here. This card usually closes it out.
Aiden is turning things sideways. Whee! I say.
Yeah, and to be fair, the elf command is also incredible.
Yeah.
That card wins the game on its own very
I,
quickly as well by pumping your team.
I think Ashling's command is pretty sick too. Okay,
All
just
right, so we're
clearing
all.
your board.
I think
Sig's
we're just.
command is the only one that's like meh.
Yeah. So we're all in agreement. They're all fantastic.
Mhm. Mud Button Curse Tosser, deaded. It gets to kill something small. These creatures currently don't have persist because it is air due.
Wait, that
Face up.
card can't block though, can it?
Mud Button Curse Tosser?
Yeah.
I believe that's correct. It's attacking though.
Oh yeah, of course. But
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one can't block, but a nice attack there from Aiden, but nice in air quotes there as this Baneslayer S card.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't win a race against this card. It's too difficult.
Oh yeah. It's like back to Dominaria standard when Lyra Dawnbringer hits the battlefield. You're like, oh, how do I win now?
Exactly.
Noggle Robber. We've got Sonar in hand still. There was a piece of removal too. So plenty of action now for Daniel.
Now we get to start convoking out some of these double red bombs, and just start going absolutely wide.
Yeah. You could see Daniel kind of perk up in his seat a bit there. Found the Evolving Wilds too, so going to be very happy about that. Grub's command, kill a thing, copy a thing. Hey, Eclipse Bogart, can you find me another red source, please? Probably not, but Goblin perhaps, Cinder Strike. All right, Swamp, not bad.
Yeah, and for anyone kind of thinking, oh, this is, maybe why it is rough to play this kind of mana base, Daniel's mana base is actually pretty good. It is 7 mountains, 7 plains, 2 swamps, and an Evolving Wilds. That is a pretty good, consistent mana base.
Yeah.
This is just the really bad aspect of variance. And the fact that this Eclipse Kithkin just basically gave you everything you didn't need at the early stage of the game with
Cast you, Kithkin! Shakes fist at sky. In comes the team now. Noggle Robber. Oh, excuse me. This is being convoked out.
Yep.
Too many vokes in this, man.
And this is just Daniel thinking, all right, how many creatures can I play while still holding back? And that is Sonar on the far left part of the screen as well. And that is going to do it for the game.
Yeah, geez, like Daniel Weiser pulling out there. Able to get, able to just find an out. And it all happened because of Airdew. So Bomb Mythic is definitely bomb. You know what else is bomb? Canada's Magic Store, facetofacegames.com. Go and check out all the sweet elementals from this set. Pick them up, make a cool deck out of it, whatever it is you play, whatever format, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice store there. And now you got to be feeling like, if you're Daniel Weiser, you just got to be thinking, oh my goodness, I just got out of one where it looked like I was for sure going to lose. Now I have a hand where I can cast my spells. I'm going to be untouchable.
Yes, exactly. Because, statistically speaking, he got all the crappy draws out the way in that last game, right?
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how math works.
Of course.
All right, we got the best 2-drop here from Aiden, though.
Sure did.
Drop. And I mean, arguably, that's kind of Daniel's best 2-drop, just so he has his mana fixed.
Yep. Foraging Wicker Maw down on the field now. Decent blocker for Tam, too, so. I will block it.
Call your bluff.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, anything you waste a pump spell on or a removal spell on this Scarecrow, Daniel's like, go ahead,
Sure, that's fine. Changeling Wayfinder, fighting the mana here for Aiden. Making sure he hits his land drops number 4. Turn passes back.
Both players are not going to have any mana problems, so we're going to have a nice, solid game between these two very strong Magic players.
Yeah, Corey, to your point, as Tam goes down to Cinder Strike, it does just show you the stark difference between the two decks. How much time did Aiden have to close out that game before Daniel pulled a rabbit out of a hat, or should I say, an elemental god out of the deck?
Yeah, no kidding. And, Aiden did use the one clean removal spell that there is for the god on the 5/6 tree folk to try to close out the game faster. And then that was the price. That was the risk for Aiden is, well, Daniel could just top deck that god and get it going. And that's exactly what happened. But yeah, Aiden's deck is not extremely fast by any means either.
And these games do get long and grindy. And ultimately, the cards that have, the decks with the higher card quality are going to pull it out.
Yeah, in a matchup like this, like we kind of look at like Misplaced Ginger, who we saw on the broadcast a little bit earlier on like his extremely fast Boros deck. That type of deck can close out games before you can find your colors. But in these two kind of grindy matchups, I'm definitely saying advantage to the deck that has the most bombs, and that's Daniel by a mile.
Dawnhand Eulogist hits the board here. No elf flipped over though, so no drain for Aiden. Daniel's turn. What does he have?
And now players still having 14 minutes should be plenty of time to finish this one without a draw, even though that was an extremely long game too there.
Yeah, that was. Plains per turn, another Cinder Strike in hand. Also,
the god.
Ooh, yep, that was in the opening hand, so absolutely something that Daniel wants to keep. Eulogist fed to the flames.
But now, as funny as it is now Daniel seems to be flooding a bit. You're classically like, come on, deck, just play nice a little bit here. But of course, no matter what, we have the god to play next turn, and that will be asking the first major question of Aiden. Can you beat it?
What does turn 5 look like here for Aiden?
Begins with a huge combat of attack for 1.
Ding.
It looks like a decent amount of lands in hand for Aiden as well. There was at least 2, and
nice.
Champion of the Weird is awesome.
That's a good way to answer Erdu if you can get some blighting fodder down.
Yeah, and you can automatically give a creature -6/-6 essentially. But if there's another creature for Daniel, Aiden's not able to just say, hey, pay 1, blight 2 onto my own creature, blight 2 onto your god, and essentially trade creatures.
Yeah.
So not a perfect plan yet.
Love to have like a tree folk or something for that guy, huh?
Yeah, just any kind of solid follow-up. But I'm pretty sure I saw 2 swamps in hand for Aiden, so Aiden might not have a solid follow-up either. Both players might be flooding out a bit.
Well, it's Erdu time. Whee! Okay.
Ooh, Daniel did top deck Grave Shifter as well. So if it's not a way to exile the god, then being able to rebuy it if the Scarecrow lives. There's a lot of ifs there, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so that was Blight Rot in hand. That is interesting.
Well, that's god down, right?
It's definitely god down.
Yeah.
So it looks like to me Aiden can go activate Champion twice and Blight Rot and deal with Daniel's whole board. So is Blight Rot land? I didn't see the rest of Aiden's hand.
Yeah. Attack in here for 6 before we start doing any paying life and blighting things to make your opponent blight.
Yeah, it's only an attack for 5 even. So it's
even 5,
more,
right? Yeah, sorry.
So it's even more awkward as you're attacking into a 5, a 5/5 first strike. So it's clear that Aiden has something there.
I'm thinking of the 6/6 goblin that blights unless you pay life.
Blights 3, yeah. Both powerful cards for sure. This one a wee bit more powerful.
Just a little bit.
Just a wee bit. Backside is Persist.
Gut Splitter Gang, that's the one I'm thinking of.
There you go.
Yeah.
They're
similar, but not the same.
Powerful card. Mist Meadow Council. If you can pair it with some of your blight synergies, maybe some of your tree folks, that card is awesome.
So not opting to do any shenanigans right now. is Aiden. He's gone for the card draw and the land for turn. 10 passes back now to Daniel. No, well, yeah, you could pay black to flip Erdu into Islu.
Yep. To do some persisting. Just solid. Ooh, we top decked a very powerful card.
Sonar.
Sonar there looks awesome.
Lovely. Oh, man.
And that's the thing is Daniel's top decks when Daniel
colors.
has all of his mana already in play is just banger after banger. Like the card quality is through the roof in Daniel's deck.
Cinder Strike as well, taking care of the biggest thing on the board, getting feisty, gaining life, and this race will be won by Daniel if Aiden cannot deal with the god.
Yeah. I don't even know if the god is more dangerous than Sonar here. Like, it's close. Sonar is so good.
I love this card. I think my best Vivid decks have been with Sonar on the battlefield.
Yeah. I've never been lucky enough to have a good Sonar deck yet.
Yet. Being the operative word.
Yes, exactly.
These first years, they really went on a bit of a wild goose chase, huh? How did they end up in Lorwyn and Shadowmoor? You're supposed to be on Arcavios. You're late for class, students.
Good goblin voice. I like it.
Thank you.
God, now Aiden, it's pretty awkward too for the persisting abilities as you're putting negative counters on them. So persisting is not not really in play on this side.
Oh, hey, Kithkin.
All right, looks like Aiden needs a good hit. It's just lands in that Blight Rot in hand. So looking for a changeling. Okay, Nameless Inversion is a nice hit. I mean, that's excellent. Killing Sonar here is a big deal.
Yes.
And with the negative counter on it already, I believe it does not persist back. I believe that's the interaction.
Yes. If it has a counter on it, it won't come back.
Yeah.
So the Blight could we not just kill? Could we not just kill Islu here with a Nameless Inversion as well as the Blight Rot?
Well, the thing is the Blight. Oh, with the Blight Rot for sure. Yep,
yeah,
you could
Blight Rot first and then
things together. But Aiden is looking at how can I deal with everything on the battlefield. And you could start with like Nameless Inversion on the Sonar, and then you can start blighting away, and Daniel can put some counters on the Scarecrow, and then the first counter that gets put on the giant flying lifelinker, then you can finish it off with Blight Rot.
All right. So Sonar taken care of. That was a 1/3.
Yep.
And so now we start blighting.
Yep. So there's the blight. That's the easiest first spot to blight is there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're going to do it again, now it's close. Do you put it on the dragon or do you just kill the Scarecrow? I think with Daniel having the Grave Shifter in hand, you put it on the dragon. And now Aiden goes Blight Rot this. And now if Aiden saw Daniel Weiser's hand, he would be like, okay, I have to blight one more time. But since he doesn't, he's going to give Daniel Weiser black mana and it's just going to Grave Shift it back. So I totally agree with Aiden not doing it there because it looks so bad to shrink your creature just to kill a Scarecrow here. But if his hindsight was 2020, he would have snapped off blighting away that Scarecrow.
Absolutely. Too. And now going to be punished for it, unfortunately. Next turn, Erdu comes back. And he has to deal with the problem all over again.
And that's very much a situational punt that we can put in air quotes.
Yes.
Like, I don't think it is even the correct play for Aiden to blight there. But, with seeing what was there, it, of course, would have been the right play.
Safe Ride Cavalry now down on the board.
Because now the damage is done. Now you don't really care to blight.
Aiden doing some quick math. Turn passes back to Daniel.
And both players now feeling the squeeze.
Yeah, I'll say so.
Feeling the squeeze of the time.
2 lands in hand there for Daniel. So not doing anything else, I say, except casting the best card, probably, in the format here this weekend.
Daniel top decking late game mountains is kind of ironic and hilarious compared to last game. So that being said, this cavalry does get in and it can't really be blocked profitably because you
Mm-mm.
can pump it. It's a 6/6 coming in. And hey, Daniel is at 11. This isn't nothing.
Yeah.
But this dragon coming back to deal 5, if the dragon doesn't get killed right now, if there's not an oblivion or whatever.
Yeah. Unforgiving aim or something.
Yeah.
Jeez.
If the elemental god gets to live.
I hope if Daniel wins this game, which is looking like he may, I hope he frames that foraging Wickermore.
Yeah. Or burns Eclipse Kithkin, outside of the venue after this, because that card puts so many of his mountains on the bottom of the graveyard.
What was like Disciple of Bolas? Put the top 4 cards of your library in the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, this is kind of cute. Right now that cavalry is a 6/6, so you get to do some extra blighting to put some counters on this. So
yeah,
very much cute. I don't know if good is to be determined if that is going to get Aiden out of this.
Yeah, but hey, at least it slows down the clock for Aiden.
Yeah, now you got 2 1/1 rares in play, and the last blight finally finishes the god.
Yowza.
And when the dust settles, Aiden's at 6, maybe 4. I'm not sure if the life total has adjusted there.
Oh, champion of the weird, man.
For a second, I thought that was Catharsis too. I was like, no way.
That would have been ridiculous. Rooftop Percher. Hell yeah, player's hustling now. He's 100% eating that god. Gonna gain 3 life, and the race is gonna be won.
Incredible here.
Absolutely awesome top deck here from Aiden. Looks to be running away with this game now. Come on, top deck. What'd you find?
Daniel had a land in hand. It's another plane.
No planes, no.
This match has been an all-timer. This has been incredible.
Down to 2 goes Daniel. He needs something. Anything. Does he have a way to kill this flyer?
I don't think it's a plains.
It looks like a plains, man.
I know one of them was a plains.
Removal spell? Pyrrhic Strike?
Yeah, it might be the destroy target attacker.
Yeah. No, okay.
No. Way worse.
Okay. Yeah, sure. He didn't go in with both critters, though. It's just a chump block there with the Flock Imposter.
Yep.
Should he have swung with both there?
I mean, probably.
Yeah, he would have lost it to the... no.
That's a mountain.
That's it.
What a match.
Holy guacamole. Aiden Mirabelli getting the win there. He had to fight for that. That champion. MVP.
Champion of the weird there. Definitely went the distance. And man, Aiden just doing that play of pumping up the Cavalier and then getting that extra blight so you can shrink down the power of the life-linking flyer was awesome. Sick. And it really yielded him the game there. So, wow, what a match. That is going to be really tough for Monty and Dom to top as far as matches for the rest of the weekend. That's for sure.
They can try. They can try.
They're
going to
have
4 rounds with you for the rest of the day, friends. That is going to do it from myself and Corey. It's been an absolute blast hanging out with you. We've had some great matches of Magic on camera. We'll see you back here tomorrow for draft.
Booster draft's going to be fun.
Very excited. So we're going to have a quick break, friends. We're going to get Monty and Dom in here, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Eclipsed from Toronto. My name is Monty Devuti, and I have the distinct pleasure of being joined by Mr. Dom Harvey. Dom, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Thank you, Manny. It's a real honor to be here in the booth with you, to be here in Toronto with 1,800 magicians who have braved the cold and the wind to make the trek up here to the frozen north to play some limited. We here in Canada we love our limited, as you know all too well. But a lot of faces from across the border and across the world who stuck around after the Pro Tour last weekend. They've been really intensely preparing for this limited format and thought, hey, why not have one last swing at that? Before they head on home. So yeah, really great crowd, full house there. We then opened up more room and then we filled that too, so an even fuller house. And yeah, we've had some great magic so far, a lot more to come, and looking forward to bringing that to all of you.
Yeah, I think in a world where so much of competitive magic is constructed focused, you do see the community really show up when there is a big limited event like this, and Spotlight Eclipse the perfect opportunity. As we do remind players of what we're going to be watching this weekend, of course, we've already had 4 rounds today, so we're on day 1 right now. It's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss total, so you'll see Dom and I here as things eclipse over to Shadowmoor for the back half of the day. 18 points, so that's 6-2 or better at the end of today, is going to be coming back tomorrow for day 2. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back live an hour earlier than today, so starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. And it's going to be Lorwyn Eclipsed draft the whole day. So we'll do the first draft, then 3 rounds of play, another draft, 3 rounds of play, and that's when we'll cut to top 8, which will be yet another draft. So a lot of Lorwyn Eclipse draft action for you tomorrow. So if you're interested in that, make sure to mark your calendars, set your alarm for that hour earlier, and we'll see you tomorrow. But right now, we still have to see who makes day 2, and of course, what these players are playing for. It's a $50,000 prize pool up for grabs this weekend, with first place getting $10,000, $5,000 for second, going all the way down to top 64. And I think you and I both recognize, in addition to the cash, the big prize here is top 8 finishers receive invites to Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven in Las Vegas.
Absolutely. Maybe you have one of those already. You did well at the Pro Tour last weekend, and this is a nice victory lap of sorts. Maybe you fell just short, and this is your chance to get back on the ladder as soon as possible. Also, playing for a nice hefty trophy that certainly you'll see images of throughout the weekend. If you're wondering how you're going to find room to fit that in your luggage, great problem to have. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem for future you. And with that, we are ready with the match. So we are going to get things started with round 5 here at Spotlight Eclipse. On the left of your screen, a Canadian Magic longtime mainstay in Mark Anderson. Mark is former national champion, World Magic Cup competitor, going all the way back. I've been playing with Mark for 15 years now. On the right of your screen, Michael Vey on Golgari. So we do have an Azorius Merfolk deck for Mark. For Michael, a Golgari Elves deck. Both players sitting at 4-0 here. So great start so far. Perfect, really, for both of them.
Yeah, Mark Anderson, a real local legend, especially when it comes to limited. Not a professional or competitive player anymore in that sense, but he's certainly competitive across the kitchen table with the drafts he hosts for this Pro Tour bootcamp, if you like. This is a rite of passage for anyone who you qualify via the RC or through some other means. You want to brush up your limited shops. Well, you'll jump into the deep end, and Mark will teach you everything you need to know and teach you the hard way.
Yeah, he'll teach you by beating you for sure. Mark is definitely the type of player that has always focused on his life and family and all the things that come with that. And Magic has always been there as a very passionate hobby, and one that he is just incredibly good at.
Yeah, and you think of a lot of these limited content creators, in particular, in the context of draft, right? And certainly we'll hopefully see many of them, including Mark, show their skill set tomorrow. But Sealed is its own animal sometimes, and I know for this format in particular, there are lots of people who maybe they consider themselves quite proficient at the draft format, but they haven't played much Lorwyn Eclipsed Sealed, because why would you until you're preparing for this or for some other event? And they've had to get up to speed on that real fast. And then I've spoken to other people who they like their odds and Sealed. They think today's going to go well, and they need it to, because tomorrow that's when they're going to feel their feet to the fire a little bit.
All right, well, this is a mulligan to 6 for Mark, but it is a solid one. I do see enough lands and some powerful spells on top of it. So, going to kick things off with the Temple Garden. Michael did keep a full 7, so we are off to the races here. Uh, just broad scope. Uh, Azorius, Merfolk against Elves. Which archetype typically has the edge in terms of the average cases of the deck's game plans?
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the best Mofolk deck versus the best Elf deck, that's a pretty close contest. I think I'd still give the edge to Elves there. I think one reason people have really gravitated to Elves in the draft format, but then I think also we'll see in the sealed format too, is the Elves are very deep and they don't require too much of you. So if you have all the Elves you could ask for, that's great, and you'll get rewarded for that. But if you just have a smattering of Elves here and there, you can support that too. And a lot of them are pretty decent cards in their own right. Whereas the Merfolk, I think, but much more sink or swim, if you want to put it that way.
Okay, well, Michael kicked things off with the Lizalana Informant, surveilled to the top. Mark did pass the turn with just 3 lands, but there was a keep out to take care of the Informant. And I think that is definitely a nod to the content of Mark's hand, including a Sonar. So he has some more expensive cards that are really going to help him stabilize, which means that he's heavily incentivized to just keep the board clear.
Yeah, certainly, especially in sealed, you don't want to just fire off your removal spells at anything that moves, especially if you don't have that many in your deck. So a loud signal there from Mark that he likes what his hand has going on, but needs some time to set that up, and just relieving any form of pressure is a priority here. But Michael's going to keep that pressure going with 4-2 flash coming down end of turn, applying more of that.
Yeah, he does have 2 copies of Dawn's Light Archer, and I believe both are in hand. I do see the second one. So a nice pseudo foil into the chitinous graspling that Mark played feels pretty expendable given the makeup of Michael's hand here, that he could just throw creatures and just keep Mark's board clear, ensuring that he's able to continue putting pressure on.
Yeah, and Mark's block there, consistent with that approach, right? Just wanting to keep the board clear, not take too much damage early, rely on those late game cards in his hand to take over. And the Dawnslide Archer, that could be a removal spell in its own right. You know, a lot of people have walked into that ambush, and the reach on that card has ambushed more people than I think would care to admit as well. So always have to be on high alert with that one.
All right, well, another of Mark's rares hitting the battlefield here, an Adept Water Shaper. Certainly one of the more powerful cards in the true Merfolk deck when you are able to just take advantage of all these becomes tapped triggers without worry by being able to attack.
Yeah, great with Convoke, great if you are going wide and attacking with a wide board. Not so good here, though, if you're trying to trade off resources and it's the only thing that you have going on. You know, 3-4 is decent stats, but not going to do too much for you by itself. And Michael really turning the heat up here with High Perfect Morkan, one of his own better rares. And this is one of the best rares, not just in its own type, not just one of the best elves, one of the best rares in the entire set.
Yeah, just an absolute beating when it comes down. It starts putting pressure on multiple axes, not just being a 4-mana 4/4, which is large in and of itself, but immediately gaining value in the blight and then presenting further pressures means that your opponent really can't afford to play a passive game plan against Morgant.
Yeah, temporal cleansing here, convoked off the Water Shaper and the Feastling. So that's going to delay the inevitable to some extent. Going to tuck that Morgan away for now, but not forever. And that one will be back before you know it.
Yeah, the choice is second from the top or the bottom. And unsurprisingly, Michael does choose second from the top for Morgant. So shields down for Mark. He is going to be taking another 4 damage here, assuming Michael wants to attack. But that does mean that at least the threat of Morgant is gone for a turn. Mark's last card in hand is that Sonar that we know of, with a solid 4 colors on the battlefield, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes down. Of course, you do need cards of those colors to really get full advantage, but just seeing more cards is always valuable.
Yeah, we even have the green smuggled in via that Temple Garden, which we don't quite know what that green source is for yet. But the moment you see that in an otherwise normal looking Azorius deck, right, your mind starts worrying to think, okay, what are the good green rares that he might be splashing? Are they good, Simic cards, Celestia cards that would be, enticing for a splash by themselves? And we might find out the answer together here before too long.
Yeah, Moon Vigil Adherence hits the board for Michael just to continue that pressure that has been coming out from him every turn of the game so far, essentially. And that's big. That is, according to that die, currently 5/5 in terms of power. It is a trampling creature, so very large, shields down for Mark by playing that land that he drew. So full information now for Michael, knowing this is the board that he has to deal with. He has the pressure, and he is very much in the driver's seat.
And for the most part, that Moon Vigil Adherence, it only gets larger, right? Even if you manage to trade off with the other creatures, it counts creatures in the graveyard too. So unless you're able to exile those or move them to some other zone in some way, the Adherence, if it's a problem now, it's only going to be a bigger problem next turn or the turn after that.
Yeah, definitely. I do think there was a pause from Mark there, perhaps considering an attack with the Feastling while it would be indestructible just to get some lifelink. And then ultimately he opted against it. What do you think about that thought process there from him?
Yeah, he's in a really tough bind here where knowing that, well, there's one big threat on the board and he just returned one to the top of Michael's deck, but it's coming right back down. There's a real incentive to try and get the game over with somehow, right? Or try and apply pressure, put Michael on the back foot. At the same time, his life level is under a lot of pressure himself. So there's, I guess now would be the time to try and gain that life back if you feel like you have the safe attack. But a really tricky spot, even within the first few turns of the game here.
Yeah. So as we go back Michael's way, he did draw Morkind again. Maybe a little bottlenecked on mana. So his hand is quite expensive, mostly 3 and 4 mana cards. So he is going to be quote unquote limited to one spell a turn for the next few turns of the game, however long that may go. But considering how powerful the spells he's been casting so far are and the pressure he has Mark under, that's not necessarily the worst problem to have.
Yeah, I would like to be in Michael's seat right now. Mark does have a nice way to draw some good ones off the top of his deck via Sonar, but he has to do that at this point, and he needs his own run of ideally removal spells or good threats, premium bombs to claw his way back into this.
I believe that was Twilight Diviner coming down from Michael, another one of his elf rares. He does have quite a few of those. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Surveil 2 to the top. So if you're in Mark's seat and you see your opponent who's already putting the beat down on you, Surveil 2 to the top, you are in dire straits now.
Yeah, it's either a very good spell on this board or it's the land that he's missing to help him unload all of those good spells that are left over in his hand. The Diviner, not quite the same bomb rare that the High Perfect is, for example, or even as powerful as something like the Moon Vigil Adherence, but even in a deck like this, just 3/3 Surveil 2, that's a pretty good rate. You'll gladly sign up for that. And then that second clause there, hard to trigger, that feels like a stretch goal, but when you do, some truly ridiculous things can happen.
It's a utility rare for sure. Okay, let's talk about what just happened in this combat. Mark had what looked like the easy block in the Feastling on the Dawn's Light Archer, but notably the Feastling is a black creature, which means another color for Sonar. So he opted to quote unquote throw away his Adept Water Shaper instead in order to get the extra looks. How do you feel about that decision from him?
Yeah, the Water Shaper is larger, right? 3/4 versus 2/3, but hard to really leverage its ability in this context. You don't have other stuff that's being tapped on offense or on defense. Really, you're not you're blocking and then convoking anything out. So the Feastling, the lifelink matters, and the extra color potentially matters. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to value that highly instead. And see a lot of cards being flipped as Sonar goes innovating here. He's going to find, looks like,
Champions of the Shoal.
Champion of the Shoal.
Yeah, so that was the best card, probably the best card in Mark's deck. Certainly the best card to hit here. So I think part of the thinking to go deeper for cards was certainly I need to hit Champion of the Shoal, and because Sonar goes until you hit 4 non-land cards in this case, very much every card does matter in this case. So that's going to be the big one. Now, you do have to cast the cards this turn or they go away. So there is an incentive for Mark not to exile a white card if he doesn't have the mana to cast it here. So we do see just Champions of the Shoal being the pick here.
Worth noting, we see Mark flip past Rooftop Percher, the colorless changeling, which a really nice, just general utility card, and would be quite nice on this board state, right? Exiling card to shrink the Moon Visual Adherence and gaining marks and life back, but that's colorless. You can't share a color with that thing. So that one's going to be watching from the rooftops still. Trapping the Shoal is a good start though, but that Blossoming Defense from
That
Michael.
was Blossoming Defense, and that's Mark's entire game plan sort of relied on that Champion of the Shoal trigger getting the stun on the excuse me, on the moon.
Moon Visual Adherence. There we go.
Thank you, Moon Visual Adherence. So the fact that that did not go through is a bit of a disaster, and now likely will force Mark into a block here with it. Both of his rares, probably, given the size of the adherence.
Yeah, and you see why the adherence is so valuable, to the point where you people will gladly first pick that card in draft, because you think, well, Michael has a 4-drop, Mark has this 4-drop champion, which one of the best cards in his deck, very demanding. You need to have a good thing to behold and exile to it, and the adherence is much, much bigger. The champion is chumping instead here.
Yeah, so this is Mark is getting ready to scoop it up. This is making an elf at instant speed to grow the Moon Vigil adherence by 1, making it a 7/7.
Yeah, Unforgiving Aim as a combat trick of sorts there, but boosting the stats on the adherence. This is a card that actually I think does get a lot better in sealed as opposed to draft, where a lot of the bombs in the set that your opponent's going to be building their deck around are some of these high impact artifacts or enchantments like Kin Binding or so on. We saw Urdu really define the entirety of that last match in round 4. So a lot of premium targets for that. And then also in your elf deck, just making an elf instant speed. Hard to say no to that either.
All right, well, there's the reason for the green mana, at least one of them. It was a copy of Brigid being flipped face up. Of course, doesn't have a permanent that shares the color with Brigid, so can't exile that one to Sidar, and ultimately has to let all the cards go. So back Mark's way, I do believe his hand is the Feastling that we saw earlier, as well as a copy of Unexpected Assistance, if I'm not mistaken, and a card that he drew this turn that we haven't gotten a good look at yet.
Yeah, and he's really going to want to find some permanent answer to these lethal threats on board. So Spiral into Solitude, Blossom Bind, a lot of good answers within the Azorius colors there. Though notably, a lot of those are enchantments, right? So given the window, a card like that Unforgiving Aim, if Michael still had it or has another copy, can swat those out the way. Or something just as powerful to kind of flip the game back in his favor, but not obviously what that would even be.
Yeah, I believe the card he did draw was Gravegill Scoundrel. Gravelgill Scoundrel, excuse me. And that is not going to get the job done. That is not a large enough creature, not putting enough stats on the board, and ultimately not an answer at all to the adherence. So I think for Mark, we are pretty close to done here. And it's just a matter of how much he wants to posture that he still has a shot in this game.
Yeah, the Scoundrel is nice when you're curving out, turn 2 Scoundrel on the play, you play something else on turn 3, get your hit in, maybe you boost his stats with something else. When you're this far behind on a board like this, though, that does not look all that impressive.
Yeah, he does ask Michael, cards in hand. The answer is 2. Of course, Mark knows one of those cards is the Morkanth from all those turns ago, has not become relevant since. And otherwise, it is just a Scoundrel and pass back.
Yeah, I think if those 2 cards were lands, if that was the hope, then I think Mark would still feel a lot of pressure here, knowing that it's one of the best rares in the set, especially when all of your deck seems to be elves. I think Mark sees the writing on the wall here, but you're going to make Michael get across the finishing line. There's Midnight Tilling in a turn.
Yeah, just not only digging deeper, of course, but also a potential opportunity to continue growing the adherence. That was something that Michael had available at instant speed the previous turn as well. So it really was a bevy of potential options to blow Mark out during that combat step.
Yeah, the Tilling, another card I think that gets that boost in sealed, where the games are a bit slower, a bit grindier, and your deck is going to be built around these specific bombs that you want to be finding every game if you can. And sometimes, it's finding your third land, it's hitting that splash color to unlock one of those bombs that is in your hand. But then also, if you're in the creature type that cares about things being in the graveyard, I mean, that's just the cherry on top.
That was a pretty non-conventional choice from Michael there, where he actually chose to take a land over the Rooftop Percher that he milled. I believe that was Rooftop Percher at least. Purely what feels like a nod to pressure, saying that I want this extra creature in the graveyard when I cast Morkant this turn for the stats, because I feel like I have you on the ropes of death here. Even though he really doesn't have anything to do with the land he picked up. How do you feel about a choice like that?
Yeah, I think I'd be inclined to take the Percher because on a board like this, that can also be a lethal threat by itself. Yeah, and having yet another thing that Mark has to respect, I think is useful, unless you think that 1 point is going to be the difference maker. That said, though, for Mark seeing that, you'd be scared if he did take the Percher, and you might be even more scared if he doesn't take the Percher, unless it's exactly this kind of statement about just wanting a bigger creature. But either way, yeah, Mark's board is
Yeah.
disappearing at a terrifying pace. So
If
Mark
I'm
gets to
not
stick
seeing
around.
lethal, I'm surprised that elf didn't attack personally. It feels like if you are in a position where you're taking a land over a Rooftop Percher and opting to play for the kill, and you have a large trampling creature, it feels like the elf should be attacking.
Yeah, I think maybe Michael's in that position where he realizes that he's far ahead. He doesn't really think too much can go wrong. Doesn't want to make some ill-advised attack where there's something that he hadn't considered that now he's thrown away one of his creatures for free. But yeah, I do think if you sense the end is in sight, then the elf can crunch in there too.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, a skill for Magic players as well, is being able to keep sort of everything tight and uh, under consideration when you do see the end in sight, is not skipping that step to the game is already over.
Yeah, because you train yourself to lock in, if you will, when you know the game is close. But when you think that you're 90% to win or 90% to lose, it's easy to just round that up in your head to 100%, right? And not try and claw for every piece of equity that you can. But Michael is going to take that game on there, and we'll see if Mark can rally the troops and recover in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, while the players shuffle up, I do want to remind you that we buy cards. We buy all cards here at Face to Face Games. If you are interested in selling your cards to us, head over to facetofacegames.com/sell to sell us your cards, and you can get 30% additional in store credit by choosing that option. So, game one, going to Michael Bay. It was a mulligan from Mark Anderson. Did still have a good hand, but ultimately not a particularly reactive one, which found him trading off early and finding himself in an awkward position. Now, in game two, another mulligan to 6. But we do see one of the most powerful cards in the format and in his deck here in the hand, in the Figure of Fable, which he has on turn 1. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Mark chose to be on the draw here. How do you feel about that choice?
Yeah, it's a bold statement. So if you think the game is going to be long and grindy, and you're not going to be under that much pressure, then I think it makes sense. And Mark is known for being willing to consider stuff like that. He's not above it for sure. It's funny though to be on the draw and then have one of the more scary proactive stars that you can have in this format, right? Just Figure of Fable leveling by itself here, but I think Mark's thinking ahead to, okay, well, if this goes to distance by itself, great. But in the event that my opponent at 4-0 with a good deck is able to remove this, then I'm settling in for the longer game. So you could interpret that as he has like a clear vision of how his deck's playing out. You'd also say, well, he knows what his deck is trying to do, right? Even if he wants to be the beatdown, he can't do that as reliably. So he's gonna assume a role that he's more equipped for.
Yeah, it was Midnight Tilling at the end step. No land chosen this time for Michael. He does find the aspirants and picks them up, the adherents, excuse me, and picks them up this time as we go back his way. And I completely agree with you. It is a recognition, and it is certainly the type of choice that I do expect a player like Mark to make, which is that deeper understanding and recognition of whether it is the format, the dynamic of the matchup, or just his deck. Because as we look at his deck, it does seem to be a rather more passive, reactive one, which means that he is more likely to benefit from the extra card of being on the draw.
Yeah, it's one of those choices that players at different levels will make with very different frequencies, right? So when you first start learning limited, you basically will never do this because why would you? You always want to be on the play, and then once you level up and you see these scenarios where maybe it makes sense to be on the draw, if anything, you might start doing that too often just to kind of show off that new technique or show that you know, if you like. And then once you get to the top level, where a player like Mark is, ideally you reach more of a healthy medium in between.
All right. Turn 3 for Mark was just the second activation of Figure of Fables. It is a soldier and a 4/5 now. Of course, it is the third activation that is the scariest one, as it does give you protection from your opponents. But we're not going to get there. It is Bob Slither's Embrace with the Blight that will take out the Figure of Fable for this game. So, Mark Anderson, his one card win condition is gone, and now it's on him to regroup and get back on the board in a meaningful way.
Yeah, well, one thing you'll note about the removal in this format is there are very few cards, even in black, which is typically a good removal color, that just say destroy that thing, right? A lot of it is, well, it's +3, -3, or it gets a few -1, -1 counters, or there's some of the condition on it. So if you have something that is just really, really big, that thing is actually pretty hard to remove. But Box Other's Embrace, it fills a pretty unique role there in that as long as you have something to play onto in the first few turns, like that will kill something, mostly no questions asked.
And speaking of no questions asked, Noggle the Mind coming out from Mark Anderson, going to shrink down the Tree Folk to a 1/1. And then, of course, with the 3 -1/-1 counters already on it, it does immediately die. Follows that up with a Wanderbrine Preacher, and passes the turn back. Now, Mark's hand is in dire straits. 2 lands and a Foraging Wickermaw. That's not going to get the job done in any way, especially when Michael untaps and just plays an absolute banger like Morkant. So Mark is in big trouble now.
Oh yeah, he just about weathered that storm early. His hand wasn't great. Needed some help, and it needs some help real fast, and it needs more of it right now. In the face of the market. Now that said, if Michael doesn't have other elves to follow up with, this is just a 4/4. But impressive stats certainly. But in the event that Michael's hand just is all lands, he's flooding out, or maybe there's some other creature types that aren't cooperating, then maybe you see another way forward. But Michael's hand has a lot of nice stuff in it.
Yeah, we did see, of course, the Moon Vigil adherents that were picked up a few turns ago by that Midnight Tilling, so that's able to come down. But also, yet another of the elf rares available. This is the Dawn Hand Dissident now coming out. So we're seeing the power of Michael's deck. The Dissident and the Twilight Diviner, certainly not on the same level as a card like Morkant, but they do add up in terms of the amount of utility that you're getting. And considering they're all giving you the same creature type, you don't often see a fully kindred deck like this come together in Sealed, where you're able to get so many triggers from Morkant reliably.
Right. You would expect the average Golgari deck. You're going to have a lot of elves, but you'll have a smattering of Kith. I almost said Kith folk. Kithkin here, Tree folk there, a bunch of other stuff lying around. And there's some of that here, right? There's the Norbak Elm in Michael's graveyard, but yeah, I mean, we see 3 of the best elves in the set, 3 of the best cards, period. And these 3 cards are going to be the absolute highlights of any deck that they're in, and they're all doing great work together on the board right now.
All right. Does look like unexpected assistance was the pickup for Mark. So, uh, unexpected, but very welcome, as he is in desperate need for more cards and hopefully some answers. But his deck is pretty short on removal, I would say. We did see a copy of Keep Out in the previous game. And I think that maybe that's the reason that he's giving pause here, is considering Markant is already tapped, might want to try to get rid of it. While that is the case, of course, that would require him to act proactively, perhaps convoke some of these creatures in order to have the mana to cast that Keep Out, which clears the way for Michael to get a big attack in. So it does feel like even with the card draw, Mark is in a world of trouble here.
Yeah, this is where it helps to have that full knowledge of the rares and mythics in particular in a format, because there are some sealed formats where Michael could happily deploy all of his bomb rares and they all get swept up by a Wrath of God, Day of Judgment style effect, and then he's back to zero, right? In this format, there isn't really a thing like that to speak of, and some of the examples you can imagine, stuff like winnowing, well, all of those elves, so no luck there. Curious Colossus, if Mark gets to 7 mana, maybe there's not really a clear punish for just churning out these high quality plays over and over again. So Michael is free to just commit those to the board, get the game over with before some other solution maybe comes together.
Yeah, I think that's actually a fascinating mention of winnowing, because taking a look at Michael's hand, he does have a copy of Blighted Blackthorn, which is, of course, a tree folk. He did just draw a Rooftop Percher, so that makes the decision easier. But I think it would have been really interesting to see, had he not drawn that and didn't have a better play, would he have deployed the Blackthorn on a board of all elves, knowing that his opponent in sealed could potentially have access to winnowing?
Yeah, and certainly there are some strange games in this format where you feel like you're so far ahead that that exact card is the only way you can lose, and you jump through these weird hoops to remove your own creature that has the wrong type so that everything else shares one, or stuff like that. And that's when you know that someone is really dialed into what's going on there.
Fortunately, does not have to make that decision, as the Rooftop Percher is going to be the cast. And now Mark Anderson can act in response. And part of this acting is he does have access to a copy of Wild Unraveling in his deck. So wants to cast the assistance in response in case he casts that. And that is a Surveil 2 from the Unwelcome Sprite for casting a spell on his opponent's turn. Both cards hitting the bin. I believe that is Temporal Cleansing, as well as I want to say the Thoughtweft Imbuer that he found, just the land being discarded. But the bigger issue is no permanent answers, no counterspell. The board grows wider. Michael continues blighting onto Mark's board, and things are not looking any better.
Yeah, Mark is the one with a weird motley crew of creature types here, and yeah, nothing really coming together. Not seeing a way out of this, or even if he stabilizes somehow, how he actually turns a corner and pushes ahead.
There's a card that is historically good at stabilizing the board if you're able to cast it, but that is a tall order. It's 7 mana. Kith Keeper was the draw from Mark, but a land short, and currently would only be for 3 colors, even if he was able to land it on the battlefield, which would go wide, but doesn't look particularly great in the face of something like the adherence. So it definitely does feel like he is just short of presenting any sort of viable threat uh, against this board from Michael. Can play the Imbuer and then convoke out the Temporal Cleansing, but even that feels suboptimal considering you're tapping 2 of your blockers. What do you think if you're in Mark's spot here?
I'm thinking about lunch plans after this round. Probably, Mark's going to fight till the bitter end, but I think the bitter end is certainly in
Nine.
sight. The sad thing here is, even the cleansing, whatever Mark targets, he probably has to be the adherence with the Surveil 1 off the Dawdhound Dissident. Michael can just draw that again right away. I mean, that's coming down again this turn.
Right.
And Michael decides instead to, okay, well, I'll put a free counter on there effectively just to get my surveil instead. And yeah, the Dissident, one of the actual best cards in the entire set, and part of that is its flexibility, right? Like you don't need to be in elves, you can be in really any deck that has black mana, and if your deck doesn't have black and you pick that thing up, now it has black mana, especially in sealed.
Yeah, it's not only is it the surveil, which is of course a very powerful repeatable effect, but the fact that it gives you grind and recursion, the fact that it gives you graveyard hate in places where you need it, and it's also interactions with both things that trigger from being blighted onto and allowing you to remove counters from other cards that use blight. It just does so much for a 1 mana card. Well, here we go. It does look like this is an attack with the board, and that is going to be Barbed Bloodletter being flashed in here. So Thoughtweft Imbuer down 4 damage coming across, if I'm not mistaken. Mark goes down to 3, saying, bring it on. And I don't think there's much else to be brought on here.
Yeah, Mark likes to talk some trash at the table, but he can take it as well as give it. So he knows the end is nigh. He knows he's about to go down on camera, and taking that in good spirits can, I suppose, resolve this Cliffkeeper to delay the inevitable a little bit. But
yeah, of course, make the Forge and Wicker Maw a 3rd color, give you a Cliffkeeper for 3, and that is at least something. I would not say it's nearly good enough, with the Rooftop Percher being a 3 power flyer. It is a must block with Market 3. So 4 of these creatures are essentially counted for in needing to give the Kithkeeper flying and block that. So 2 others are just being thrown away as chump blockers at this point.
Here is a very big move to adherence yet again. 5/5 for now, but that number's only going up. And even as a 5/5, it's by far the biggest thing on the board right now.
Yeah, I believe Mark probably needs to blight onto the Kithkeeper here. That is the only creature that doesn't die to the counter being blighted onto it, and it will still be large enough to block and trade with the Percher.
Yeah, I mean, he might think he can give the Kithkeeper flying now, blight onto one of the things that tapped to it, and then, maybe Michael feels like he doesn't have good attack at that point, but I imagine the Percher's coming through anyway, especially with the Distant ready to just recast it right away.
Right. I do enjoy that Mark always finds a way to have fun in a game of Magic, even when objectively he is not having fun. He is getting destroyed pretty hard, both in this game and in this match. But you do see that he is keeping it light and friendly all the same.
He's been around enough of these. Like he's been on the right end of this and the wrong end of this both enough times that it's all just another day at the office for him.
All right. Well, there is the expected course of gameplay actions. A land is drawn, and there is the handshake. It is Michael Vey that does get the win here against Mark Anderson with a fantastic-looking Golgari Elves deck, taking it down in 2 not swift games, but certainly 2 decisive games, and moving on to 5-0. That was just a beatdown.
Oh yeah, and this is the phase of the tournament where at 5-0, 6-0, you start to play against those perfect-looking elf decks or merfolk decks and so on and so forth. And it's a case of, well, if you recognize your opponent's name, that's probably bad news for you. And if you don't, well, that's probably bad news for you too, because you can already start to imagine what their deck is going to look like.
Yeah, large sealed events, when you get to the later rounds, as you mentioned, if you recognize your opponent's name, you're like, okay, maybe they just got here with great tight plays and they're very good, and their deck might be okay. Maybe I can outplay them. If you don't recognize your opponent's name and they're that late into the tournament, there is a good chance that you are just about to get beat down by one of the most disgusting full Kindred decks you've ever seen. Now, moving on to our next feature match. On the left of your screen, James Potter with a Dimir deck. On the right, Mark Whedon with Rakdos. Both of these players sitting at 4-0 as well. And we are going to go right down to the action.
And when you see Dimir there, in a normal sealed format, that wouldn't really raise an eyebrow. But here, that's not one of the explicitly supported typal color pairs, right? You maybe have a Tauren Goblins here or a Foot-in Merfolk over there, but unless you have, I guess, the ideal fairy deck somehow, if the stars align, then mostly you're just going to be pick and mixing the best cards from across your colors, and that can mean a lot of different things. So hard to picture exactly what those are going to be, but there's a reason that James is in Dimir as opposed to Golgari or Azorius or any other combination like that.
Yeah, notably, both of these players have been playing for a very long time. For James, since 4th edition on and off. For Mark, since Odyssey. And I believe he does even have a Odyssey tattoo on his wrist, which is very cool. Neither of them have ever played in a Pro Tour. So a 4-0 start here, 5-0 start for the winner of the match. Just an absolutely fantastic start. That is a Blight 2, as Mark does catch it. So that will be the creature hitting the bin. But a 5-0 start here is a very good opening bid towards a potential Pro Tour qualification.
Yeah, and that's one of the joys of these big spotlights for Limited in particular, is seeing these people who don't play competitively anymore. If they even did, maybe don't even play that much Magic, or they mostly only play via Arena, or they have other big life commitments, but they'll come out of the woodwork for a tournament like this. And in some cases, they still got it, even if it's been a minute.
All right, so back we go James's way as he is considering what to do here. Chaos Spear, quite large on the battlefield there, sitting alone, essentially. And, I don't think necessarily Mark intended to blight away his other creature there, but once the choice had been made, the Flame Chain Mauler did hit the bin. And it is going to be a Chaos Spear of his own coming down from James, blighting onto the Foraging Wickermaw and passing the turn back.
Yeah, the Wickermaw's a nice recipient of those counters, where most of its job is in the surveil and then the mana fixing, and sometimes a 1/3 blocker versus an 0/1 makes a difference, but by and large, you're not really downgrading that creature too much when you do this. Whereas on the Spear itself, a 3/2 versus a 5/4 that's night and day.
Okay, well, there is an absolutely terrifying hand here from Mark Whedon. I believe it's 2 copies of Tweeze, a Noggle Robber, a Explosive Prodigy, as well as a not Nightmare Sower, the Dream Caesar. So a lot of interaction, a lot of removal, and just very premium cards, some of which are tacked onto creatures as well, so is able to continue putting pressure on while removing everything James plays for the next few turns. And that is going to be a big ass from James.
Yeah, 3 removal spells, and we're at 3 colors as well for that Explosive Prodigy. So that can shoot down a lot of things you might see. But you're also going to see that dynamic we mentioned before of you need your removal spells to actually kill the big things. And this is a real big, real scary thing coming down here in Champion of the Weird for James, exiling Changing Wayfinder. So, Mark has 2 Tweezers and a Explosive Prodigy, but is going to need to use at least 2 of those in a relevant time frame to remove the champion before it can do too much damage here.
Right, and this is going to be a check from James of how much respect he is going to pay to those potential removal spells, and how deep is he going to blight here, because there is certainly a incentive of some kind to try to clear off the board from Mark at the cost of your creatures. But now this is the big trap, because he's declared a blight with the counters. He has to say where the counters are going as part of the cost. And once that happens, uh, Mark can respond with a removal spell onto the Champion of the Weird and prevent James from continuing to blight. So that was a key decision point from James not to blight onto the champion there.
Yeah, and Black also has reasons to keep the champion at max size between Nameless Inversion, Blight Rot, so on and so forth. Maybe his own champion of the weird or a card like that. So yeah, I think James realizing 5/5 champion much less vulnerable than anything smaller. That said, Mark now gets to turn that information against him. So James has been using his own life total as a resource there, right? So if Mark rumbles in with this Chaos Spear, you don't really want to block if that's why you stop things there. So that's going to be a few points of damage, and Mark turns out has Tweez plus Exploded Prodigy teaming up now to take down the champion for now, because we are in black, so cards like Unbury or Graveshift are going long are pretty scary considerations.
Yeah, and part of the consideration certainly just has to be that James is 10, right? So the more removal spells that are not Tweez that you can use on creatures in order to push damage across, the closer you get to the secondary Tweez, for example, just being lethal, which is part of why I'm a little surprised in that spot that Mark actually chose to use a Tweez rather than, I believe, the copy of Blight Rot that he drew. Because with 2 Tweezes in hand, he's representing very close to lethal.
Yeah, the difference between James having champion and 15 life versus champion and 8 to 10 life is vast and potentially decisive. So when you see Mark, I guess if he decides he just has to kill the champion at all costs, it makes sense. But from the other side, if you see the first Tweez, you might think, well, okay, if he had the second one, maybe he would have kept both of those back to try and team up to go upstairs. So maybe the second one is going to be something of a blindside here.
Right. Okay. So we go back James Potter's way, and it is going to be the Changeling Wayfinder finding a land, followed up by a Iron Shield Elf, and things go back Mark Whedon's way. So there's that Blight Rot that we saw earlier. I believe there is still a copy of Tweez and a Dream Caesar as well in Mark's hand. We'll see what else he is up to.
Yeah, I think the initiative firmly back in Mark's corner now, and James can block indefinitely if you like with this Iron Shield Elf, but doesn't have a ton left in the tank. So every card he discards here, it is a real cost, and especially if the Dream Caesar is going to take the last card. But Mark instead opts to Blight Rot in response to the activation there, so gets the card and gets the blocker out of the way at the cost of pushing damage through or forcing the Wayfinder to block instead. So yeah, that's an interesting choice in its own right. James top deck Shine Striker, but only going to draw one solitary card from its own blue pips on this board.
Yeah, a bit of passive gameplay from Mark, foregoing damage in a position where he is firmly the aggressor in order to 2-for-1 James using that Blight Rot. And now with the Tweez going to clear off the Shine Strike, as you mentioned, and clear off the way to get an attack in. But this is certainly Mark just making sure that the board is clear and then getting chip damage through.
Yeah, Mark has to feel ahead on basically every axis, right? He's ahead on board, far ahead on life total, and then even on just cards left in hand, right? And they're good ones too. They're not just any old cards. Reaping Willow in there, Dream Caesar. So I think he can feel free to kind of use his resources however he pleases for now.
Okay, that is going to be Taster of Wares coming down from James Potter. and getting a look at both cards, considering he does control 2 goblins thanks to the Changeling Wayfinder. So gets both options from Mark Whedon's hand here.
Mm. And both of those are quite scary. The Dream Caesar typically much less so, but when you're on 4 and don't have a way to contest a flyer, that maybe is a scarier option here. But you don't want to let Mark just have Reaping Willow indefinitely either, especially if you set up a chain where it's bringing back the Chaos Spewer, and then that's blinding back onto the Reaping Willow, and then that's removing the counters to get something else back. That can really get out of control. So yeah, no good choices there for James. Does take the Reaping Willow in the end.
Yeah, was able to draw a 3-mana creature as well to go alongside the Taster in the Silvergill Peddler, excuse me. So, as good as you can hope for in James's spot, you're still very far behind on board. Not on board, on life. You have more or less stabilized the board with the creatures that you've played, and you at least know that Mark's hand is not overly threatening the one card that you have left him with.
Yeah, I think from James' side, the calculation is, okay, I probably have to draw some good stuff to get back in the game regardless, but easy to draw just a flyer or any piece of removal that can kill the Dream Caesar, as opposed to trying to beat the entire Reaping Willow chain. That might take several cards and several good cards. But it looks like James has not drawn anything relevant yet, so the Peddler's going to rumble in, see if it can find anything that's better.
Yeah, I do like this choice from James, just to use his resources as much as he can. The Dream Caesar is on the battlefield and you're not blocking it. So the next best course of action, of course, is finding a removal spell of some kind for it if you can. All right, Caesar rumbling across. What did James draw?
Was that Disruptor of Currents? Okay, so yeah, that's going to put the Dream Caesar back in Mark's hand. It's going to come right back down, though, as always, these Mana War style cards only temporary answers. So James will have to cough up something new.
Yeah, once again, has another look, but doesn't need it, as I believe that was a copy of Stratosorer. So a 3/5 flying found there, as not just a fantastic blocker for the Dream Caesar, but also a way for him to get an attack in with the Silvergill Peddler if he wants here, for example, just forcing Mark into a block with the Dream Caesar, because ultimately James is in a position where he would like to get a little proactive here if he can.
Yeah, it's a good draw on both offense and defense. So James has to love seeing that. And yeah, almost any other draw on the deck, I have to think, would be the discard there of the Peddler. So Mark's going to take the 5. And James is going to post-combat the Stratosaurus. So I think, holding this close to the chest, incentivizing Mark not to block just to get the damage in, and then playing that post combat.
Another land drawn for Mark, and I have to go back a few turns where I think Mark played a little too passively at points, in a position where he was firmly the aggressor and wasn't able to close out the game with the resources he had. And now is when the combination of punishing draws from his deck and some very clutch stabilizing draws from James's deck have resulted in James getting in a position where not only does he feel stable, he feels ahead.
Yeah, and if the game does end that way, as it's looking increasingly likely, you could tell the story, right? Of, well, I just drew a few lands and my opponent drew good cards every turn, but there maybe also was a way to prevent that, however unlikely it was. And one of the things about having being on coverage here, or if you're playing online, you have replays of some kind, is you can go back and really study those spots for yourself if you're looking to improve. So not a lesson you want to learn the hard way, but you have to learn it sometime.
Okay, and James Potter draws a card, and looking at his hand, as he is now facing down 6 life from Mark Whedon. So technically, this is a lethal attack if he chooses to go all out.
Yeah, which is, I think, more appealing here, because if it goes wrong, it's not like James is immediately dead on the backswing, right? So you can put him out to the test, make him have something, and then make him have yet another specific something just to survive the turn and turn the tables on you.
If I'm not mistaken, the card James drew was Boggart Mischief, which another
Well,
great card in a position where you're trying to close out the game.
that's a something, all right.
So, James trying to decide what is happening. Mark doing the math, as you can see, and should have realized at this point that he is facing down lethal. So, right now, the big question and onus is on James of what are you scared of? What punishes you so hard where you don't go for lethal in a situation where your opponent has to be able to punish the lethal and kill you back?
Yeah, and the question always in spots like this is, okay, so you're playing around something this turn. Is that going to change by the time next turn rolls around, right? Do you have to play around the same thing next turn? And if you're just both playing passively, going back and forth, does that actually favor you? Because maybe the opponent has more good draws in their deck that can immediately break that dynamic open. So Boggart Mischief, though, I think allows James to kind of play offense and defense once again here, where, yeah, he gets to make this all-out attack, and then has this nice kind of cushion left over, even if things go wrong.
Doesn't miss his trigger this time.
There's Bitterbloom Bearer. Okay. So one of the scarier cards in the entire set, and definitely a draw to be heavy in black if it's in your pool. That said, it's on trump blocking duty right here. It knows what its job is.
Yeah, that will not be long for this world, as that is going to be a chump. It is going to be an eat on the Changeling Wayfinder. That triggers the Boggart Mischief. So Mark will go down to 1. James will go up to 5, I believe. And Mark is in a position where he needs a draw to finish the game. I believe that was Kolrath Zealot, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, so we get another look.
Another peek for 2 damage.
And is that Burning Curiosity?
I believe that is Burning Curiosity, which he can cast with the land in hand. However, he wouldn't be able to cast anything he draws off of it. And that is James Potter taking a game that he looked all but out of 8 turns ago.
I lost count at this point.
Yeah, in absolutely stunning fashion, just keeping calm, using his resources to the maximum and getting the job done. And speaking of the maximum, would you like access to maximum inventory? Well, Canada's Magic store, face2facegames.com, has your back, whether it is singles or sealed product. It is the home of all things Lorwyn Eclipsed. So head on over to face2facegames.com to pick up your Lorwyn Eclipsed and other Magic product today. Back to the match here, and if you're a Mark Whedon spot, this is a position where I think you just lost a game that you were near certain you were winning. So it requires a big shake-off to mentally recover, and instead he's mulliganing to 5.
Yeah, and that is legitimately a big test as a player. You're going to throw games like that at some point, even at the highest level.
To 4, excuse me.
Well, okay, even worse. Yeah. So Oof. The test is, can you actually get your mind back in the game and not let one mistake in one game compound into other mistakes in other games? Turns out though, if you mulligan to 4, not a ton of mistakes that are left to make. You should have the cards left to throw around there.
Yeah, you get stripped of a lot of your agency on a mulligan to 4. Your decisions feel a lot more scripted. Usually when you mulligan to 4, there's quite a few turns of the game where you are essentially just on autopilot, playing the one thing that you have as an option and just hoping that your opponent stumbles in some way or doesn't put on that much pressure, their deck doesn't function, and then perhaps you can get to a point where you play a regular game of Magic. So far, Mark has not had that. Okay, so Chaos Spear coming down from James. Now there's a good one in terms of trying to come back. There's our bitter blossom effect in the bitter bloomed bearer coming down and giving you a way to potentially fight back.
Yeah, if you're going to win a game with a card single-handedly on a multi-4, this isn't at the top of that list, but it is somewhat fragile. So any removal spell, I think literally any removal spell is going to take that one out of commission. And if you are being raced by a lot of big attackers on the ground, then it can delay the inevitable, but not forever here.
Yeah, I would say stiff wind, but honestly, like a medium hefty gust would probably take care of the bitter bloom bearer.
Even just blowing on it gently, I think, would a little dangerous. And Chaos Spear is going to rumble in, and you can chump block that with that fairy, and that fairy is going to come right back. But at the point where James has, the Chaos Spear and the Anti-Odd Elf and something else, then you can't, contain everything at the same time.
Right. As long as James continues deploying creatures onto the battlefield, it is going to be a big ask for Mark to stabilize this game in a way that allows him to pull ahead and truly be the beatdown. And instead, I see lands. Lots and lots of lands for Mark Whedon.
Yeah, when you start the game down several cards, you need every one of the cards that you do have to pull their weight, and they are absolutely not doing that here. And Convoke Disruptive Currents, and in turn, just going to add to the misery here for for Mark.
Yeah, things are just going from back to worse. As James understands, even though Mark is attacking, James is the aggressor in this game. He has all the advantages in terms of hand, in terms of board, in terms of life, which heavily incentivizes him to continue getting in each turn. And this feels like the beginning of the end, if you can even call it that. I believe that is Flitterwing Nuisance, and came down immediately activated after no blocks were declared to draw James 3 more cards and put Mark down to 3 life, 2 from the Bitter Blossom, another land drawn, and that is all she wrote. As that game, unfortunately for Mark Whedon, was not close. Certainly the mulligan to 4 did not help, but just a brutal series of events here from James Potter.
Yeah, a tough loss in every sense, potentially, but there's a lot more Magic to be played today and tomorrow. You've got to shrug it off and just, get your mind back in the game as best you can.
Yeah, I think the biggest advantage of a fast loss, if you can call it an advantage, is just the amount of time that you have before the next time you have to be playing Magic. Whatever your best way to mental reset may be, whether that's food, water, taking a walk, although in this weather, probably not wanting to take a walk, or even just, sitting down with some friends and just commiserating over it, whatever it may be, having the time to do that comfortably and try to get that mental reset before the next round is a very big deal.
I think for some, I lapse into this mindset sometimes. Once I suffer a loss like that, I don't want to be dwelling on it, for the 20, 30 minutes before the next round. I just want to play more Magic.
Oh, you want to get in a match as soon as possible. All right, well, that is going to be Nameless Inversion, closing things out for James Potter and his Dimir deck. He is able to get the job done and move up to 5-0 here at Spotlight Eclipse from Toronto.
Mm-hmm. And looking at the standings ourselves here, there are a lot of Sharks, both from Canada and from the world at large, swimming in that pool. So we'll get to see some of them coming up next round, perhaps. A lot more Magic left to be played here as well. 3 rounds left to finish out the day. And as we both know all too well, the difference between, especially that last round, like you could be 6-1 going into round 8 and finishing high at 7-1 versus you maybe your concentration's lapsing. You take a tough loss, you're in the day of 6-2. Just mentally, that's like night and day. Even if mathematically, it's a big difference too.
Yeah, it's And, you know, it has to be said, this is a very large field. Again, we are at 1,800 players capping for this field. A lot of very high skill players that were here last week for the Pro Tour in the United States have stuck around to play this event before going back to Europe or wherever they may be from. So for them especially, these are the rounds that really matter, because in a field this large, the losses are incredibly unforgiving. When you pick up that first loss, you're okay. When you pick up that second loss can really be the difference maker between having a shot at top 8 and not.
Yeah, and we're looking at, with this many people, X and 2 at minimum is what you need to get that top 8 berth tomorrow. And so the difference between, well, you come in tomorrow with a loss to give, maybe somewhere, versus you have to run the tables in both of your drafts. You might like your odds in draft in general, but that's a tall order for anyone, especially with a lot of these ringers here in the room today. So we'll see a few of them on camera before the day is done, and we will see more of all of that in just a few minutes here.
Yeah, we are getting ahead of ourselves. We still have 3 more rounds of day 1, excuse me, to bring you. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, round 6 coming at you from Spotlight Eclipsed. Welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Eclipsed here from Toronto. My name is Monty Duvity. I am joined by Dom Harvey. We're on day one and we have 5 rounds in the books. The name of the game has been Lorwyn Eclipsed sealed all day here. 3 more rounds to go before we have the cut to day 2. And then tomorrow is when things get exciting because it's going to be Lorwyn Eclipsed draft all day long. Let's take a look at the standings after 5 rounds and see how things are shaping up here, as it is going to be a lot of 5-0s. Talk to me about what you notice here, Dom.
So definitely a lot of names I recognize from just the Canadian Magic scene in general, especially Quebec. Noma Show, David Schneier up there. And some names that I think a few more people watching will recognize. So Brian Koval, bottom roll himself there at 5-0. We think of him as this a tonal format specialist, so legacy and modern and pre-modern and everything else under the sun. Turns out just very good Magic player overall, and that includes limited. Christian Baker coming off Pro Tour top 8 not too long ago. Kel Thompson, big Canadian Magic icon, and then Quinn Tonelli, who we're going to see in our feature match area this round. Not slinging his customary mountains and burn spells, but going to be putting the pressure on nonetheless. And then second major standings here, Nicole Tipple, 5-0, looking to get back on the PT herself. And that woman loves to draft, I can tell you. So she will be very excited to make it tomorrow in good shape. And then I was told, Manny, this is that there are dinosaurs roaming the earth. This is not one I thought was in the arena this weekend. Rich Hohen.
Richard Hohen himself.
Yes. That labels, if you know, you know.
And if you don't know, let us help you out.
Yes, that will strike fear into the hearts of anyone across the table who knows the name. And if they don't, they just think, oh, that guy seems really damn good at Magic. Other names that might inspire that fear, Sam Black, 5-0, Christian Calcano. So yeah, we have a lot of esteemed visitors in Toronto this weekend, and they're all doing pretty well for themselves so far.
Yeah, I think Rich Hohen specifically stands out to us just because he has been a long-time icon of Canadian Magic, but specifically, he is a limited specialist, right? Rich is arguably up for the discussion of the greatest Canadian drafter and limited player of all time. At times, he was the greatest limited player in the world. Many of the players who were roaming the earth alongside him 20 to 25 years ago would speak about Rich in very high esteem. So hoping we'll get a glimpse at him as the day goes on, because if Rich Hohen can finish the day at 7-1 and go into draft, well, perhaps the extinction of the dinosaurs may have been overblown.
Yeah, when we were compiling some names to look out for this weekend, I wasn't sure if we should even include him on the list, just because I didn't know if he'd actually come out of the woodwork for this one, but he sure has. And any list of notable names is going to have him near the top. Someone more youngster or younger and more zoomy, if you like. Quentin Early here on the left. He has been just on a tear in high-level Magic as of late. World's top 8 competitor in 2024, and has really parlayed that into being a Pro Tour mainstay. And usually he's doing that with mountains and burn spells and cheap red creatures. Sealed, you don't really get that much choice over what you want to do, but he's going to be beating down with the best of them here with a very nice looking Merfolk deck, starting on turn 2 with Wondermine Preacher.
So Quintonoli on the left of your screen, Azorius, as you can see. On the right, Stephen Nicotra, on Boros. So we are off to the races. Quinn, of course, part of Team Cosmos Heavy Play and a Pro Tour mainstay for the last, feels like 3 years now, continuing to put up result after result with his trusty mono red aggro. And as you said, is playing Merfolks here. So we're off with a blistering start for both players, Dom.
Yeah, Steven's doing the stuff that Quinn wishes he was doing, perhaps. But Quinn off for a nice start himself. End of turn Flock Imposter there. Not picking anything up, not being used as a trick, just to keep applying pressure. And looks like Quinn has some decent stuff kind of up and down the curve there in his hand. I think that's Slumbering Walker on the left there. Great 5-mana bomb in white, which the game goes that long. Can definitely help to define it, but we're a fair ways away from casting that at this point. So Quinn gonna just cast a Tributary Volta and pass a turn back. And Steven with what I believe that's Kinscare Sentry. In general, Manny, a nice helpful tip out there for people at home. These Fable border cards that are very nice to look at, you might not be able to tell what they are, but if it has that border, you know it's pretty good.
Yeah, typically the floor is pretty high for them. And speaking of high floors, this is a fantastic turn here because the Sentry does get flying up with Everstrike's Gift. Then we see a Cinder Strike remove off the Wanderbrine Preacher, attack in with both creatures, and put another attacker into play in Flame Chain Mauler. So a massive swing of a turn here from Steven Nakatra. And with Quinn's life total already down to 12, this is when you start looking at a card like the Stinkslinger on the battlefield, and you start going, okay, well, it's not going to take much more damage being pushed through for me to be able to swap over to a passive game plan and then just finish the game with the Slinger.
Yeah, at this point, Quinn kind of has to slam the brakes and just focus on surviving at all, because certainly racing that giant lifelink is going to be very difficult, and Stephen is dangerously close to just slamming the door shut before anything can happen here.
Yeah, and you do see Quinn's hand a bit too slow, 2 5-drops in the Slumbering Walker that you mentioned, as well as a copy of Omni Changeling. And that is a big issue when you can't cast either of your big cards against a board that is just relentlessly beating you down.
Yeah, that's a nice feature of these go wide aggressive decks, is that no one thing is great to hijack from the other side, but when they all work together in tandem, that is a pretty scary strike force. And that Kinscare Sentry in particular, that 2/2 first strike lifelink is pretty decent stats in a race just by itself, especially if you can give it evasion in some way, like with this Everstrike's Gift. And it's also just spat out 5 mana worth of attackers for free with virtual haste, if you like. So really hard to do better than that when you're firing all cylinders. Quinn is going to convoke out Protective Response here to shoot down, presumably, the Kinscare Sentry.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to convoke this out. He's doing it in order to buff the Changeling and offer a trade for the Slinger. Unfortunately, I believe that was a protective response of Steven's own coming out there in order to clear off the Changeling and put Quinn down to 7 now. Again, Slinger is a form of what we like to call reach, but a form of pushing damage through without needing to attack. So essentially, Quinn can't prevent it through conventional methods. And that means that his 7 life total is precarious.
Yeah, I think if Quinn hit that 5th land drop here, could slam the Slumbering Walker, get back another relevant game piece, maybe the Preacher to gain life on future turns, then I think the game would be a lot closer. But he missed on that crucial turn. Does get to deploy that 2-drop Merfolk Lord, so that's nice. But I don't think it's be good enough to stop Steven from crossing the finish line here.
Yeah, I believe that's a Deep Channel Duelist, if I'm not mistaken. So was able to get an attack in with the Tributary Vaulter and then untap it on the end step. But Steven looking at a Menace creature, 2 other creatures, and multiple forms of pushing damage through, which is already quite rough, but also that Everstrike's Gift is still in Steven's graveyard. So that is something that he has access to as well, which means essentially endless amounts of ways to push damage and creatures through as the game goes on.
Yeah, and a pretty nice supply of expendable bodies there as well to blight onto to buy that thing back. So yeah, now every single creature is lethal for Steven, and most spells are as well, thanks to the Flamecaster. And we can just suit something up, make it a flyer. The elemental 2-drop there can gain menace. So really, Quinn being squeezed on every axis here. It would be very hard for Steven not to assemble lethal this turn somehow.
Right. This is an on-board kill with the menace. So it is purely a matter of how you're going to do things. As Steven decides to not risk it in any way, shape, or form and just cast a spell that costs 4 or more and get the job done. And speaking of getting the job done, Face-to-Face Games gets the job done. We buy all cards. We are Canada's premium game store. Go to facetofacegames.com/sell to sell us your cards for cash or get an additional 30% when choosing store credit. You have cards and we would love to buy them off you. So, Stephen Nicatra making it look easy against a very seasoned competitor, even though he may be quite young, still very seasoned in Quintanoli.
Yeah, I'm sure Quinn is old or unk or chuggy or whatever the kids are saying these days. You know, he's almost in his mid-20s. That's ancient.
Yeah,
right?
the oldest 22-year-old you will ever meet in professional Magic, as it were. And Stephen, once again, off to a very quick start with a 1-2 curve. Quinn has a true drop of his own, so at least prevents taking damage for that turn. But you can see the Stephen's deck is very aggressive. And you don't often end up with a deck this aggressive and sealed. It takes a lot of things to fall right and come together for your deck to be able to be consistently this aggressive.
Yeah, if you see that kind of aggressive start, you know that it's a choice. And maybe this is someone who they're going to do this come up way no matter what their pool looks like. But probably they've looked at their pool and decided, okay, I can't really go long. I don't have the late game firepower here, but I can go underneath those bombs and win games before those are a threat. And yes, Steven Spall looks very capable of doing that.
Right. So, menace, attack, present a trade here if you would like, and he does take the clean trade. So I think this is the first sign of weakness that we've seen from Stephen Nicatra in 2 games, where he uses his mana on his turn to just take a 1-for-1 trade and doesn't further develop. And as a famed aggressive, specifically mono red player, Quinn is the type of person who has a lot of experience with identifying signs of weakness from his opponents and pouncing on them.
Yeah, this might not be the exact colors you'll tend to see him playing, but this is the exact kind of magic that Quinn excels at and feels at home at. So Timid Shieldbearer going to crunch him for 2. Kinsbell Aspen going to send back for 2 on the other side. So not actually a ton happening on the board right now, but expect that to change in short order here, with Flock Imposter coming down again and a turn for Quinn. And once again, not bouncing anything, no tricks here, just 2-2 Flash Flyer is a good tool for the job.
Yeah, Stephen did have a Cinder Strike there, but it may be a nod just to the Changeling in order to not deploy that. The rest of his hand is all 5-cost spells, and they are pretty strong 5-cost spells. The 4 of them being Rooftop Percher, but going all the way up to one of the best cards in the format in Kin Binding. Incredibly difficult to beat once things start rolling for Stephen. So for Quinn, certainly identifying that and trying to push as much damage through as possible before Stephen starts deploying a card like that. He does have 3 different 5-drops. Here is the middling one of them in the Bold We Are Aggressor.
It's only got 2 power. How scary can it be?
Yeah.
But that in turn will pump up the Aspirin, and that one can now attack, although you have to think if Quinn didn't use the 5 mana on the Shield Bearer to get in more damage, there's got to be some kind of instant speed trick here. But I think the attack, going to make sense here regardless. And we'll see what Quinn was holding up all that mana for.
Yeah, it may be as simple as just bluffing, but his deck does have access to quite a few things at instant speed. That's Runaway Together. So just picks up the Changeling, replays it. Once again, not picking anything up, but essentially a full-time walk against Stephen. Able to push more damage through and say, your 5-mana spell just got fully bounced back to your hand, and all you got was 3 damage across.
Now, dinosaurs like us, Manny, will remember, Peel from Reality 20 years ago being like a premium limited card that, wasn't immediately obvious at first, but this kind of effect is a staple at this point. Pops up every few sets, and it's something which it's not always good, it's not always bad, but it really varies with what else is in the format, what else is in your deck. So you'll see decks like this that don't want to main deck that card, and you'll see decks like this that will gladly main deck a second copy if they have access to it.
Right. So It is Omni Changeling. That was the follow up from Quinn, making another copy of the Changeling and passing the turn back to Steven, who this time opts to deploy the Kin Binding and then follow it up with a Cinder Strike against the tapped out Tenoli in order to clear off the way. So, board somewhat under control. Life total still a little precarious, but now he has Kin Binding.
Yeah, and Kin Binding, kind of like the Bitterbloom Bearer that we saw last round, another card which, if the game is close or you're ahead, this card is going to be phenomenal. If you're behind, it's churning out some blockers here and there, but not actually going to be good at swinging that race back in your favor necessarily.
All right, so taking a look at Quinn's hand, there is a copy of Sig, another Omni Changeling, as well as his copy of Blossom Bind. So bombs, pressure, removal. It does feel like Tenoli has it all at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of power on the board. A lot of it has evasion as well. So even if Kin Binding's churning out some blockers or Steven has others left in the tank, Quinn can just ignore those and keep on going. We'll use the Blossom Bind to block down the Aspen, which that makes sense, right? Like one way you could get punked out here is more creatures coming down, those pump the Aspen, and then it gets pumped again by the Kin Binding, and then suddenly you die to some giant one-drop Kithkin. But I think Quinn sees the finish line in sight here.
Yeah, very much so. It was Sig drawing an extra card off of the Flock Imposter, and that in and of itself presenting a lot of pressure for the upcoming turn. Steven, for his turn, starts things off with a Rooftop Percher, gaining 3 life, going to make another creature here from the Kin Binding and come across for 3. So Quinn down to 8, and with a Kin Binding, it's not going to take many creatures alive for Steven to close out the game, which means that Quinn's attacks aren't as automatic as he would maybe hope in the spot.
Yeah, the Poacher, once again, a pretty unassuming card, but ends up being one of the few things it can try and stabilize in a board state like this.
And very notably as well, Sig, if you flip it, gives protection from each color to a creature you control. That's not going to do as much as you would like with a Rooftop Percher on the battlefield. Having a large colorless creature with flying here to represent a blocker against everything that is not the Sig, Sig of course can't be blocked inherently, is doing a lot to shut down that double dose of aggression that Quinn probably would have liked from a spot like this.
Yeah, it almost every other context in this format, Rooftop Percher being colorless is a downside, right? We saw this with Sonar in a feature match earlier. If you have other Vivid stuff going on, but this is one of the few, maybe the only context actually, where
I think it might be the only one.
Yeah, it's actively a benefit for you. So cool to see that one come out. We can take that one off the bingo card. And that said, right, Rooftop Percher doing good work for Steven here. Quinn has another copy of Omni Changing in his hand, so it could do some good work for him as well if he decides to go that route.
Okay, so Quinn taking his time to figure out what the line is going to be. The first question, of course, was, does he want to flip over Sig? Not an automatic decision, as it does use up some of your mana, but it would allow you to get into that loop where you can flip it back next turn and potentially get another card off of it. But as things stand, he says, I'm happy with things the way they are. And this is the Omni Changing follow-up now. I would not be shocked to see it be the Rooftop Percher, as you mentioned.
Yeah, decides, hey, that roof looks pretty nice up here. Got a good view, so we'll partake in that himself. That said, though, the Kin Binding means it is so much harder to block really anything of equivalent size on Steven's board now, because they're going to be at least one bigger across the board, and then really any creature Steven deploys pre-combat, even the loadiest Kithkin is going to be impossible to block with whatever Quinn's largest creature is at that point.
Right. This is the test that Quinn failed. He needed to put on enough pressure that Steven never developed a full board for Kin Binding, right? And he wasn't able to do that. Steven was able to keep his tokens and continue developing. And now he's at a point where he's gone to combat with a trigger from Kin Binding, as well as the Sting Slinger coming down So this is +2/+2 to everything. And that means that this is a lethal attack coming across, and Quinn does not have profitable blocks.
Yeah, you could picture a world where that Percher doesn't come down, Steven's at 4 instead of 7, and that Flock Imposter was able to attack last turn, and this is a much tighter race. That said, Quinn, he has to still got some damage here. He can't just let all of this through, but the Percher can attack on the way back, and the Flock Imposter and the Sig. So just with what is face up here, there is potentially lethal coming back across, which in turn means, all right, what does Steven have to where he feels comfortable making this attack now?
He has a protective response in addition to all of the pressure he's presenting. So not only does he have the choice to break up a double block potentially, but Quinn had a protective response of his own. So there's the Percher gone, no longer obligated to block. And now that's a very large attack on the other side. That is a lethal attack. So the only issue here is Quinn's going to take the damage and go for lethal. And it is going to be Steven's protective response that will say no to that. So Quinn in a position where he may feel like he has to go for lethal and will get punished for it.
Well, that said, so if this Sig flips, if he sniffs this out, he can give protection to the Rooftop Percher, right? Give that protection from white. And then there also would be the pump with the Shield Bearer if he sees fit. I think, yeah, Quinn also drew the Temporal Cleansing, so he could give protection from one color and then, cleansing the blocker of the other color out the way, and then all the creatures now.
That is still lethal, actually, with the pump. Because Steven cannot kill the biggest creature, and that is going to be 7 damage coming across from either the Sig or the Flock Imposter alongside the pumped Rooftop Percher. So I believe Quinn has found a lethal attack through this protective response if he did in fact give protection from white to the Rooftop Percher copy, which surely he must have. Wow.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Quinn sniffs it out, which a little easier when you've just used a copy of that card yourself to good effect. But again, that's the kind of thing that Quinn is, instantaneously will know, okay, this has to mean one of a few things. He'll run the numbers, sort of thing. Okay, what exactly does that mean? How can I play around it? Finds a lethal line through that. And yeah, that's the kind of thing which is kind of second nature to him at this point.
All right, well, we do buy cards here at facetofacegames.com/sell. You can head over there. If you have cards to sell us, we buy all cards, whether it's for cash or get a 30% bonus by cashing out in store credit. Fantastic game from Quintanoli. Fantastic game from Steven Nicot for really riding the margins of a tough situation and finding an avenue through lethal and setting things up where he does feel protected, but it is the power of Sig getting the job done. Here we are in game 3. Steven's very aggressive Boros deck is on the play, and this is a familiar sight as it is going to be Kinscare Sentry on the battlefield. But for those observant paying attention at home, that is not the same Kinscare Sentry we saw in game 1, Dom.
Oh no, that one had that nice Fable border. This one, just a regular old Kinscare Sentry. Nothing fancy about it. But turns out they do the same thing, and what that thing is scary, no matter how you slice it.
All right, so that is met with a pacifism effect from Quinn, as things are developing quite quickly here. We do see a copy of the Reluctant Downguard coming down from Steven. Quinn has a copy of the Feastling on his way back as a blocker. And Steven follows things up with a Brambleback Brute.
There it is.
There it is. Got there. Found it. Dug deep for that one. Make your Feastling unable to block. Come across for a solid 6 damage. Pass the turn back to you, and here is some unexpected assistance coming out from Quintanoli on the end step.
And the Brute really helps to split the difference here from Steven's side, where you might think, okay, Quinn's passing with a bunch of mana open, this could mean a lot of different things. Maybe you make a more cautious attack, but if you do, that gets punished by Quinn getting to cast the unexpected assistance, taking less damage, now has more time to unload all of those cards that he just drew. Whereas the Brute means, okay, you take that out of commission as a blocker, so you just get to rumble in regardless, don't have to fear much of anything really, and then you can go from there. Yeah, Quinn is going to deploy the Slumbering Walker, and look at this, gets back the Omni Changeling, that has less than 2 power, and that can in turn become a new Slumbering Walker.
Yeah, if you're in Steven's seat, you may be wondering, why is Quinn discarding the Omni Changeling to the assistance? And you are getting a resounding answer, as that is an absolutely massive turn 5 from Quintanoli, just fully getting back onto the board in a big way and saying, all right, Steven, what are you going to do about this?
It's also really nice because Quinn now can almost offer up the copy of the Slumbering Walker as a blocker, as a lightning rod for removal, and then if the first walker is still around, well, I'll just get it right back again. So Steven kind of needs to either kill the original or contain both of them in the same turn in order to make any progress through that.
Right. Making it unable to block is a way to contain it here, quote unquote, allowing you to get a not free attack in with both of your creatures, but pushing damage through at least, as Quinn is forced to be the decision maker here. And Quinn notably also has 2 copies of Omni Changeling. One is foil, so Steven is aware that there are 2 different copies of Omni Changeling available to Quinn as well here. So decision time for Quintanoli, as the onus has been put on him to decide whether he is blocking or not. Ops for no blocks. Down to 9 health is Tanoli. And we are going back his way. Nikatra just passing the turn. The sketchiest protective response you've ever seen telegraphed here, I believe. But let's see how Quinn decides to suss that out. Doesn't have to worry about the Brambleback Brute making anything unable to block at the moment, which means that his wall of giant blockers looking significantly more safe now.
And look at this. He could just send in the Prideful Feastling knowing that, what are you going to do? You're going to kill it? Because that thing's coming right back again.
Please, I beg you, kill it. Do your worst.
So what I think the things that Quinn is scared of at this point are some combination of tricks, just kind of punking him out in that way, or some big bomb that suddenly will turn things in his favor.
Does that count?
He just wants a life buffer against any of that. I mean, this is a good start. This is a very good start.
Yeah, that is a pretty good start here, as we do see Kin Binding come down. What is going to be the follow-up here from Steven? Does he have an attack against a board full of creatures? The answer, a resounding no, but Quinn has an attack because he just drew his copy of Adept Water Shaper, which means attacking essentially is costless now from Quinn's side. All right, Water Shaper coming down. Other tapped creatures you control have Indestructible. It's a 3/4 itself, so a hefty body, but more importantly is that ability. Fantastic, of course, with instant speed convoke effects. Just a very strong card in general.
Yeah, and 3/4, a very solid stat line in this format. Like, you look at this board, you see a lot of 2/2s and 3/2s and so on, and 3/4, it doesn't sound that impressive, but it does tower above a lot of that stuff.
Now, Steven has a very scary card in his hand, and one that I don't know if Quinn is prepared for. I believe Steven has a copy of Morning Tide's Light in hand.
Well, so, yeah, I was about to say, Steven could really use the card that removes 5 blockers at once without touching any of his own stuff somehow, and not a lot fits that description, but this card certainly does. A very strange oddball, but one that, as I played more and more of the format, this card has rocketed up in my estimation. There were a lot of times where this is literally the only thing in the format that can. And okay, there it is.
Yeah, it's okay. So 9 damage currently. The kin binding adds 3. Everstrike's gift adds 1. Am I counting 13? I'm counting 13. Are you counting 13?
Do some quick
Steven's
math there.
counting.
Yeah, the kin binding pumps all of those as well. So
yeah,
Quinn can't like
he's
how much math is
tapping.
happening here.
Here we go. Your board, my creature. Quinn's getting ready for the handshake, doing the math. 9 on the board, 10 from the gift, 3 from kin binding, sorcery spell in hand. Everything gone. 13 damage. Quinn Tonoli could not believe it in a situation where he had the board so gummed up. Stephen Nicotra with Morning Tide's Light, maybe the only card in the format that could get the job done cleanly there. Wow. What a match.
That's a nice photo finish for sure.
Yeah.
And Quinn, to his credit, like as soon as he saw that, you saw that little nod, and it's like, all right.
The handshake almost started extending.
He was ready to fire that one off, but just had to double check it quickly. So Quinn very much still in the hunt with a very nice-looking Murphy deck at 5-1. But yeah, Steven on the other side going to remain undefeated at 6-0 with a terrifying-looking Boros aggro deck. And again, that's not a supported creature type. You know, Boros Kithkin Giant aggro is not a deck you'll expect to see drafted much tomorrow. But if that's the direction your sealed pool points you towards, then that's what you got to do.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of his power was definitely coming from his white cards, right? The double Kin Scare Sentry, as well as the Kin Binding and the Morning Tide's Light. A lot of these are all just lending themselves to being an ultimately very aggressive deck, and then red just happened to be the best support color to go alongside that, and that makes perfect sense.
And that's how it goes in sealed a lot of the time, is you open your pool and immediately you know, all right, I'm playing this one color, and it's not obvious which color is going to be the best supporting color for that. And sometimes it's not going to be the obvious one, right? Like in this format, by default, it's going to be the green cards or the blue cards because those point you towards those types. And sometimes, you know, a color might be stronger, but it's not actually the right kind of support that your best color actually needs. So that's part of the trick of sealed, is figuring out exactly what's going to make the most cohesive deck and not just the best pile of cards in the aggregate.
Exactly. Well, we have more action for you here from round 6. So back down we go to the feature match area. On the left of your screen, one of my favorite people, Christian the Calculator Calcano. On the right of your screen, David Music, as we bring that view back up for you. Both these players on 3-color decks. So, as we head into the action, we'll let you know what they are working with, but I believe Christian is on a Jeskai deck, primarily Azorius with a Light Splash for red. On the other side, David is on Teamer, primarily Gruul with a Light Splash for blue.
And that's what, from the other side, you try and puzzle out, right? Is you see, okay, the other players in mostly Azorius, but I've seen a red source here and there. What could that be for, right? And sometimes that makes itself rudely apparent very quickly. Sometimes, you know, you can kind of reverse engineer that and play around it. But yeah, as you said, Christian Calcano here on the left, a true road warrior and one of the easiest people to root for in the game, which is good because if there's a big tournament somewhere, you're likely to see him at it. This man loves to grind in really whatever game he's playing, often multiple at once, and always a joy to see him and catch up with him and watch him do his work. Once again, you know, undefeated here on camera, off to yet another great start.
Yeah, you will notice him in the blue heavy play jersey. Of course, that is Team Worldly Council Heavy Play, one of the 3 heavy play sponsored teams on the Pro Tour. And certainly coming off a great weekend at the Pro Tour for them, with Eduardo Sajgalik making the top 8 on behalf of them. So, as the game progresses, Christian had a Deep Channel Duelist on the battlefield. That was taken care of by an explosive Prodigy. David tried to get in with the Chitten's Changeling, but it was kept out as we go back Christian's way. And taking a look at Christian's hand, we see one that we don't see overly often in sealed. So certainly interesting to get a better look at what Christian is working with, as that is Gathering Stone, I believe, in his hand. And just to let you know, we are actually in game 2 here. We joined this match in progress. So Christian is up a game, and I can let you know that that Gathering Stone came out of the sideboard. That is not in Christian's main deck. So look, I don't normally associate this card with a sideboard card. So I'm very curious what happened in game 1 between these two gentlemen that resulted in Christian deciding this is the tool I need here for the post-board game.
Yeah, you would love to have one of these seal decks or draft decks where this card is a slam dunk, right? Because you have the perfect elf deck or Kithkin deck or whatever it is, and this is going to be an absolute home run there. There are more scrappy decks, let's say, where you got a nice versatile spread of creature types, and it's not obvious how good this card is going to be. In my experience, though, even if you have 2 Merfolk over here and some, I saw Mark Anderson of an earlier feature match call Cleric with it last week, because he ran the numbers and he had more clerics than anything else somehow. You know, even in scenarios like that, I think often this card is going to be worth it. It's going to make your deck, and even if it's only hitting a card every now and then, does that Surveil 1 when it enters and then also every upkeep? If the game goes 5 turns after that, you've more than got your money back.
Speaking of getting your money back, well, this time it's actually going to be getting your Merfolk back. A familiar face has joined us again here in the feature match area. Slumbering Walker hits the board, ready to get that Deep Channel Duelist back, but David Music decides to feed the flames and say no to that one, as we go back his way with a clear board from Calcano and a shake of the head. He's definitely not happy about something that's been happening here.
Yeah, that's a big turn, because you could imagine if David had some middling play he could tap out for, Calcano gets to slam the Walker, bring back the Duelist, and now the Walker's at 6 toughness, so needs the Feed the Flames and another card to take it down. This game maybe looks a lot different, but David held up the Feed the Flames and had exactly the right window to kill the Walker before it could do its thing. Going to keep applying pressure here, and it looks like that is the rare Bristlebane Brawl, I want to say.
Battler. You almost had it.
It's getting violent somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, it is rumbling in one way or another, is the Bristlebane Battler. Not overly impressive when it comes down as just a 1/1, but it does grow quite quickly, and a Trampling Ward creature that starts growing is a big problem. Notably, that was the first sign of a green source from David, and looking at his deck, he is primarily a green deck, so it is easy to imagine that there was a bit of a bottleneck keeping him from developing onto the board as he would like. And getting a look at his hand, it is in fact 2 green cards, 1 Formidable Speaker, along with a second force that he now has access to. So already was in a good position here in game 2, down a game. And with that Formidable Speaker, it looks like he could continue the pain train.
Yeah, going to use the Unforgiving Aim, though, to shoot down the Rooftop Percher, just keep battling on in there. And yeah, the Battler is a card, or the Brawler, excuse me, a card that a lot better on turn 2 than on subsequent turns, right? You want it to see all of your other plays and get rewarded for those. So not the kind of card that's a natural splash. You might decide it's good enough that you'll splash it anyway if you're doing that for other reasons already. But makes a lot more sense now if David is a base green deck that just has some early mana problems in this game and is finally clawing its way out of those.
All right, and was that a pass back with 6 lands for Calcano?
Looks that way. And any other color combination doing this, you'd think, well, they're really mana screwed or something. I got them on the ropes, or they're flooded or whatever. A blue-white deck in this format, possibly with all that mana open, there's something going on,
Right.
And whether you can sniff it out, maybe it makes sense to just attack into it anyway and make them have the right thing. Who knows? But David's going to start off proceedings with Unexpected Assistance, convoking off that Prodigy, which 1/1 body's not too impressive, but it did its job, right? It shot down something early, and now the body can give you a nice discount here, or it can be a color or vivid for something else later on. So a very nice little card.
Yeah, I would say it's one of my favorite uncommons in the format, just because of all of the things it allows you to do.
Great Forest Druid now. Another card you much rather have on turn 2 than later on. That one is gonna grow the Brawler to a 2/2 now, or 3/3, excuse me. So a card that this is where David has to make a judgment call of, well, is the Brawler now big enough to send it in and risk whatever it is that Kalkana's representing, or yeah, we'll send in the Flame Raider, and if that gets in 2 points, great, and if it doesn't, not too much is lost.
Yeah, the Expendable has been sent in, saying that, look, you've passed with this much mana. You are either representing something terrifying, or you're in a lot of trouble, and I don't want to lose my rare to whatever that terrifying thing may be. But if I can pull that card out of your hand, so at least I have more information for next turn, that is more valuable to me than a 2/2 that has done its job and isn't really generating relevant mana anymore.
And Kalkano bins Plains off the Gathering Stone, just draws, plays his land, passes the turn. So David has to be getting more and more confused at this point. Not scared necessarily, because he's got a lot of nice stuff going on, but there's trying to deconstruct that story that Kalkano is telling. That's a tricky one, and maybe that's part of it. Wild Unraveling going to counter the Illusion Spinners there from David, but that kind of clears the way now for everything to crunch on in. So Kalkano's going to fall to 6.
5 damage across. Back up to the Gathering Stone. Taking a look, certainly not a merfolk, but it is a question of, do you want it or not? Kalkano, of course, a Pro Tour finalist, going all the way back to Pro Tour The Lord of the Rings, I believe, in Barcelona 2.5 years ago now, I want to say.
That sounds right. That was a nice PC. And now Kalkano drawing Eclipsed Flamekin, and now the puzzle starts to piece itself together, right? So this isn't an Azorius deck. This is a Jeskai deck. Kalkano has some very nice red cards in his hand, Ashling's Command and so on, but missing that all-important red source, and ferociously digging for that. Had 4 more looks here with the Eclipsed Flamekin, but misses again. So certainly very much on the back foot here.
All right, a land drawn from David is at least a reprieve, but unfortunately, there's a copy of Tweez in hand. So now, if 2 of these creatures connect, I believe that is lethal being represented from David should he go for it. And that means that he is feeling pretty confident about the possibility of a game 3 on the horizon. Step 1. Tap 3 lands. Nice and steady. Formidable Speaker comes down. Does it resolve? It does. Mountain discarded, going to remove a counter from the battler eventually. What does the Speaker get? It is a Gangly Stompling? That's the one. The Gangler.
And I guess it's good news if this is the best thing David can find here, but it might be enough extra pressure to just help close out the game by itself.
All right, just going to say Tweeze down and rumble in across with both creatures. I don't know how I feel about this choice from David.
Yeah, I guess the Flamekin can soak up 2 damage just kind of on the house if it likes, or it can take a heftier chunk off the Brawler.
All right, Surveil on the upkeep. Calc shaking his head in disbelief. Still not a mountain. It's an unexpected assistance that he has to bin. He needs that mountain. Did he find the mountain? He did find the mountain. All right, so the game is technically online. The biggest problem for Kalkano right now is we know that there is a copy of Tweez in David Music's hand, and Kalkano is at 2 life.
Yeah, it's a spot where you could spend several minutes just running all the permutations on which modes of the Ashling's Command to use and what gifting the best odds of getting back in the game, not knowing that it's all for naught. You're dead as soon as David untaps, but David obviously not going to reveal that before he has to. So we'll see the calculator running the numbers here, but he will get the bad news as soon as that's over.
Certainly, because we didn't watch game one, we don't know if Calcano is aware of the existence of Tweez. So in David's position, he's certainly incentivized with a board position like this to try to get lethal across without showing the Tweez if he can. Information is an asset. It's a resource when it comes to games of sealed like this, especially in the closed decklist format that is day one. So if you have information that you can hold on to, David is very much incentivized to try to do so. All right, it was the pyroclasm effect, pseudo-pyroclasm, in order to clear off 3 of the creatures from David and make 2 treasures. Calc, of course, as you mentioned, heavily bottlenecked here on red mana. So the treasures allowing him to follow things up with a Cinder Strike, pay the ward, and clear off the Brute. Doesn't have to... the Battler, doesn't have to blight that because it did already have 2 damage marked on it from the Ashling's command. And that means the board has been cleared off. So now for David, just send the Tweez face. There is a concern if Calc has a second copy of Wild Unraveling. He is able to blight that and counter the lethal Tweez. So we'll see if that is any sort of consideration.
Yeah, and Tweez the card at common has to be on your radar, just seeing enough mountains on the other side. So no surprise at all, but nothing Cal can do about it. So yeah, we'll see a game 3 here between these 2 decks.
Yeah, there's the Tweez to the face, and that will get the job done for David Music, evening things up at 1 game apiece. Face-to-Face Games is Canada's Magic store. Would you like to buy anything Lorwyn Eclipsed? Well, we have you covered, whether it is singles or sealed product. FaceToFaceGames.com is the place to be for all your Magic, especially Lorwyn Eclipsed needs. So, game 3 here at Spotlight Eclipsed, where the sun has set on Lorwyn. Shadowmoor is in full throws, and we are in game 3, deep into the day. Both players at 5-0, and it is Christian Galcano on the play here in the battle of the 3-color decks.
And turn 2 Logmare from Galcano. This is one of the kind of oddball rares in the set, in the sense of it's not really tied to any specific type. It is a horse serpent, so no horse type of theme in the set, sadly. Maybe next visit to Lorwyn. But one of the strongest cards in the sense, just on rate by itself. Any blue deck, even if you're all in on Merfolk, you'll make an exception for this one. This is the best of the best.
Yeah, the combination of card advantage, a hefty body for its cost with a little bit of work, and pressure in the stun ability means that this card really does just do everything. And that's even before you start moving into the territory of things like, okay, I can blight further onto it and get more value out of it. It is a card that when left unchecked just completely can take over the game.
Yeah, we see kind of getting the cheeky free attack in, which, he thinks David's going to block, and David does, and sure enough. But then on his upkeep, Calcano can use the Lockmare to lock down the Great Forest Druid for this turn and the next turn. So if David was relying on that for mana or for colors or just as a blocker, then that's going to be out of commission for quite a while here. And
this isn't big enough.
Going for Tweez, but that Lockmare is now a 3/4.
Yeah, Calc not going to stop him from making the mistake, but
we'll see the bad
David
news
is about to receive the bad news that is already a 3/4. So Tweez is not going to be good enough there. So shake of the head from him, and that is a massive blunder here from David Music, as now Calcano gets to untap with his Lockmare, a piece of removal gone, and David's tempo has been completely locked down thanks to the stun, which means that Calc is in full control of the game.
Yeah, having some of the same amount of issues he had in the previous game. You see, I think that's Bree just taunting him from his hand there with no red source yet. But you have a Logmare and you got full use out of it. You'll take that. It's not much you can complain about.
Yeah, card drawn here. That is Deep Channel Duelist drawn, but it's instead going to be the Gravelgill Scoundrel being added to the board here. 4 damage from the Horsey coming across, and back we go David Music's way, where all he has is a Chitinous Grassling, excuse me. I'm going to get that one day.
Look, it's probably chittering too. I don't believe you if you say you know what chitinous means. No, you don't. So sure, it's chitinous. We'll go with that.
Fun fact, one of 3 cards in Magic the Gathering to feature the word chitinous, because I looked that up on Scryfall earlier.
I was going to say, there's no way you had that just ready to go off the top.
Oh, no, I did not have that loaded in my back pocket from any time other than like 2 hours ago. Back we go, Christian Calcano's way.
Here's one for you, Money. How many feisty cards are there?
Oh.
Put you to the test.
6.
Well, there's 2, and the other one looks to be a half dinosaur, half something else from Unsable. So close enough. Close enough.
I basically had it, more or less. All right, Rooftop Percher joins the board here for Christian Calcano. Exiles the graveyard, and then an attack with both creatures, tapping the Percher to make the Scoundrel unblockable. So 5 damage comes across. David Music down to 11 with a board state, but not an incredible one, though he does have many rares in hand here. So stabilization very much on the table, starting things off with a Bristlebane Battler, and then it is going to be the Gangly Stompling to follow things up. And in hand, I believe there's a copy of Wistfulness waiting in the wings for David Music. So still more gas to come.
Yes, Gangly Stompling, I can confirm, stands as the only Gangly card officially in the Magic canon, despite, with 20,000 cards in at this point. But
so definitively, he is the gangliest.
The Gangler.
All right. The Gangler.
Now, it's hard, though, to look at this game and not think, well, what if we still had that tweeze to take down the Rooftop Percher, the Gravelgill Scoundrel, or the Deep Channel Duelist, which maybe can sneak in an extra few damage here with on the Scoundrel and the Rooftop Percher just out of nowhere.
So we did see David attack here with the Kittiness. I have been corrected by Twitch chat. Graspling. That is his only reach creature, as far as I can tell. So now the path is clear for the Rooftop Percher to come across. Of course, there is the copy of Deep Channel Duelist that we saw in Calcano's hand from earlier, if I'm not mistaken. So that could make the Percher big enough to get through the Graspling anyways. But as things stand, it is a bit of an aggressive attack coming out from David in a position where he is very much not the aggressor. Calcano going to kick things off with a copy of the Eclipsed Flamekin here. Finds an island. No mountains in sight once again for Christian Calcano. And, we say no mountains in sight. It's not like he is getting incredibly unlucky to not find his mountains. There are only 2 in the deck. So he is ultimately splashing some very powerful red cards off of a light red splash.
Right. And these are the kind of cards which, as soon as that mountain does show up, they will immediately show why that splash is justified, right? Like, they will have a massive impact on the game. But this is maybe how the comeback starts, right? As Calcano is effectively mulliganed or double mulliganed with those red cards that he maybe never gets to cast, and David has the right stuff in the meantime to claw his way back in.
All right, here comes the attack. Rooftop Percher, as well as the Lochmare and the Scoundrel coming across. The D-Channel Duelist gets tapped to make the Scoundrel unblockable. Two of these creatures receiving that Merfolk buff, and the onus falls to David Music for blocks.
And a double block made on the Lochmare. So the Lochmare locked down the Grey Forest Druid for 2 turns, and drew a card, and attacked for 4 several times, and now trading for 2 things on its way out. So not a bad rate of return on your humble 2-drop there.
Absolutely not. Music down to 5 life now, facing down a 4/4 flyer, as well as a 2/4 essentially unblockable as long as Calcano can keep another creature on the battlefield. And Wistfulness is a very powerful card, but I think recovering this game may be outside of Wistfulness's abilities. Here we go, though. It is going to be a tap Sunderflock. Now, that is a card that can certainly stabilize a game. Of course, Rooftop Percher remains on the battlefield, but we're beginning to see the power of David Music's deck and why exactly he is in this 5-0 position that he is in. A pretty large blunder early on in this game, but he has managed to put up quite a fight still and try to get back into it. We know Calcano has all the resources to continue getting aggressive, but at least David has bought himself some time.
Yeah, Sunderflock, another one of those cards where you think, okay, I can beat basically any card in the format except that one. As you pick up a lot of cards either way. Sometimes you just pick up all of them if the Sunderflock's going to own the game, but either way, this is one of the scariest cards in the format, and just a rare as well. So it shows up more than you would expect.
Yeah, this is certainly in like the 30% of Sunderflock situations where the game isn't just immediately over. So that is a saving grace for Calcano. But the point remains that he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and the Gathering Stone as well, even if that never actually gives Calcano a free Merfolk, you got to feel like the clock is ticking to some extent now, right? Where every turn he's closer to the red source to unlock his hand, or closer to some other bomb or something to break the game open again. And even on this turn, right, he spent 4 mana, but then played a 2-drop for 1 mana, and then convoked out the Sky Swimmer. So he got a decent rebate up front for that thing too.
Yeah, I believe he surveilled a land into the graveyard, and then was able to still deploy 2 more creatures. So it's actually paid 2 mana for Surveil and future gains. More importantly, there are now 4 Merfolk on the battlefield, so the Steep Channel Duelist that he has in hand is very much still a threat. Here comes Wistfulness. Finally was given a target in the Gathering Stone, so that is down, but Calcano's still not unhappy with the state of the game, though if this Scoundrel, is answered, that's going to potentially be a problem. The combination of the Graspling, and speaking of answers, interesting. Okay, so it is actually going to be a copy of Explosive Prodigy coming down from David Music, but it's going to take down the Rooftop Percher rather than the Gravelgill Scoundrel. The Percher was pseudo-answered by Sunderflock, so we do see now the Merfolk threat continues to loom unblockable here, as David can only survive 3 attacks from this. And here's attack 1 of 3. So David Music down to 3 life. Calcano just passes the turn and untaps his Channeler. What can David do against this Gravelgill Scoundrel? I'm sorry, was that a copy of Seer that he discarded to Wistfulness?
It looks that way, which
What
that's
is in your hand that you were able to discard a Seer, my friend?
yeah, that is not music to calc seers. That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's if I'm in Calc Seed and my opponent discards a Seer and then doesn't kill my unblockable creature that is the only remnant of a threat I have remaining on a board that has otherwise been completely shut down, I am both deeply confused and just absolutely terrified about what is to come.
5 mana
Oh,
for
okay.
okay.
All right.
For the Ashley's command that Calc wishes he was casting right now, it's been stuck in his hand for most of this time. But Calc cast a Wild
Absolutely
Unraveling.
not. All right.
That's getting cancelled real fast.
Yeah. Step one, none of that. Pyroclasm your board, copy my whatever would have been completely backbreaking. So very clutch unraveling here from Calcano. But you know, let's just say it as it is. David Music's deck is unbelievable. This deck is out of control.
And Wild Unraveling, this kind of cancel effect has its moments in draft 2, and I've actually grown to like it more and more in this draft format. But this is the prototypical sealed card that you want in your blue deck, right? Where, like, you know, especially if you're 5-0, 6-0 towards the end of the day, your opponent is going to have some real heat in their deck, and you need to fight it somehow. And a lot of the best cards in this format, they're hard to remove, and even if you do remove them, they've done something horrible to you in the meantime. Cancel is the only way to say, no, none of that. Right? You're not bouncing everything with Thunderflock. You're not drawing stuff with Ashling's command. You just cleanly answer whatever it is. And yeah, that might be the thing that swings the game in the end. But okay, here's formidable speakers. So David now put to the test to see anywhere in his deck if there's another answer to this Graphical Scoundrel. And yeah, we see Explosive Prodigy, thumb to the front here. So
that's not good enough. He only has 3 colors, and that thing is a 2/4 right now, I believe.
Oh, it sure is, yeah.
Thanks to the Deep Channel Duelist. So even if you take out the Duelist, the Gravelgill Scoundrel is still lethal. And
even then, even if you could kill it, well, the Summoning Walk is just going to bring that thing right back. So I think Calc has,
I believe
all
this
the
is the
pieces
match.
here.
And Calcano knows it. He has full information now. So David cannot deal 20. He's at 1. The choices are clear off the Duelist, die to the Scoundrel, and I believe that is, I hate to say it, but a few too many unfortunate mistakes from David Music throughout the course of the game that do end up adding up here, as Christian Calcano is able to take game 3 and the match with his Jeskai deck. Congratulations goes to Christian the Calculator Calcano. Tight plays, a little frustration, of course, not having access to red mana for the majority of game 2 and the majority of game 3, but that is the risk that you run playing a 3-color deck. If splashing was free, then every deck would be 3-color and sealed because you just want to play your best cards, but that is not how things go. There is a very legitimate and valid cost to choosing to play 3 colors. But ultimately, Calcano was able to overcome, and it was just the raw power of his cards that was able to get the job done against an absolutely incredible deck from David Music.
And easy to go back to that Tweez play on turn 3, which now that feels like hours ago. I mean, that game was a true slugfest back and forth, but you start to wonder, well, okay, if that then leads to this other thing being answered 3 turns later, and then that isn't relevant 2 turns after that, and you know the whole thing snowballs from there. So easy to just lose your focus then, maybe lose the game because of it, but got to rally now for the last few rounds. End of the day is in sight, want to finish strong, and Christian Calcano is certainly guaranteed to finish pretty strong. He's locked his place in day 2 at 6-0, going to be shooting for that undefeated day 1, and we'll be back with round 7 before long with some more magic, some more nice matches to see who's going to be joining him right at the top of the standings there.
Yeah, 2 rounds left in the day. You do not want to go anywhere as we finish off day 1 strong and see who will be coming back to draft on day 2. We're going to take a 5-minute break. On the other side, more magic for you from Spotlight Eclipsed. See you then. Hello and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Eclipsed from Toronto. My name is Monty Booty. I'm joined by Dom Harvey. We are on day one and we have 6 of 8 rounds of sealed in the books. Let's take a look at our standings and see how things look after 6 rounds. Of course, keep in mind 6 is the magic number. Players that go 6 and 2 or better are coming back tomorrow for day 2. So all the players that you are seeing on your screen right now and anyone else you see with that 6-0 record or better, they are guaranteed to come back tomorrow regardless of what happens over the next 2 rounds. So names like Cale Thompson, Christian Calcano, who we just watched pick up a win, Stephen Nicotra, who we saw pick up a win in the previous round, or someone like Laura Robinson, who we're going to be seeing this round. As we take a look at the next page of the standings, anything that stands out to you, Dom, here?
So again, some of these big names kind of rising to the top as expected. You see Sam Black here, Oscar Christensen, who really has been traveling all over the world to these spotlights and showing why. You know, he Pro Tour top 8 from back in the day and still very much active and enjoying it. Derek Pite, Misplaced Ginger, who you'll find on his own Twitch channel at most times when he's not playing one of these things. Undefeated still in a sense at 5-0-1. So yeah, a lot of big names rising to the top. And if you're starting at 6-0, that's great. Can't ask any better, but the work's not done. And as we said, there's a really big gap between even just X1 versus X2 to end the day, for how much leeway you have tomorrow. So this is the real test now. It's like, can you lock in, stay focused for the end of the day, and beat the other decks and other players who are at the top of the standings there with you?
Yeah, definitely it is. For seasoned competitors, 6-0 is when the job starts. For players who are a bit more casual, who are just showing up to the spotlight to have a good time and play some high-level Magic, getting to 6-0, that's a very exciting time, and you're guaranteed to at least get some drafts. But right now, these are the all-important rounds to see who we are going to be seeing undefeated over day one, as this is the first step. And on your screens, we're going to be taking a look at, on the left, Alder Donovan Cook on Golgari. On the right, Felix Grease on Simic. So both of these players at 6-0, and for one of them, this is the next step towards a potential undefeated record here. So here we go as Alder kicks us off with a copy of the Donhan Dissident, I believe.
Yeah, no surprise to see that one kick off proceedings here at 6-0. One of the best cards in the set, and even better in a deck or a creature type replete with all of these graveyard synergies as Elves is. So off to a great start there once again. Slower start here from Felix, but on the board here, only on turn 2 with the Lissalana Informant, kind of getting his own ducks in a row here. Surveils away a Mirror Sky Skimmer.
That is Kittinus Grassley.
Oh, excuse me.
Put some respect on his name.
The Kittinator.
Yes. And we are seeing extreme weakness now from Alder, as it was another upkeep Surveil here, killing his Donhan Dissident. The first time he surveilled a swamp into the graveyard, really highlighting just how much he needs green mana, but doesn't have a third land even in hand, as he did miss on that surveil. So it is going to be a follow-up of the Creekwood Safe Right, I believe that is.
Yes.
But you do remove a counter off of it, but that's it. That is all you have here. No land, missing land drops, and potentially in trouble as we go back Felix Grease's way. That is Morkan's Eyes joining the board. Not the most pressure at the moment, certainly not going to be popped until much later in the game, but the surveil ability allowing Felix to essentially curate his draws over the next few turns is going to go a long way against a mana screwed opponent to ensure the beatdown can come out of Felix before Alder can really stabilize.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that Alder maybe kept one lander with the distant and the safe right, thinking, okay, well, if I hit my second land right away, I can curve out beautifully. And even if I don't, in the worst case, I have a lot more looks at that second land thanks to the distance. So didn't quite end up playing out the way he would have liked. And now he is staring into the more concise, which, yeah, if the game is going long and, he's no signs of ending it anytime soon, then that card is threatening to just completely dominate.
All right, so we see the Wandering Changeling come down and get a land here for Felix Grease. As we go back Alder's way, still no land found. Requiting Hex is going to take care of the Lizalana Informant. Alder, great sportsmanship, reminding his opponent that he does get a Surveil there, and then coming across with the Safe Right for 4 damage, I believe. So back we go to Felix Grease, another Surveil on the upkeep. What is going to be the choice here? As you see Alder just looking at a hand of all spells and no lands to cast them.
Yeah,
Island hits the bin.
Alder staring sadly at his 2 lands, and meanwhile Felix is just happily surveilling away any land in sight, just digging for more and more action here.
Yeah, and there's quite a bit of action in the hand here, as we do see one of them come out here in the Stoic Grove Guide coming down. And
oh wow,
okay.
So here's
now
Abigail.
we're cooking.
One of these lost students from Strixhaven, so out of place in some ways, but exactly the kind of card you want in this board state, and really in any deck that can cast it. I think it's safe to say this is one of the reasons that Alder is doing so well. This card, really, with anything that's remotely large at all, can just completely swing a game. And I mean, Felix has a lot going on, but if Alder's going to work his way back in, this is how it starts, right? This is the best he could really ask for.
Yeah, Alder has gone from a position where, okay, it's cute, you got some damage across, and now your opponent's going to start playing big creatures and the board will be fully under control, to, if this creature doesn't get answered, you're winning the game. It is purely that simple. And that means that Felix, when previously he might have wanted to play the Stratosaur and get aggressive, instead he finds himself in a position where he's rummaging it away in order to try to find an answer to the flying lifelink first strike 5/5 that Alder has access to. There are a few creatures, Abigail, of course, extremely good with really everything. Runaway Together does answer the big threat, so saved for Felix. There are a few creatures in this format that are truly terrifying with Abigail, and the Safe Right is certainly one of them once you're able to get all the counters off of it.
Yeah, that Runaway Together really coming in clutch for Felix, where I think he discarded the Stratosaur, which could have blocked it for a turn, but he really needs a more permanent answer. And sure enough, he finds one, and now firmly back in the driver's seat, crunches over for 8 with the Flaming Cinder and the Stoic Grove Guide. Now gets to follow up with Changing Wayfinder, and presumably another play immediately after that.
Yeah, did pick that up from the Runaway Together, so getting some value out of his bounce spell. And here is an Eclipsed Elf in a Simic deck of 3 forests. Another forest found, not the ideal find in a game where you have been furiously surveilling lands into the graveyard, but certainly not unhappy to just get another land out of the deck as Felix continues going further up. And one thing that we have to be keeping in mind, certainly in Alder's position, though, it's not like he can do much about it, is this Morkan size is ticking. So eventually, Felix can pop this, and it's not like Alder's in a position where his 2 lands that have persisted for the entirety of the game until this Overgrown Tomb are going to keep up with a Morkan size.
Yeah, it just makes every single elf, even something like the Eclipse Elf, that much more threatening, where you don't want to take damage from it, you don't want to chub block it, but then if you trade off with it or put it in the graveyard, well, it kind of comes back again in a form not too long after that. So really puts Alder in a tough squeeze. Now, Alder is about to start hitting his land drops. Overgrown Tomb lets him play the elf, which finds the forest, so we're making something happen, but it might be too little too late here.
Yeah, I believe that was a check from our life total spotter of what Alder's life total was at after that overgrown tomb, as we still had him at 18. But with that shock, he's actually down to 8. So the situation is significantly more precarious than it already looked, and it didn't look good, as Alder does get a forest in hand, but the fact remains that Felix's board is large and most notably in charge at the moment. Taking a look at what he has access to, I believe I did see a harmonized crescendo in hand. So if Felix doesn't have the tools he already needs, that is there. But Sunderflock, well, I would say that is the tool he needs. I think that is going to get the job done here, as those are the elementals that stay. Alder goes down to 4, and even if he redeploys, the Sunderflock is still very much threatening. Abigail is a blocker for it, so the game is not over, but it's all but, you know? So, Alder taking a look at a hand full of cards, and some very good cards. I see Champions of the Perfect there. So had this been a more interactive game from both players, perhaps we would have been able to see a good fight coming out from Alder. As things stand, he is certainly too far behind to fight against the board that is this meaty here from Felix.
Yeah, just had to pick up all his creatures. I imagine we'll be picking up all his lands in just a second here. Valiantly fighting on, but I think the door has shut.
Yeah, I do not begrudge any player with this much time on the clock and this late into the tournament for wanting to maximize every percentage point that you have available to you. I do think it is likely too little too late, but he's going to fight on and try his best, and that is what you have to do in games of Magic. So, discard to hand size for the end step, but it is going to be the safe right as well as Abigail coming down. Abigail targets the safe right, so there won't be a counter removed from it, but that is 2 flying blockers. I believe that is a Blossom Bind from Felix that can tap down one of them. Lifelink means that Alder is still alive here, going down to 1.
Wipes his brow. Out of
Blossoming Defense
okay.
will get the job done. And that is Felix Rees taking game 1 with his Simic deck in, I want to say dominant fashion, but honestly, that was a lot more an effective Alder's deck not cooperating than Felix's deck looking overly impressive, though it did. However, what is overly impressive is face-to-face games, Canada's Magic store. You can head to face-to-facegames.com for all your Magic the Gathering needs, including Lorwyn Eclipsed, where whether it be singles or sealed product, we have you covered. Head to face-to-facegames.com for all your Magic the Gathering needs. And we are back for game 2. On the left, Alder Cook, a very unfortunate game 1 where some desperation surveils were not able to find him lands in any sort of timely manner. For Felix, sitting pretty. Game 1 was more or less a breeze, but one thing that I really like to see was even in positions where he was extremely far ahead, he stayed cool, calm, collected, and played the game deliberately and not at a quick pace. And I think that is the sort of patience that you want to see and you need to see from players deep into this exhausting and difficult events, because you really don't want to get to a point where you ease up and suddenly catch yourself making blunders.
Looks like another tough opening hand decision here for Alder. Again, maybe a 2-lander that's missing a color and has some other stuff going for it. It might actually be the turn on dissonant again, it looks like.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this movie before, and I did not like the ending. But as things stand, you're not really in a position to mulligan to 5 and give the hand up. So Felix is also going to be seeing a very similar story here, as there's the upkeep surveil. Is it headed to the bin like last time, or can Alder find a forest? It is to the bin. Once again, a swamp found, and this
Now
is going to be a nightmare scenario.
that's an interesting choice in a sense, right? Because Alder could draw the Sneakling, cast it, and then use that as the thing to keep surveilling onto, keep the distant around for more looks or for more action later on. It does mean that, if the forest is there, it's a card lower, so it's a little self-defeating in that sense. But I think, given where things have gone now, he would quite like to have the distant back if he could.
Yeah, I agree. I certainly am in the camp of I would rather keep the Sneakling and try to surveil onto that, even if hypothetically it means I miss a land draw for the turn, because the value of keeping a Dissonant on the board is just so massive in Sealed. But here we go. Lizalana Informant on the board for both players. It is going to be the Changeling Wayfinder, the follow-up for Felix. And I believe that found a swamp. One thing I can tell you is there are no swamps in Felix Grez's main deck. So whatever this swamp is for, it is out of the sideboard.
Midnight Hitting, showing some real nice ones from Alder, both the Abigail and the Champion of the Perfect, which he did not get to deploy in game 1, but it could be a different story here. Things go to plan.
Yeah, the unfortunate hit too hard of Midnight Tilling here, as Champions of the Perfect, you really wanted to find a land without too much headache, but it feels like Champions of the Perfect is too strong of a card to pass up in this spot when you're already in a mulligan. I think taking a land to then deploy middling cards isn't the best course of action for Alder. So if I'm in this position, I'm taking the risk and I'm taking the Champions, and Alder agrees.
Yeah, and I agree too. You can make the kind of safe line, right, of, oh, well, you get another land and you keep using your mana, but ultimately, is your hand of 2 or 3 okay cards, having milled some of your better bombs, is that really going to compete with all of the stuff that Felix has in a stacked hand here?
All right, well, the Changeling Wayfinder was traded off with the Lizalana Informant. Alder kept that card on top pretty quickly, which leads me to believe, with my detecting skills, that it is a land, and here comes the Champions of the Perfect. For Felix, it was more concise, back on the battlefield. Like I said, I've seen this movie before, and I did not like the ending, but perhaps we can get a director's cut from Alder Donovan Cook here. Champions of the Perfect landing on the battlefield. And there is an elf beheld as we go back Felix's way.
And notably, it's yet another very strong green rare hit in Selfless Safe Right, the Convoke elf that can give all creatures of a certain type hexproof and enchantment return. So that will go swiftly back to the hand, because Felix uses the Bob's Embrace on the Champion of the Perfect real fast. That makes a lot of sense, honestly, as a card that would come out of the sideboard where you need to just deal with bombs like that, right? You can't really Blossom Bind your Champion of the Perfect and get what you want. You have to deal with it straight up. So heads up move there from Felix to make use of that option. Alder does now get to land Pummeler for hire, so nice body, good life buffer, and so on. But I have to think Felix can overwhelm this given enough time here.
Yeah, very much asked and answered on what the Black Splash from Felix could be for, as we do see the Boxelder's Embrace. And notably, he does have 2 copies of Changeling Wayfinder in his deck, so it is a relatively affordable, if not free, splash, as well as a copy of Stratosaur. So it certainly makes a lot of sense why he would opt for the splash in a position like this. So restocking the hand with the Shine Striker, but more importantly, I believe Thunderflock is back in hand for Felix. which means that the elemental party don't stop.
Yeah, if Thunderflock's back in hand, then a lot of other things are going to be back in hand too before before very long.
Yeah, Creekwood Safe Right coming down, excuse me, along to join the Pummeler for hire, as you mentioned. Thank you. Felix asking Alder, can I read the Safe Right in your hand? Alder, of course, ever the good sportsman, passes it across for the read. So for Felix, big tempo play coming up in the copy of Thunderflock. And the question is, can Alder rebuild and block fast enough to not just fall?
Yeah, the Safe Right protects from a lot of things. It doesn't protect from Thunderflock, though. Either it's trigger or in the air once it's just taking massive chunks out of you every turn. So Alder's really hoping that's not what's in store here, but I think he knows.
Yeah, 3 mana. Here comes the Flocky boy. Thunderflock down, and Alder nodding his head. Yep, what am I going to do about it? So
it's also a pretty rough tempo swing too, because Alder, even if he convokes in response, well, the Safe Right just gets bounced back with everything else, and then once everything else is bounced back, he doesn't have the mana, losing the stuff to convoke out the Safe Right. So there's no way the Safe Right can stick around this turn, even if he wants it to.
Using the Splash Swamp to cast Eclipsed Elf here gets the job done, as Felix looking at some cards, and it is the Kittiness Grassling. I would say this weekend's main character for me, officially. I have made it my mission to get that card's name right as often as possible for the remainder of the weekend. Back we go to Alder. What can you do? Step 1, Overgrown Tomb, taking a shock. Will we just see him deploy the same 2 cards again? Pummeler for hire, gain 4. And is it the Safe Right? Sure is. Slick Thunderfluff never even happened if you ignore all of the things it did.
Unfortunately, 5/5 outmuscling the puny 4/4 giant here over on the other side.
So that is what I normally think when I think of giants as puny. Yeah.
Felix can get back to work.
Yeah. And one thing that I've noticed is Felix's deck is very good at not running out of cards between the Morkin size, just ensuring powerful draws time and time again with the Surveil every turn. The same with the Lizalana Informant, the Shine Striker just drawing 2, the Eclipsed Elf. And then we do know that there's a copy of Harmonized Crescendo as well. So just a lot of ways to draw multiple cards and keep that hand well in stocked. So attack comes in across, and yet another form of hand selection here coming down in the Flaring Cinder, I believe that is. Oh boy. And here comes Figure of Fable immediately going to the second form, and the threat of the third with all of these lands is looming. So you can see Alder's stats just completely change from board state that was bad but not unbeatable to I might just be dead.
Yeah, I figure there are a lot of good bombs in this format. Once you get to turn 6, turn 7, figures maybe the scariest possible card to see on turn 1, and then also one of the scariest possible cards to see, on some double-digit turn number as well.
Yeah, Alder is not going to force it in a position where he knows that things are clear and the writing is on the wall. So congratulations to Felix Grez moving up to 7-0 with his Simic deck. The splash for black in that game coming in very clutch against the Champions of the Perfect that was presented there from Alder. And that is going to be the end of round 7 for us. So we are going to cut to another 5-minute break. And on the other side, we will have the final round of Swiss for day one here from Spotlight Eclipsed. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, my friends, to coverage of Spotlight Eclipsed from Toronto. My name is Mani Devuti. I've had the distinct pleasure of being joined by the magnificent Dom Harvey as we have brought you the back half of action today. 3 rounds in the books, one more round to go. Let's take a look at our standings and see who the players at 7-0 are, as we are trying to see who will come to day 2 undefeated. And we're down to 12 players here at 7-0, including some very familiar names. Christian Calcano able to get the job done there, as well as Brandon Nelson and Bernardo Torres. And Canadian favorite, misplaced ginger, Derek Pite himself, pseudo undefeated at 6-0 and 1 dog.
Yeah, Maxime Auger, I believe, repping Quebec there in the 7-0s as well. So yeah, a lot of hometown heroes, if you like, towards the top of the standings. Kel Thompson there as well, and then some friendly visitors as well, just showing us how it's really done. Oscar Christensen here at 6-1. Mark Anderson, the localist of the local greats. We saw suffer a pretty convincing loss on camera, but has held it together for the rest. He is 6-1 in good shape heading into tomorrow. We saw David Music there, lose to Calcano, but shrugged off that loss, and he is very much in the hunt still. Ben Rasmussen, long-time limited player out of the Madison area, I want to say, here at 6-1. And we have some real nice ones at 6-1 too. Those standings only tell part of the story here, because coming to you in the last round, we have Derek Pite back on camera, as he often is, here against Carl Sarup, aka Terabad, Pro Tour mainstay, and a road warrior in his own right. And then on the backup feature match, we have Arne Huschenbeth, who has been on a tear this year, and frankly most years, where he's been on the radar, against David Rude, who coming off top 8 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy last year on the train. Long time. When we talk about Canadian dinosaurs, Manny, he is one of the most Paleolithic people there is. But he still got it. He is no slouch, especially in limited.
I believe Pro Tour champion in a team Pro Tour alongside Gabe Sang, and I want to say Gab Nassif.
Exactly. Team Limited champion back when I was waddling around in diapers, and very much still got it. But here on our main feature, we have Carl against Derek, both with these kind of base Boros decks, doing a lot of the same things. The formulas work for both of them so far, and we'll see which of them can emerge triumphant here.
Yeah, and Carl, very much a limited specialist as well. Longtime member of Team Handshake, and has always been sort of on a team of masterful Magic the Gathering players. Carl has been their limited guy. He is the one that they always go to for ideas, and he is the one that spearheads a lot of the limited meetings for the team. So very much in his element when it comes to a large limited tournament like this. And no surprise to see him sitting at 6-1. A bit of a slower start for him relatively here in the Boros Mirror, as it is going to be 2 creatures coming down from Derek alongside a removal spell, and then Carl just goes for a block on the Feastling, but a pump here will clear off his Scarecrow.
And in turn, clear the way for Vibrance to kill the Feastling, forcing Derek to commit the mana so that this would be lethal for it on his turn. And Carl, in theory, he could go for the green mode. There are 2 forests here in the deck kicking around, but that's not what we're there for. We are here for good old Flametongue Carvu, like it's 25 years ago. D-Rude still has a full head of hair and is in his prime, and turns out FEK is still good and limited. Doesn't matter what year it is.
Yeah, it's on a surface level, it might have seemed like, oh, Carl made a mistake. He forgot about the Kithkin under the pacifism there, and forgot about the pump and threw away a Scarecrow. I don't think that's the case. I think that was very much an intentional choice from him, forcing Derek to use that mana in order to clear off the only attacker Derek had available to him.
And from Derek's side, even if you think there's a risk of a play like that, maybe not exactly this specific mythic rare, but something like a Tweeze or an effect like that, it's so punishing to just not use your mana, not make any progress on the board, leave that attack sit around. So you're still going to do that, but you accept that there can be punishes. And oh my, Carl is going off here. Carl is in his element. Flock Imposter picking up the Vibrance. So at least one mode on that thing is being reused.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So Derek has shown weakness by activating by activating his Timid Shield Bearer and just pushing 3 damage across. We know the only card left in his hand is a Mountain, so certainly a bit mana flooded here. And Carl taking full advantage of that, playing his Flock Imposter, picking up Vibrance, has a fight effect in hand as well, and follows it up with just a Kolrath Zealot, hitting a land off the top, getting larger onto the board, and a game that started off looking so well for Derek Pite is completely out of control now.
Yeah, I was about to say earlier that we're not really seeing signs of why these decks, as opposed to these players, would be this high in the standing. So it's a testament to them. Definitely, you're starting to see that from Carl's deck, just going off with these Vibrance chains. Derek's deck, though, still pretty scrappy. He is the plucky underdog in this game at the very least.
He is definitely the plucky underdog. Here comes the 3 damage. Here comes everyone across, and Carl still has mana available to him, to blight if he wants it and get rid of this shield bearer permanently if it presents any sort of problem, which against the current board, it does not. Derek taking a look at the board as he knows that he is in a lot of trouble. The question is it enough trouble for him to scoop up his cards, or does he see an avenue back into this game? And the answer is nope. So game 1 goes to Carl Serap, and I gotta say, that was decisive. That was very, very one-sided. It didn't look one-sided at first. Well, it did maybe in the wrong direction. But what is one-sided is the decision to sell cards to face-to-facegames.com. It's a no-brainer. We buy all cards fair, trusted, and fast. If you have cards to sell and you want to sell them for cash or receive a 30% bonus in store credit, head to face-to-facegames.com/sell, because we want to buy what you have. So, back over to the feature match area, Carl Serap took down game 1 in magnificent fashion. Derek Pite taking a look at his hand, and that is a pained smile on his face. I don't think this is a cut and dry keep for him, as maybe we'll get a better look at it. 5 lands and at least 1 2-drop. The only way he's considering keeping this, I believe, is if this is a mulligan. But nope, he has kept the full 7, Dom. Here we go. All right, and the first play of the game, is going to be a Wander Brine Preacher, and Carl says that looks nice. I will match it. Carl's Preacher out of the sideboard. That one did not start in the main deck, so certainly a nod to the aggressive nature of the matchup here. And I'm not shocked to see the trade, considering if Carl's bringing in this 2-drop for the aggressive matchup, he's bringing it in as a blocker.
Yeah, and if you get to tab it to something else, or it gets to attack and gain you 2, well, that's a bonus, right? But that's not what it's there for. So Preacher meets its intended end. Carl gonna follow up with a Shore Lurker against a very slow follow-up from Derek Pite. You have to try and sniff out what's going on over there.
Yeah, we know he kept a 5-land hand. Hasn't even played the swamp that he kept yet. So certainly seeing the side effects and the consequences of keeping that 5-land hand, as he has drawn at least 1 more land since then. Did not get a good look at what the other non-land spell in the original hand was, but he has not played it yet. Unfortunately, tapping out here means it is time for the fists.
Yes, so Shore Lurker going to crunch in for 5 now. I mean, from Carl's side, I would assume, all right, look, Derek is no slouch. He's still undefeated in this tournament. And he's not doing much in this game. What is going on there? There's got to be, some appeal to this hand, something like a Kin Binding, Slumbering Walker, something even more at the top end than that. So I would be ready for bombs to start raining down. But it looks like Derek, just had kind of a middling hand, and it only kind of got worse from there, and not putting up too much of a fight so far. There's the Ajani. That is one of the bombs in this format, but that is so much better when you're ahead or at parity than when you're behind. And yeah, right now I think it's fair to say Derek is behind.
Yeah, he does have a Johnny in addition to the copy of the Explosive Prodigy in hand. So in theory, can finish off the Shore Lurker here. The question is it good enough? It certainly feels like a start, as he is considering what Carl can be presenting here.
And this is when you run through your mental Rolodex of, okay, what tricks are actually in the format, and then how likely are they, how likely are they to be in the deck, let alone in Carl's hand, and so on. And I think Derek realizes, I don't think any of those tricks actually exist here, but also his line is somewhat forced, so there's 4 damage. And okay, so Keep Out going to destroy Pitiless Fist, so Shore Lurker will die, and Explosive Prodigy sticks around. Interesting.
Yeah, so that was the original card that was kept in the hand alongside the 5 lands. So uses the Keep Out, which is admittedly the more restrictive of the removal spells in theory, but it is also the one that you can use at instant speed. Opting to choosing to keep the Explosive Prodigy in hand, another land drawn. So now in a lot of trouble here. That is, of course, a green-white Kithkin. So 3 damage is available to try to clear off the threat, but here comes the Flock Imposter. Save my creature, kill your Ajani, and Derek is holding a swamp. This is disaster.
Border Shaper, so Flock Imposter, as safe as can be there, will successfully take down Ajani. And Derek finally draws a spell, but it's at this point he needs a lot of spells, and they all have to be good.
Right, and this is where being Boros sort of hurts you in that Boros doesn't have that many big cards. Like, here's a nice one, and hit's a nice one.
Yeah, so a 6-drop hitting a 1-drop. Yeah, I guess can't draw it up better than that. So that's how the comeback begins, perhaps. Just another land for Carl, so maybe at risk of flooding himself over there.
Yeah. Here we go. We do see coming back onto the battlefield, gets you another treasure. And 2 indestructible damage coming across, but now the Trapper is online. So Derek has a tap effect. That means Derek has time, and time is what he needs because he doesn't have much else available to him.
And brutal draw of yet another land there from Derek. Like, if that was a solid spell, I think he starts to like his odds. Maybe we got a good game in progress, but as it is, he's got a good board going for him, but tough to know what to do, what to attack with, when to use this Trapper. And Carl, just by his demeanor, seems to like his spot here.
Absolutely. You, of course, are worried about the existence of the Trapper on the battlefield. But here is
curious. Yeah, this is
a Colossus of
dear God,
curious proportions here. Step 1, rumble. And is Carl going to wait for any reason? Looks like he is. Second Adept Water Shaper. Hey, are those good at multiples?
Yeah.
That's a combination if I've ever seen one. All right, Marrow Sky Swimmer joining the hand here for Derek. Not the best draw.
No, not the worst either. Leaving aside the giant in the room that we're about to see come down, but the 2/2 can trade off with the Flock Imposter, and another 1/1 that you can tap to your Wondermine Trapper. But these are small fry set against the big lad who's about to hit play.
Yeah, again, the biggest issue right now that Derek is facing it isn't even the Colossus that we knew and had that he can only laugh about. It was the 2 copies of Adept Water Shaper that were on the board, essentially giving Carl, free reign to attack with whatever he wants at any point. But now the Curious Colossus just certainly does a great job of just making sure that this entire board is useless.
Now that said, Derek has a lot of 1/1s, which okay, Bob.
Another
had a
land
lot
off
of
the
lands,
top, and we're done here.
and yeah, his warrior spirit is extinguished. So sad end of the day for Derek, but looking at that deck and how it lines up in this matchup, have to think something like that was coming at some point probably. And Derek really, he's been grinding it out all day. Good run with his deck. He'll be very pleased, I think, to make it to draft tomorrow in good shape. On the other side, Carl Surratt, just another day at the office. In his element. And yeah, he goes into draft at X1, and that is terrifying for anyone else who is around his point in the standings on day 2.
Yeah, I would say that Carl certainly has what I would call an 8-0 deck. And Derek's deck, if you ask me in the dark, I would say a 6-2, 7-1 on a good day. So going into that round of 6-0-1, I think something he's happy with. Unhappy to pick up a loss there, of course, but that draw is not a loss. So he is in a better shape than the 6-2s going into day 2.
Mm-hmm. And we have another banger of a feature match over on a backup, which we'll try to bring you immediately here. Arnie Huschenbeth on the left, David Rude on the right. David going down to 6, it looks like, here in, I believe, game 2. We'll get confirmation on that in just a second. And yeah, these are 2 players at the top of their game. I mean, if either of these men were in your PT pod, that would be something to be scared about. So for them to just be your opponent at a local spotlight or in your pod tomorrow, like that, you feel like you really drew the short straw on that one.
Yeah, Arna was on my flight leaving Richmond last week, and I thought he was just headed back to Europe when we left each other in Newark, but seems that he was actually headed to Toronto here to try and get himself yet another trophy. Both players 6-1. David Rude up a game, and we are in game 2, playing for 7-1. The difference between 7-1 and 6-2 may not look like much, but it is absolutely massive in an event of this size. Neither of these players wants to be in that unenviable spot, and so far, David Rude is the first one on the board.
Yeah, mathematically, it's a big difference. And then also mentally as well, especially with it being the last match of the day. And then if you think that either you got unlucky or you made some big mistakes somewhere, that's something that you can stew on overnight and really, sabotage your chances going into the following morning as well. So important to keep it together here and until you sit down for your draft board tomorrow as well. Both players have guaranteed that for themselves, but only one of them will be in that coveted X1 position.
All right, so another land drawn from Arne. I can't imagine that is the ideal draw considering his first 4 turns have been land pass with no play. A sorcery speed, unexpected assistance. If there's ever been a sign of weakness, this is it, as Arne Huschenbeth fills up his hand, discards a land, and passes the turn back as the beatdowns continue from David Rude. Arna falling to 13 from this attack as David first making the decision of what to loot away with his Silvergill Peddler. Is there a big stabilizing factor for Arna? Not that I can see. No copies of Sunderflock here. So it is going to need to be a chain of cheaper spells. David taking the turn off to go Gathering Stone Merfolk is a small reprieve, though certainly one that does not bode well for Arna's future turns. Just a bit of pressure reprieve.
Here's the thing, right? You look over, your opponent's playing 3 colors. probably 2 of those are their main colors, and then, okay, what exactly has enticed you into whatever that third one is? So,
Right.
if we think, all right, this is a is it deck mostly splashing black, those black cards are going to be pretty appealing, and there are some good black cards that catch you up in this set if you're looking at the top shelf. But instead, Arnie, okay, giant 4 Gathering Stone, and then Sim Strike deals with the other creature. So I actually did a very good job of just cleaning up the board on that turn, buying yourself a lot of time. And you see there, Arnie flicking past. That's a nice black card. If you're going to splash for anything, that's a good candidate. And Champion of the Weird, which that's casting that one might be the easy part with the black mana. We need some goblins too, but that'll take care of itself, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a problem for future Arna, as he had a great block here until that Deep Shadow Duelist came down. Here comes the loot. So, the discard for David Root. Peddler, unfortunately, a 3/4 after the pump, so no block for Arna. Had a fantastically impressive turn to start to stabilize things, but what is the follow-up from him? Because one thing that Arna is well aware of is David has been looting with that Peddler for quite a few turns now, which means his hand is curated. His hand is not just full of lands that he can't do anything with. This is a hand that is very much capable of being a big threat. Champion of the Weird had a goblin. So, can David do anything about this? That is question number one. Arna's hand, a copy of Shine Striker, and a blue card I cannot make out. I think it might be Flitterwing Nuisance. If that's the case, those are not helping you in this spot. That is, you are on this board, and those are for future turns. What is David working with?
We've seen a lot of Champion of the Weird on camera today, which no surprise, it's one of the best players in the set. And it lives up to its name. What it does 2 games of Magic is just very bizarre. Every normal kind of calculation around resources just gets flipped on its head entirely. But David Root has a nice response here. Disruptive Current, so another premium rare in the set. Bouncing the champion, threatening to unlock a really big attack on the way back.
Yeah, the first blight is on the stack. So, bouncing the champion, meaning that Arna cannot get any more blights out this turn, and passes the die to David, saying 2 counters still need to be placed. I believe that's Warren Torchmaster. That is the goblin that was beheld for the Champion of the Weird. So Arna is able to deploy that alongside the Flitterwing Nuisance. So has a board presence, but not a good one. These are a 1/1 in the Flitterwing Nuisance right now, a 2/2 in the Torchmaster. Can't really afford to lose his only goblin, considering he does need that to behold Champion of the Weird, and he very likely needs Champion of the Weird to win this game. So Arna very much still in a tough spot.
Arna also needs to preserve his own life total as well. Even if he gets to stick the Champion of the Weird again, if he's at 5 life, let's say, Champion won't be able to do a great job of cleaning up the leftovers after that. So Arnie really under pressure on every axis here, and David has a lot of tools in his hand to keep applying pressure. There's Spiral into Solitude. He's got some other follow-ups to add to his board here, so he's going deep into the tank, but a good problem to have. He has a lot of nice options to choose between.
Yeah, and his hand looked to be, I believe, a Runaway Together as well as a pacifism. So and I believe he has 3 Spiral into Solitude. So we are getting to the point where David Root's deck is able to just close out the game in any number of ways. So step one, the loot. And I believe David has not chosen what to discard yet, so that's going to be the first decision. And then for Arna, it's how do you block here?
Meander's Guide, going to fall into the ravine there.
All right. Offering that trade. Peddler gets across for 3. Arna down to 6. Gets 1 problem off the board. 2 to go.
A few more to come, potentially. It is okay. There's Island and I assume follow-up Mirror Sky Swimmer here for D-Root. He's thinking about it. And yeah, this lets him leave up the Runaway together as well. So really quite safe against any kind of unknowns that might befall him here.
Right, because the most powerful thing Arna has available to him, in theory, is this Champion of the Weird, and with 6 life, he can still be hold 5 times, right? In theory, assuming he has the board. So the fact that Runaway together ensures that as long as Arna does not have a second swamp, which is a big ask from a deck that is splashing, he'll get 1 Blight trigger at most before the champion is gone for another turn. He'll have to use his remaining mana to recast the Torchmaster and then just die to the board. Don't think that's getting the job done here, and I think D-Root sees it the same way. All right, step 1, cast the Gristle Glutton. He doesn't want that on the stack because he wants to blight onto it, if possible. All right. Activates the champion. That is the first blight. Down to 5 life. This is when David would want to respond with Runaway together. So now it's time for David to do some lethal math.
That's my favorite kind.
It is the best kind of math.
Yeah, goal math is good. Yeah, I'll leave that to them. I really support that, but lethal math really is unparalleled.
Yeah, girl math, that's not our territory to speak on. We respect it. It's good. It has its place. Okay, so Runaway together. Deep Channel Duelist bounced. I do believe David still has to blight 2 now. And it is looking to be the Merfolk token that gets blighted on.
Yeah, and this means he now has the 3 points coming through in the air with the Sky Swimmer, assuming he replays the duelist, and the Peddler gets to make a good attack and loot in the process. Arnie has to block with at least 1 thing, and that's assuming nothing else goes horribly wrong for Arnie in the meantime, which...
right, we still know
bad
that
news on that front. Yeah.
is in hand. So David, in theory, can force the block if he thinks there's value in that. I don't think there is. So Eclipse Marrow going to start things off. Flock Imposter looks to be the best hit. Could just take a Plains for more options here if you would like. That's the choice. All right. Arna says, you're good. So, Deep Channel Duelist able to come down. Some incentive for David to just get this Gristle Glutton off the board by forcing the pacifism on the nuisance. That would mean Arna gets access to less cards, which means less likelihood for him to come back into it. Is that better than saving the pacifism effect for a flyer? He says that is a flyer anyways. Hit the nuisance, force you to block with the Gristle Glutton. 3 damage across. Arna down to 2. Can he draw his way out of it? Island is not going to do it. Good game, says Arna Hushembeth. And with the shake of the hand, it is Team Cosmos Heavy
Yes.
play is the purple. Cosmos heavy plays David Rude, gets the job done and moves up to 7-1 overnight here from Spotlight Eclipsed.
Yeah, D-Root is the in-house limited expert for Cosmos heavy play, and you see why. I mean, he's still at the top of his game. This is what he loves most about Magic. He's thriving right now, about to go out to a very nice dinner, I'm sure, and he'll be back towards the top of the standings as one of the sharks in the pool as we sit down to draft first thing tomorrow.
Yes, and speaking of tomorrow, that is it for tonight. 8 rounds of Lorwyn Eclipsed sealed are in the books, and all players with 18 match points, 6 and 2 or better, will be coming back to draft tomorrow morning. We will be live with coverage an hour earlier than today. That's 10 a.m. Eastern time, and we will be covering draft, then 3 rounds of draft gameplay, another draft, 3 more rounds of gameplay, and then top 8, where there will be a third draft. And as we work our way towards crowning a champion. But that all begins tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. That's it for us. You will be back tomorrow morning with Alien Corey, and then we will see you in the afternoon. Until then, have a good evening. We'll see you then.